This is Audible.
Judgement, The Zombie War Chronicles, Volume 3. Written by Eric A. Shelman. Narrated by the author. Forward. Eric Shelman here. Some of you may recall I changed jobs around 3 years ago. My new boss at the time told me that if I focused 100% on his business and put everything else aside, we would see big success together, and in a few short years I could really solidify my future. He was asking that I give my primary job my full attention. I was surprised that he saw my writing and selling novels as a side business, and he expressed his feelings to me that if I split my time between doing that and working for him, it wouldn't be acceptable. He felt immersion in the work was necessary to make it happen. I do not believe in capitulation. I felt I owed him an immediate answer to his question as we sat and had breakfast in Tampa, Florida. Do you want to work for me and just be an employee, or do you want to have the potential to make stupid money? Well, I thought about it. If I stopped writing for a few years, made such ridiculous money that I could retire, then picked it up again with all the time in the world to write, it would be worth it. I opted for stupid money. I agreed to put the writing aside. I did tell him I had a couple of projects underway I needed to finish. I believe that was the camera too at the time. And I really did stop writing for a time. But my boss ran a very fluid business model that I did not fully understand when I agreed to his conditions. What we were doing at the time I made the agreement changed completely within a few short months, just as I was getting my arms around it. Then it changed again, and again. I felt as though I was starting over all the time, changing roles repeatedly. I began to have my doubts as to whether we would ever settle on something I could take the time to get really good at. I realized I should have asked way more questions in the beginning. Now, keep in mind, it may have been my fault. I just didn't understand that to him, whether the product was this or whether it was that didn't matter. It's the format, the method, the popularity, and hitting it hard. Boom, boom, on to the next. That's a bit too tentative a lifestyle for an old dude like me. I was figuring that out. On top of that, when I wasn't writing, I was depressed. I needed to write. It is in my blood. I was just not myself, and I could have easily grown bitter. I didn't want that. So, in order to do my day job and keep my sanity, I created a pseudonym under which to write. Damon Novak was born. I created his background, I created his location, I created his vocation. I created a story about how I met Damon, how his submitted work intrigued me, and how I decided to publish his work as my first publishing projects for a writer other than myself. I created a lot of lies and a lot of BS to get that nom de plume set up, but I did it. I even had Damon Novak's swag made, which was not without its clues. It's way different than when Stephen King created Richard Bachman. He didn't have to create a Facebook page, a Twitter page, Instagram, all that crap. He just wrote the forewords, praised the author, released the books, and people got to know Bachman, who was very good and a very similar writer to King. Unfortunately, in the world of social media, if Damon Novak had no presence, it would not have been believable at all. It's a brand new world, and writing under pseudonyms is no longer as effortless as it once was, particularly for an indie. It requires you to lie to people you like. Damon even won Zombie Book of the Month Club with Onslaught, The Zombie War Chronicles, Volume 1. Remember the Shelman Novak Killing Ghouls logo? Notice that Shelman and Novak are combined, making one name. I had mugs made, wristbands. I used Ramona's brother, Alan, as my Damon. Yes, that photograph is of Ramona Martine's brother, not Damon Novak. She's my editor. The picture of him with his mom? That's his and Ramona's mom. Who knew about this ruse? Well, unless you totally guessed, it was only Ramona Martine, James Dean, Sarah Dean, Lori Lane, and my family that knew, and some of them didn't know immediately. The reason I'm abandoning Novak now is because after 2 years I turned in my resignation. That life was not for me, and it took me a while to figure it out. Now I'm working for a nationwide company with great benefits, and when I'm off work, I'm off work. I don't need Damon anymore. I hope you didn't get too attached to him. He's a fraud. So, there you go. If you like Eric A. Shelman's zombie books, that's me, you might like this Damon Novak trilogy, since it's me. Thanks to everyone who kept my secret, and I promise never to do this again. You're the best. I hope you enjoy the last of my Damon Novak books. It wraps the trilogy. And the man. Chapter 1. Lebanon, Kansas. Lilly was getting tired of waiting. I get it. She's good with a gun and the girl's got gumption. I'd never seen her more up for a fight than right then. I think she had some crazy idea that when it was all over, we'd just head back down to Florida, reopen Baxter's, and spend our days in the swamp. She'd live with Danny, I'd hang with Georgie, and we'd be the new honeymooners. Except with zombie gator tours. Hell, if things stayed like they were, I'd never go back there. The new undead alligators with the red eye shine were scary as hell. Far deadlier in their new undead version than before, and they weren't exactly kittens then. Now, if there was some way to reverse all this shit, and I didn't think there was, that might change. But for now, I figured the chances were slim to none. As much as Lilly wanted to head out and find the Indian, I knew from looking at the group that had congregated with Micky Rode that it wasn't time yet. Ragtag didn't begin to cover it. It was still dark, getting close to dawn, and I lay on a cot in the corner of the gymnasium, blankets thrown over a clothesline and hanging down around me to provide a bit of privacy. I heard the low murmurs of conversation around me, people coughing. No gunfire for a couple of hours. Thank God for small favors. Since we'd arrived a week earlier, the Nacogdoche Tribe had helped us put some training procedures in place, and they'd also gone out and scavenged for 100 miles or so for more guns. They were so effective at the lever-action 22s that I told them to get as many as they could find. They came back with 34 of them. Some were the Henry Golden Boy versions with the main panel engraved like a work of art. Others were the standard models, and they had some other miscellaneous brands. I picked Henry's Evil Roy model. They had 4 of them. It had an oversized loop lever that seemed to fit a big guy like me perfectly, and the little rifle just felt good in my hands. I know, it's a 22. I scoffed at first, but once I saw those damned Indian kids knocking off zombies left and right with them, I knew it was more about skill than caliber. The ammo was in wide supply, too. You could hit dead on with this little rifle, even in a pinch. Sure, I'd still carry a handgun with me for backup, but the back scabbard I tried on made me feel like a badass waiting for a fight. Which I kind of was, or am. At least in my mind, I still consider Lilly the bigger badass. As for me sleeping in the gym, yeah, we could have left the school and found houses in town. That would have given us all the privacy we needed. I thought it was important to build a community of fighters. Sometimes that meant staying as a group, with everyone facing the same uncomfortable inconveniences. If I hadn't learned it before, I sure enough learned it from our trip through the Gulf of Mexico. Facing adversity and dealing with difficult situations as a group tended to bring people together. It also revealed to everyone who you were, how you contributed, how you learned, and it gave people a chance to see how you improved over time. As much as folks around the world like to see the USA as a country full of gun-toting rednecks, I can tell you that if this group was any indication, most Americans hadn't ever seen a gun in person, let alone fired one. So, that's why I'm stretched out on this cot, hiding behind this dangling blanket. Nacogdoche has become a community dog since we got here. There aren't too many canines around, so she's kind of become everybody's dog. She loves Liam, so he tends to claim her as his own, which is fine by me. I still get my share of attention when she's around, and I've always got a head scratch for her. Georgie's hiding in here with me. Recreated a few little privacy squares, so Roxy and Terry are doubling up, too. Same with Lil and Danny. Liam's bunking with Garland, who the kid's really taken to. I think it's because the long-haired blonde dude in the overalls is basically just a kid himself. You awake? Yeah. Hey, Georgie. I know you're breathing. I smiled in the dark. Yeah, wish they had bigger cots. I could use you tucked up against me. You sleep? Yeah, pretty good, actually, I answered. I dreamed like crazy. About what? Indians, zombies, what else? Well, said Georgie, dreams are supposed to be an escape, not just more of the same. It's hard to escape it, darling. Seems like we're all Indians now, crazy as that seems. I've been thinking about it, said Georgie. You know what it means, right? I thought about it there in the dark. You mean that Climbing Fox's curse actually worked, right? Yeah, that, said Georgie. But there are other implications, like what we're up against. What do you mean? I asked. How much of the population do you think is Native American? Shit, I didn't even know I was. I may not be the best person to ask. When you and I went to the library a couple of days ago, I found a book on Native Americans in the States. The book was from 2017. It estimated there were roughly 5 million Native Americans in the country. You think they were counting me? I didn't get to the part where they said how they reached the figure, said Georgie. So, what's the point of this conversation? What is 360 million minus 5 million? I lay there, working over in my head what Georgie was up to. It wasn't the math, that was easy. It was the point. Just a couple seconds later, I realized I didn't much like it. Shit, I said. Yes, shit indeed. We're gonna need more 22s. And more Indians, it seems. You want to try and make one? She laughed. It was a sound I really liked to hear. Rain check. I have to pee. Go with? I'm not letting you go out there alone. Plus, I have to pee, too. For a moment, I thought you were being a chauvinist pig, she said, a smile in her voice. I smiled back, pushing myself up and swinging my feet over the edge of the cot. I placed them flat on the polished wood floor and started to tell her to get ready. To my surprise, I looked up in the gloom of our makeshift tent to see Georgie all dressed and waiting. Grab a gym towel, I said. Let's hike to the stream for a bath. We headed out, now familiar with the pattern of privacy partitions that required we navigate a zigzaggy path through the gymnasium to reach the doors. We nodded to the day guards, which consisted of a 15-year-old girl from the Nacogdoche Tribe named Lona, a senior citizen from Maine named Lenny, and an introverted middle-aged guy named Bill Jeffries. I only knew that because he was the kind of guy who always used his last name in introductions. And he introduced himself to me every single time I saw him. It was always, "Hey, Mr. Baxter, Bill Jeffries." I'd say, "Yeah, Bill, we've met a few times." "I got a face that's easy to forget. At least that's what they tell me." "Yeah, Bill Jeffries," I said. "I remember you from the day we got here, the next day after that, and yesterday, I think. Consider yourself recognizable." "Well, thank you, sir. Do you need anything?" "Nope. You can call me when you need me. I'm up for going out to find that Indian, too." He said it with disdain in his voice. I remember looking at him. "Bill, you realize you're an Indian, right? We all are. It's why we're still alive." "I don't hate Indians. I just hate him. Lost my wife and all my kids." I nodded and squeezed his shoulder as we walked by. I'd heard the story when Bill told it to a group of the newcomers, and it came back to me right then. I'd been eavesdropping, kind of spacing out, really. When he started going through his family's ordeal, I became kind of mesmerized. The night everything started, Bill's adopted daughter changed. She'd been outside when the black rain started, playing tetherball with her sister. Shortly after, she took on a cough. Then the skin on her face became pallid. He'd put her in bed after giving her a baby aspirin. Night fell, and the family went to bed. Little Annie shared a room with her sister, June. June wasn't adopted. She was fine. Bill Jeffries' blood ran through her veins. He didn't understand the importance of that fact until much later. By the time Bill woke up, all 5 of his kids, ranging in age from 6 years to 17, were devouring the man's wife. He'd stood there, mouth open, trying to unravel what he was seeing. When he realized what covered his wife of many decades was oozing blood, he screamed and knocked every one of them off her body. What his eyes fell upon made him vomit. She was nearly a hollow shell. Her chest cavity was empty, and they'd been working their ravenous way toward any remaining flesh and meat. Feeling hands clawing at his back, it didn't take him more than a second to realize the creatures now pushing toward him weren't his children anymore. They didn't speak. They growled. All of their faces and arms had bite marks, tiny ones, Annie-sized. They didn't smile. Ghoulish grimaces with flitting tongues and snapping jaws replaced the faces he once loved. He could only recall staggering backward out of the room toward his garage. He slammed the door and barricaded it. After a day or two, running low on food and water, he'd chanced opening the garage door. It had almost been his last mistake. Crazed neighbors staggered toward the sound, sending Bill running back to the wall to pound the button and bring the door down. It was agonizingly slow. Several creatures reached the garage before it came all the way down, and he kicked at them, trying to keep them at bay. The photo beam was broken by clamoring bodies, and the door reversed, jerking back up, widening the access for the monsters. His eyes searched frantically and fell upon a baseball bat. He grabbed it and swung it with everything he had, beating back the crazies until he had a 15-foot open gap before the next staggering rotter. He ran back to the button and mashed on it. The garage door started its slow trek downward, inch by inch, leaving a smaller and smaller opening. The kids were at the inside door now, drawn by the motor and the garage door noise. They clawed at it from within the house. Bill heard them there, just on the other side of that slab. Eventually, resigned to the notion that he would be going nowhere, he lay on the ground, scooting into the sleeping bag he used when he used to go camping with his family. Bill lay there as the night stretched on and on, listening to the persistent scratching, the horrific guttural keening. The next morning he found the ham radio in a box marked electronics. He took it out, plugged it in. It was how he found Micky Rode. He waited until the road caravan announced its path and decided. He left the next day. He just opened the damn door and charged out, leaving everything behind. He beat the road caravan by almost a full day. When he saw the dust trails in the distance, he cried. He'd felt so alone. Head on in, I'll guard. Where the porta-potty stood was at the end of a football field, which was located right at the north tip of the city, where Main Street dead-ended at a stand of trees that went back farther than I'd cared to investigate. Don't fall asleep, she said. It don't take too long. She disappeared inside, and I watched the green vacant flag become a red occupied flag. I was pretty sure I could beat that latch with a nail file. Being a man, I didn't carry one of those, and I respected my pocket knife's blade too much to use it like that. Hell, I knew she'd let me in if I begged hard enough. Pacing back and forth, I glanced toward the south and saw a kid in a hat that looked like the one David Carradine wore in that old TV series, Kung Fu. Henry, repeating arms, .22 rifle on his shoulder, and he gave me a wave. Them damned Nacogdoche Indians were steady and disciplined. I, for one, was eager for as many of those kids to come to NoCal to find that Indian as wanted to go. If I knew them like I thought I did, they would all volunteer. Georgina came out, smiled, and I fell in beside her, snagging her by the arm. Hey, I said. She looked concerned. What? I didn't hear you flush. Being a lady, I'm hoping you didn't hear more than that. Your kerplops were properly discreet. She shook her head, but I saw the smile. Let's find some of the Nacogdoche kids and start breakfast. Today's going to be a big day on the range. Rode wants to leave on Monday, so we have 3 days. Chapter 2. The Hinamawi Reservation. It took 2 days to completely search the reservation. Since then, Magi and Climbing Fox had gone from 2 fighters to 28. It was not near enough, but with the number of skinwalkers they had picked up along the way, the uninfected numbers could be lower and still take on a larger group of the living. The now skin and mud paste-covered tribe members, moving slowly from a lack of food and water, had been cowering in their homes when they were found, most of them dehydrated and weak. It did not matter. With the mud mixture protecting them from the skinwalkers, Silverbolt was confident they would have the time they needed to regain their strength. Climbing Fox was morose. He didn't speak and hardly helped the others. Silverbolt was sure he was sulking, brooding like a child. The rest of the tribe noticed, too. Many seemed to have come to despise him for his silence and lack of leadership. Magi did not share with the rest of the tribe that he had taken the mantle from Wattana, nor did he tell them the elder had disgraced them by using magic he did not understand, resulting in these consequences that now touched every soul on the entire planet. No. Magi Silverbolt decided he needed to demonstrate his ability to lead the Hinamawan people before letting them catch on that he was already doing it. Some realizations needed to come from within, not without. Wattana was an old man, but he was still quite fit and strong. A couple of times in the beginning when Silverbolt had struck him in anger, he realized he needed to be at the ready in case the elder struck back. Magi knew that Climbing Fox did not like to be told what to do, and he had no way of knowing how Wattana would respond to physical violence against him. But the old shaman seemed to understand and accept that Silverbolt led them now. And as much as Magi still blamed him for Anjani Dancing Rain's death, it was clear the people still believed it was Wattana who led them, even if he was mostly silent, and harbored several bruises on his face. Also with them, shambling along behind and beside them, were at least 200 skinwalkers. They kept the slow pace, ignoring the coated humanity walking alongside them. The walkers were comprised of many from outside the reservation. The guard gate had been compromised early on, so shamblers had been staggering past the small shacks into the community. There were also many of the gray-skinned men and women with bite marks crowding together. The smell worsened each and every day, as it became clear they were continuing to rot despite their ability to move.
"They push too close," muttered Wattana. "I cannot breathe."
Silverbolt, walking at the head of their group, turned to glare at him. Wattana glared back, but said nothing. Magi did not like it when others spoke out loud. He wasn't certain if the skinwalkers would begin to understand the sounds meant that someone wasn't like them. Once one figured it out, how many might eventually understand? He was not yet certain how they functioned or how their dead brains worked. Magi feared that, like babies, over time they would learn more of their own capabilities. God, he hoped they were born with all they had. The ancient text gave no information on the things created by the mystical, horrible words that changed the world. The words Wattana had spoken that fateful night were the tool, not the manual. Trial and error. Silverbolt mused at the words. The old method of learning things. Trial, error. Reverse them and get what had begun it all. Climbing Fox Wattana's error began the trial of all humankind. Without a word, Magi turned and started up a sidewalk toward a house. He reached the door and turned the knob, pushing it inward. Wattana had moved to the position directly behind him. It was at Magi's insistence. He would not turn and run away. He had not told the former chief what the paste consisted of, therefore he could not recreate it. He could not leave and remain safe. Magi had a feeling Wattana realized he was at his mercy. The living humans behind Wattana all pushed through the door. When they were almost all inside, Magi shoved his way through the crowd to the door, knocking the skinwalkers backward, causing them to stagger and stumble into one another long enough for him to close the door. Turning, he said, "Find a place to stretch out and rest. We are almost done here. I realize the day is not yet halfway through, but many of you are too weak to carry on."
"Carry on where?" asked Wattana. "We have gathered all the survivors here. We are outnumbered 15 to 1 by those creatures. Do you really think we can keep them at bay forever?"
"Yeah, with my pace, yes," said Magi. "Of course. But I will warn you now that if you try to poison their hopes by denigrating me, I will kill you. This fight is bigger than you or me or even our tribe." "Where do we go next?" "We seek more of our own." "Our own what? The living?" "Your spell, or curse, or whatever it was. Its translation said that those with the blood of the land would not change." Wattana nodded. "Yes, I took it to mean those with native blood would not change. But there are many out there I once knew who are now skinwalkers." Magi Silverbolt furrowed his brow. "No, you were right. If you look at them, really look at them, you will see that each of them was bitten. It was not your magic that changed them. It was the infection from a bite." Wattana's eyes became far away, and he appeared to be considering the younger Indian's words. He nodded and looked at Magi. "That rings true. If it is not disproved, we will be safe. When do we require a recoating of the mud?" Silverbolt looked down at the igloo, which they had assigned one of the stronger young men to carry. He shook his head. "I don't know yet. I know how to make more, though, so we should use it liberally. I don't want a feeding frenzy tearing us apart before we even gather our army." "And this army," said Wattana. "Who is it to fight? Who are we to fight?" Magi stared at Wattana. "Haven't you understood anything we've done? Why I don't care if the skinwalkers follow? Why I encourage it?" "We are one thin layer away from being sustenance for them," reasoned Wattana. "If anything changes, we will all die." He whispered this last part. "As much as I would like to tell you to forge out on your own, something within me will not allow it. And as much as I believe there is nothing you can do to reverse this evil you've unleashed, I am not yet fully convinced. That's the only reason I didn't just leave you behind and let the white men kill you." "They are, all of them, our people. Not Hinamawan, but Cherokee, Hopi, Sioux, and Apache. They are Miwok and Wintoon and Kawia. So it goes for those now hunting me." Magi thought about Wattana's words for a moment. The old man was right. Whoever was out there, by decree of the words Wattana had spoken by the fire that night, was one of them, a native of this land. He looked at Wattana. "It does not mean you have a kinship with them. You killed many they loved. They may not wish to kill you, though they might do it without blinking if they discover you can do nothing to reverse what you've done." Wattana suddenly looked very tired. His legs seemed to buckle beneath him, and he steadied himself on the wall of the hallway. He slid down and sat. "Are you all right?" Wattana nodded. "I need rest. I will be ready to do whatever you say tomorrow." "You will rise early and study the texts again," said Magi. "You must not give up. I will sit up with the book tonight, try to translate more into English." Wattana nodded, his eyes closed. The others had also settled down, exhausted. Magi did not insist on a bed. Instead, he went to a small wooden chair, pulled it out, and sat at the faded kitchen table. He turned on the light, almost surprised it was still working, and began to scratch his translations into the margin of the old book. Little by little, step by step. It would either lead them to safety, or it would lead them nowhere. Either way, there would be battles ahead. Even with the massive horde of the undead skinwalkers, he needed weapons and ammunition. The other side would surely have more than their share. 2 or 3 days turned into too many weeks, but at least they were productive weeks. The city of Lebanon, Kansas, had become our entire world, along with the small towns and cities around it. The west side of the football field became the firing range, with a host of targets set up on the east side. Measured lines were painted on the grass so shooters knew how far they were from their targets, and we got busy making sure anyone who said they were willing to fight actually could. A small house with little furniture in it was staged as an active shooter training house. It had been Carla Solis's idea, the matriarch of the Nacogdoche Tribe. It turns out she had a mechanical engineering degree with a good bit of experience. When I told her about Garland's gator harness, she got on him right away, bringing him in on the design and fabrication of the targets. They utilized a series of wind-up spring mechanisms and some solenoids, motion detectors, and relays that ran off batteries recharged by solar panels mounted on the roof. They used all this technology and expertise to create an interactive zombie house. As you entered each room, one or more zombies or uninfected people popped up in front of you. If the person was pointing a gun, the object was still to shoot to kill. If it was a zombie, absolutely. Only headshots would take it down, and if you didn't hit it, it would slide forward on a track, fast. Just as an aside, let me tell you that aspect of the design was exhilarating. It worked like a charm, and it really simulated the pressure of a real zombie heading straight for you. But sometimes the gun was a broom, or instead of a .45 automatic in their hands, it was maybe a cup of coffee or a ball cap. Man, I had a good time in there. Me and Danny'd go against one another, and that bastard always won. There were other, more harrowing tests, though. It was dangerous but necessary, in Micky Rode's opinion, and I tended to agree. There's nothing like encountering a zombie in the wild to really get your juices flowing and your senses tuned. It's way different than a plywood pop-up, and there was always the chance you'd come across uninfecteds, too. It was coming up on 2 months since the start of this mess, and I was getting antsy to leave on our search for the Indian Shelman. Georgie was on board, but Terry and Roxy said they wanted to stay back in Lebanon if that was okay. They promised to look after Liam, who had gotten very close to Garland, but still seemed to look at all of us as his family. Georgie was okay with Roxy and Terry staying behind, not only because of Liam, but because it just seemed safer to stay behind. We were heading into the unknown. There was one condition, though. Georgie was adamant that if her daughter was going to sit it out, she had to take over Carla's training sessions. It seemed like a good arrangement. Carla and Jimmy were joining our posse to find Wattana, and where they went, the kids followed, minus a few. The Nacogdoche elders had agreed to let a team of 8 kids remain in Lebanon. I could tell the kids who had to stay weren't all too happy about it. I was there when Jimmy told them, writing either attack or defend on slips of paper and letting each draw one out of a hat. He then started at the beginning of the line of kids, having them unfold their assignments. When it was over, looking at the excited and depressed faces, I said, "Give me a sec, would you?" All their faces turned up from the papers they held, attentive and listening. Okay, I know some of y'all ain't too happy right now, but I am, and let me tell you why. Every one of you is perfectly capable of contributing to the mission we're about to take on. Young as some of you are, I've never seen any hesitation to do what's needed, and I've never detected an ounce of panic in your faces. Now, that might have made me kind of sad before all this. You're kids, and I've always believed that kids should be allowed to be kids. Those of you who won't be traveling with us, just know we're relying on you to keep everyone else here safe. Your value is equal to those taken to the road. Know that. Last thing. My sister Lilly has a belief that everything happens for a reason. I disagree with her a lot, but with that, she'll get no argument from me. There's an old saying that when one door closes, another opens. You staying here is that open door. It's how it was meant to be. You are doing the job that fate assigned you to do. If Lily's right, we're all going to be fine. Jimmy looked at me and nodded. He stepped forward, facing the kids who all sat cross-legged in front of us. Youth of the Nacogdoche Tribe, you now have your assigned duties. Those of you coming with us will need to be strong and fit, both in mind and body. Begin regular jogs around the track to build your stamina. Until we leave, get out on the shooting range every day, or fine-tune your skills in the active shooter house. If we all do this, we will still be alive when it's all over. Every head nodded. None of their eyes held regret or sadness, and I was duly impressed. These kids were greater warriors than I was, and far greater than half the current population of Lebanon, Kansas. Now, while we seemed to have stalled out in Lebanon, Kansas for a while, there were good reasons for it. We had to be ready. There were way too many dead out there to think it would be any kind of cakewalk. That said, I need to recall a training and supply trip we took a ways north to Red Cloud, Nebraska. Red Cloud sounded to me like a town that might have a heavy Native American population, but at the same time I doubted Indians pore over maps looking for towns with names they might give to their newborn sons. Still, it probably wasn't a good idea to head into any strange town with guns ablazing. Until we learned more about what kind of survivors were there, we'd go in stealth and ramp up our aggression as the situation became clearer. Lots of folks wanted to come along, but I was focused on those who weren't quite up to snuff, so we agreed the Nacogdoche kids and elders would stay behind, except for Jimmy. Carla was running the active shooter house, so she was content to help folks learn their skills there. On our list was to hit the gun shops in Red Cloud first, grab all the guns and ammo we could, and then use some of it on the just over 1,000 folks that once lived there. It was the best kind of interactive zombie fighting training you could get. Before we get into what happened on our trip to find Climbing Fox Wattana of the Hintoka Indian Tribe, here's the tale of the Red Cloud Supply Run. Chapter 4. Red Cloud, Nebraska. After our stop to reload and make sure any weapons that jammed or otherwise malfunctioned were replaced with good working guns from our surplus, we arrived at the sign that said, "Welcome to Red Cloud." Now, right after that, we came to a light green truss bridge spanning the Slate River. It had apparently been this town's Hamburger Hill. The 100 or so emaciated bodies were strewn everywhere. Brown, wrinkled skin stretched over arms, legs, and faces. The mouths opened in silent, permanent screams with white teeth forever exposed. Some hung over the side trusses. Others lay in the center of the road. The tumbleweaves were there, too, clinging to whatever they could. There were vehicles parked like a barrier on the Red Cloud side of the bridge. It looked like the townspeople had tried to use it as their battle bottleneck, but it was clear that the dead had no problem at all slogging across the muddy ground beneath it, the river just a meager stream in places. The hundreds of sunken footholds were visible from above. They'd apparently been overrun and overtaken. I wondered how many of the ones we'd fought a few miles back were part of the group that destroyed the fighters of Red Cloud. Lil, Danny, let's grab the portable starter and see if we can move those vehicles out of the way. Bring a pistol. Micky, can you put together a crew to clear the bones away? Yeah, you got it, said Micky. Had a few elbows shattered just right to poke through sidewalls. Words you used to never say or hear, I said with a nod and a smile. We got our guns and gloves, each slinging a .22 rifle over our shoulders, too. We stepped over the bodies as we worked our way across the bridge. Man, said Danny. Yeah, bridge must have been built 100 years ago. Sure don't build shit like this anymore. Yeah, nobody building any shit anymore as far as I know, I said. You don't know, said Lilly. Maybe in Australia they're all just fine, laughing at what happened to the rest of the world. We both just looked at her. Neither of us asked where that came from. We reached the other end. One of the trucks was a pretty nice Chevy Avalanche. The door was open, so the battery was definitely dead. I just hoped it had some fuel in it when it was parked. I got this one. Here, I said, holding out my hand. Danny passed me the portable booster. The other two were both Toyotas and apparently were delivery trucks from the town's auto parts store. Just as I noticed it, Lilly said, We need to add the parts store onto the list. Danny, maybe hit that store and grab fan belts, hoses, tire patch kits, stuff like that. Yeah, damn good idea, Lil, he said. Definitely worth a stop. I got the hood up and the cable connected. After powering up the booster for a minute or two, I got inside the truck. 2 winding moans, and the engine kicked in. Yeah, good, I called over the sound, looking down at the fuel gauge. Half a tank. Lilly came over and disconnected the booster as Danny turned the key on one of the other pickups and got a very low click. In another 5 minutes, all 3 vehicles were running. We pulled them off the road and left them running while we got up on the bridge to help with the body disposal. Finally, on the other side of the bridge, and already tired as hell from our ordeal, I think everybody got a second wind while we hydrated and scanned the distant town of Red Cloud. "The radio's on 19, everyone," I said. "I'll be in range for a bit, but it won't be long you'll be on your own." "Stick together," said Danny. "If you do split up, do it in groups of 3. That way you got eyes in front, eyes on your 6, and one head on a swivel." "Good advice," said Lilly. Safety in numbers.
You only agree with him 'cause he's your dang boyfriend, I said.
Yeah, and half the time I only let you have your way 'cause you're my big brother.
Micky held up his hand. Okay, everyone, I have a question. Everyone just looked at him. Well, shoot, said Danny. The population of Red Cloud may not be anything like it was, but we already found out that taking on a couple of hundred zombies is a lot. I'm in perfect agreement so far, I said. Micky smiled at me.
Well, good, Cole. So it goes without saying that 500 coming at us would be insurmountable. Well, don't wander too far from your vehicles, and have the keys to the truck in the pocket of your best runner. Damned good point, said Lilly. If you find yourself cornered, get on that radio fast and fire a flare straight up.
Let me amend that to call out and fire the flare if you even suspect you're starting to get cornered, I said. Everyone, have one person outside, too. If we miss the launch point of the flare and it goes sideways, you might not get found. That's another thing we learned from the Nacogdoche Tribe. Their groups all carried flare guns, and when a group went out, 4 people back at their base remained on flare watch, fueled up trucks ready. All 4 directions of the compass were covered, no matter which way the group went. At first, it didn't seem to make much sense to me. They explained that people fleeing danger can take unexpected turns and end up far from where they were supposed to be, hence the wide view approach. They'd never lost anyone, so I wasn't judging their methods, just so that's clear. Garland to my right, I cranked it around and headed back down the same highway we'd come up. I motioned for everyone in back to sit their asses down, then I floored the pedal of that Toyota and found out what that engine was worth. Turns out it was worth a lot. Interstate 281 was as straight as a ruler, and we knew we could get through from the trip up. There wouldn't be many surprises since we'd come north less than a couple hours before. You might want to slow it down a little bit there, said Garland, whose knuckles were white from gripping the grab handle. I glanced in the rear view and saw smiling faces behind me, all of them swinging side to side on their support poles, seeming to enjoy the ride. We're good. Tough bunch back there. You looking for anything special? Welder, he said. Even a small one'll do. Maybe if we come across a Tractor Supply or something. You got something in mind? I asked. Yeah, I do. Mostly for these pick-em-ups. Go on. You know them scoopy things on the front of trains? Old trains, at least? Yeah, diverters of some kind, I said. I know what you mean, though. Should be pretty easy to fabricate, but the weight might be a problem. Gotta be strong, he said. Got the idea from that truss bridge back there. Triangles make for strong braces. Learned that in welding school. You know the reasoning behind that? It's something about the symmetry creating its own support. Larger triangles, thicker material. You know how you can hold an egg in your hand from end to end and squeeze it and it won't break? I stared at him and shook my head. Never tried it. It works. Same concept, I guess. Hold the egg sideways in your hand and it'll break like an egg. Weak material super strong in a particular configuration. I stared at the road, noticed I'd slowed down to 70 miles an hour, so pushed down on the pedal to bring us back to 75. Then I turned to glance at Garland Hunter. You chop off some of that dumbass in you when you got rid of that mullet? It weren't a fucking mullet, he said, throwing a punch to my arm. It was just long hair. Ow, I said. Screw you, Joe Dirt. Pussy, he laughed, turning back in his seat. We there yet? GPS says we're 10 minutes out. We drove in silence for a bit. The people in the back of our truck were all male, but before you start calling me a dang sexist, know that I picked 2 women, but both of them wanted to go with Lilly. So, we had Brandon Young, who was a 15-year-old Nacogdoche badass with a little bit of a nerves problem. He was a crack shot and a genius with a baseball bat, but come up behind him and give him a shove and a boo, and that kid wouldn't be worth shit for an hour. He got rattled and stayed rattled. I planned to mess with him a bit, maybe startle him now and then in safe places so he'd be less jumpy out on the road. I scare that boy enough, nothing'll scare his ass anymore. Okay, that's my philosophy, but I'm no philosopher, and I could be dead wrong. Still, it sounds like fun, right? Next, we had a 20-something-year-old guy they picked up on the caravan named Stu Morgan. Stu first walked up to me the day after we got to Lebanon. I was drinking a warm Coke, and he just ambled up, his long brown hair draped over his shoulders, flannel shirt opened up with a T-shirt under it. He wore tattered jeans and flip-flops, and I'm pretty sure the earring made out of feathers was also a roach clip. I did love my throwbacks to the 70s. Even if I wasn't around then, I practically heard Led Zeppelin jamming whenever I saw him. Stu's first words to me were, "That chick your sister?" I looked at him, then really looked at him and smiled. "Yeah." I held out my hand. "Cole Baxter. I'm Stuart Morgan, but everyone calls me Stu." "So she is, huh? She's hot, dude." "Yeah, and she's taken by that guy right there." I pointed at Danny. "He's a nice guy, but if you want her, you're going to have to convince her and him." Stu stared, playing with the feather roach clip earring. "Guy works out, right?" "Dude's been ripped since middle school," I said. After quite a long time, his eyebrows shot upward, and he shrugged. "I'll just wait until they break up. I'm no homewrecker." "Yeah, probably smart. Where'd you come from, Stu?" "Gadsden, Alabama." "I passed through there once." "Yeah, best way to see it." "Born there?" He nodded. "Yep, never going back." He pulled out a joint, put it between his lips, and lit it. I thought it might be a hand-rolled cigarette, but when he lit it, I knew better. After he took 2 quick hits, he passed it to me, and I took it. I'm still not sure why, but I cupped it and looked around before taking a hit. "Got a pound of that shit in my storage car," he said. "Storage car?" "Yeah, I found it in town. An old Chevy Corvair, more rust than metal. Opened the trunk and found a duffel. This weed was in the duffel, all sealed up tight in thick plastic wrap." "I'd love to know the story behind that," I said, holding my hit. I later learned that Stu found the weed calmed him. He'd been a mess without it, and he shared with me that just knowing he had it in his pocket was enough to help him through some tough, scary times. We all have our security blankets. His was the only one I thought I might like to use once in a while. I wondered if it might be good for Brandon, but hell if I was going to be the adult to recommend a 15-year-old smoke weed. Like he hadn't already. Anyway, back on track. I was telling you about the others in our truck. The oldest was Sam Greer. He was a gray-haired dude of about 64 years with a beard to be proud of, a pot-belly, suspenders, and tan suede work boots that were probably all he ever wore. He wore flannel shirts like Stu, but for him it wasn't to be 70s cool. It was a second skin. He said he was a farmer in his past life, growing potatoes in Idaho. He could shoot that .22 rifle so fast it sounded like a string of firecrackers going off. Accurate as hell. Now, his only problem was an addiction to cigarettes that had him lighting one almost as soon as the last one was out. He sat alone a lot. I smoked with him on occasion, which is how I found out he had to kill his own wife. His daughter had moved up to Washington State years before, having fallen in love with Seattle when he'd sent her there for college. She just never came back. Cindy, I think he said her name was. After he killed his wife, he left that house as fast as he could. No matter whether he had to or not, he just couldn't face his little girl knowing what he did. He just wouldn't have known how to tell her what he'd done and how to explain that he didn't have a choice. Sam said it was hard enough justifying it to himself, much less his daughter. There was another thing. He said he left because he just didn't want to know if she never came back. He'd rather think she was still alive out there somewhere than staying home and just knowing she never got back there. I didn't know about his logic. That was his thing. I did know. I was happy to have him with us. Last in our group was a quiet younger man who I thought was Nacogdoche at first. Turns out he was a Mexican dude who went by the name Fuego. He wasn't the only person in our group who spoke Spanish, but I considered all of them a commodity. His name translates to fire in English. With the southern border probably more porous than ever now, we might need negotiating skills if we encountered what we used to call bandidos in the old days. Fuego wouldn't tell me his real name. He said he turned to fire the minute the dead started walking, and he intended to burn all the dead, one by one. I didn't argue. He was always first to get in line when it came time for any kind of training or work project. He gave as much as he took, and in a world like the one in which we now lived, that's all you can ask of a person. Fuego was about 5 feet 7 inches tall, and of an indistinguishable age, as many Indian and Mexican people seemed to be. If I tried to guess his years, I'd probably be off by 10, either high or low. You know the type. Fuego seemed to be losing weight by the day. Fat, that is. He was gaining muscle, no doubt. I don't think I'd ever seen anyone as serious as he was about everything he did. When he wasn't working with us on a project or doing defensive and offensive training, he was lifting these plastic jugs filled with concrete. He'd take off his shirt, sit on the ground, and just stare at his muscles while he did curl after curl with those jugs. 2 days after I saw him doing that, I drove down to the small local gym and got the guy some dumbbells. He'd been a fast friend ever since. I'm not ever going to complain about having fire on my side. Still, I would have liked to see the guy the day the world changed. I bet dollars to donuts he was big-time fat and soft. Proof that no matter what you've heard, leopards can change their spots. Fuego is a force of nature, and another member of our team I'm proud to call a friend. I slowed the truck and Garland pointed. Dead, right there. I nodded. I'd seen them. It's not like they were hiding. In a world that's mostly silent except for guttural choking sounds, dead feet slapping the ground, and teeth masticating raw meat, engines were a sound that got their attention. Yeah, bats for now, I said. Garland didn't need further instructions. He leaned into the storage area behind the seats where we had more bats stored inside the pickup and grabbed himself one. Sliding the rear windows open, he said, Hey, silent mode. I watched in the rear view as Brandon, Stu, Sam, and Fuego grabbed their bats from the storage clips and prepared to bash some heads in. I'm a purist, said Garland. I looked between his legs where he held his bat. Excuse me, but that's no Louisville Slugger. No, but it's a DSB. A DSB? Yep, Dirty South bats. Composite material you can't break. Made in Georgia, USA. Ain't gonna get more American than that. What's that one called? I could see some cool printing on it, but it was blocked by his legs. He held it up. Texas Big. I nodded. Nice. So get out and do some damage. They're within strolling distance now. He shook his head. I'll wait my turn. You know Fuego's gonna want these guys. With that, he turned, reached back, and tapped the open window with his bat. Fuego, start us off. Garland had a way of saying Fuego that gave it 3 syllables. Fuego is about right, phonetically. No matter how you say it, he was out before I had time to stop. He hit the ground in a fast walk as I eased to a stop. The bat over his right shoulder, he practically marched toward the 3 rotters that had now become 4. He reached them, brought the bat up, and swung in a flat horizontal sweep. The first one's head broke in 2. It was a super thin skeleton-looking thing that went down like a house of cards. With a quick jab into the next one's chin, its neck ripped open as it fell backward. Now, I guess Fuego had made some pact with himself he'd never swing the same twice in a row, because the next deadhead got it right on the top of the noggin, driving it straight down between its shoulders until it looked like Beetlejuice after 1 or 2 of his exploits. With the last one, Fuego did some crazy little wind-up, twirling the bat 3 times, then blasting it in the chin with an uppercut motion. And 4 down. He turned, and I could see the slight smile from 15 feet away. That was a mini workout. I accelerated toward him to save him some steps. We proceeded into town. Fuego was apparently on fire. As I drove, I hoped like hell Lilly, who was in close enough proximity to everyone else, would keep in radio contact with the others. I figured she'd talk to Danny regularly, but Micky needed to know we were here for him, too. I can't imagine being the one to set all this up. I figure the burden on him during his trip across the country had to be extreme. He'd pulled all these people with him, pretty much because he was the only game in town. I know for a fact that sometimes the only game in town is crooked, and those who took a chance on the dude got lucky. We're hitting the gun shop first, right? Asked Garland. Yeah, I said, checking out a small airport on the left. No planes were parked outside, but I saw a couple of buildings on the east side of the airport that looked like small plane hangars. I made a mental note. I'd much rather fly my ass to California, and while I'd just thought of it, I didn't plan on abandoning that dream until somebody told me to get my head in the game and out of the clouds. More farmland, then a small building on the left with a sign out front that said flea market. Judging from the size of the property, it was the smallest flea market in the county. Poorly attended these days. Just past the flea market was a small overgrown ranch. The grass blew in the breeze, lazily swaying back and forth. The house behind it was small and nice looking, and I wished like hell the nice folks who lived there still were. Nice, I mean. Unless they were Indians. It wasn't likely they'd be alive. We passed 2 dead horses next, not side by side, but separated by about a quarter mile. Both looked to have been emaciated by the time they died. It was hard to judge because their bellies were both torn open, and I could see where something, or someone, had feasted, cleaning out their insides, but good. I just wanted to get back to Lebanon, to the little ranch house a block south of the gymnasium where most of the town still hunkered down, or on the road to California, anywhere but staring into the hollow cavern of a dead horse's stomach. This dead world was starting to bring me down. Jesus, Garland, how much outskirts is there in this fucking town? Here's a dang sign now, said Garland, pointing. Smith Center city limit. That's all it said. Not even a population 22. Well, shit, I said. Smith County Memorial Hospital right here. I drove on by but made a mental note to let Georgie know. It was a single-level building and brick. The grass had grown up around it, but none of the doors or windows were broken, and it might have a good stock of necessities. Probably more than a few zombies, too. We drove another half-mile when Brandon leaned into the window and said, I think we hit downtown. Yeah, it looks like it, I said. Garland, liquor, brother. You liquor, you brought her. Yeah, never gets old, I said. But seriously. I got you. Jesus, Mexican food, I said as we passed a restaurant called Las Canteras. Now, I have no idea how good Mexican would be in rural Kansas, but I was tempted to get in there and grab some canned refries, assuming that's how they made 'em in Kansas. Fuck it, that's what I did. Maybe they'd have some canned tamales, too. What you doing? Asked Garland. Refries and tamales. You didn't get enough of them tamales on that dang boat? He asked. Huh, I said, remembering. To be honest, I guess not. I totally forgot about them until you said that. I grabbed my .22 rifle and got out. I cocked it immediately, so I was ready for action. Well, what do you know? Said Sam Greer. Damn Shalitos is right here. Did you know that? I looked next door to the Mexican place. Shalito's Gun Shop was painted in big, bold lettering on the door. To tell you the truth, my mind was on Mexican food, but that's got to be a sign, I said. What say we all hit the gun shop first? The 6 of us each grabbed an empty duffel from a storage panel cut into the side of the pickup truck bed. Tossing them over our shoulders, we made our way to the building. Shalito's was on the corner of the main street and a small side street. As we made our way around the perimeter of the building, we noticed a security back door accessible only from a small alley back in the rear of the building. I reached it first and looked down. Lock's busted, I said. The metal jamb was practically split, pushed inward, likely with a good kick. I was sure we'd walk into that store and find a whole bunch of nothing. I turned. Rifles ready, I said, just like the mock-up. I was talking about the obstacle house back in Lebanon, except this one was real. Brandon, you want to take lead? He glanced at anyone else, to see if someone looked disappointed. Nobody did, so he looked at me and nodded. With a quick swipe of his brown hair from his eyes, he said, Open it. While it was kicked inward, it was a pull, so I pulled it hard and fast. The zombie that came barreling out of there had to have been waiting just inside. The second daylight hit that half-peeled-off face, he was a foot from Brandon. The stock against his shoulder, Brandon didn't pause a split second. It was like he'd done it 1,000 times. The shot was fired and the rodder was down. No hesitation. Nice, said Fuego. Good job, B-Dog. I looked at him. B-Dog? We all need nicknames. What am I? Jefe. That means boss, right? Fuego nodded. I shrugged. Back up, boys. I guess I was the Hefe because they all did. I looked at my watch. What are we? I held up one finger, interrupting him. Another deadhead came staggering out of the back of the gun shop. I got this one, said Stu, raising his .22. He stepped forward, pushing the barrel against the forehead of the bald, overall-wearing freak, and fired a single round between his eyes. Bloody lines shot through the yellowed whites, and the grayish cataract pupils rolled back for the last time as he collapsed to the concrete sidewalk. Fuego started to walk in. Give it a minute, I said, holding up an arm to stop him. Sure enough, in about a quarter of a minute, a skinny woman came stumbling out, head down, immediately tripping over the two bodies on the floor and doing a nice face plant. This shit is like shooting fish in a barrel, said Stu, putting the barrel against the back of her head. Hold on, I shouted. He looked up at me. What? I stared at her for a second while 5 of 6 guns were trained on the back of her head. Avert the damn barrels, I said. I leaned down and put my hand on the woman's back. She wore a sheer blouse that looked like it had been sweat-soaked and dried about 100 times. Her back was warm. What's up, boss? She's alive, that's what's up, I said. She's warm. Ma'am? I rubbed her back softly. She moaned but didn't stir. Give me a hand, Garland, I said. He slung his rifle onto his back and leaned down to help me. Let's get her off these stinky bastards. Together, we lifted her and dragged her toward the street by her upper body, her boot-clad feet trailing. Deadhead, 12 o'clock, said Sam. I got it. He walked forward and raised his rifle, showing me that 12 o'clock was whatever direction he was facing. When he pulled the trigger, the woman below me gave a sharp twitch. It's okay, ma'am, I whispered. You're safe now. She didn't agree or disagree. Garland, let's get her over in front of the shop and away from all this commotion. Get her some water. She's got to be dehydrated. This time we put our guns on the ground and both reached down, lifting her under the arms. We raised her up about 3 feet. She was nearly as emaciated as the horses had been, but a lot lighter, and carried her to the front of the building, resting her back against the wall near the front door. Finally, she raised her head and opened her eyes. Barely. Her eyes moved back and forth like she was looking for that water. Hold on. I went to the truck and grabbed a canteen. Carrying it back as I unscrewed the cap, I reached her and knelt beside her. Here, drink slow. Her hands shook as they clutched the canteen. Her hair was dark, streaked with just a touch of gray, and fell down over her shoulders. She paused, lowering the canteen, then breathed deeply 4 times. Raising the canteen again, she drank in earnest. I suppose she figured she'd exercised enough restraint. I get it, but you'll throw it up and defeat the purpose. I'm Cole Baxter. This here is Garland Hunter. And you are? She leaned back and closed her eyes, the canteen about to slip from her fingers. I reached for it, but Garland got it first, taking it and recapping it. Eileen Plover, she breathed. How long you been in that gun shop, Eileen? I asked. Has to be a week. Her voice held no accent, like she was from Omaha or something. She could have been from anywhere. Why didn't they come after you inside? I asked. I was locked in the back office, she said. Thank God for Chex Mix. The only one I was able to kill had a party-sized bag in his desk. Was he in there with you? I asked. She nodded. Yes, but not dead at first. He was okay. He never told me he was bitten when I finally broke through the door lock and managed to get inside. I nodded. You? She looked up at me, her blue eyes tired but intense. What? Were you bit? She shook her head this time. No, and you can check me out if you like. I lost my modesty with my will to live. I looked at her, then reached out and squeezed her shoulder softly. Hopefully you'll grow it back. Just a quick scan of your arms and legs will do for now. Think you can stand up? If I don't have to step over a pebble or a worm, I can probably even walk, she said, a slight smile on her lips. Her face was dirty, like she'd just spent a week on Naked and Afraid. I nodded to Garland. We're going to get you in the truck, I said. You get shotgun. We stood her up and supported her as we made our way over to the Toyota. Once we had her deposited in the front seat, I said, Hey, Brandon, stay with her, would you? I saw a flash of disappointment cross his eyes, but he said, Sure, and ran over. Yeah, grab her an energy bar or something, I added. I'm Brandon, he said, digging in a bag. I didn't catch your name before. Eileen, she said, smiling a tired smile. Nice to meet you. I'm glad you're alive. I wondered how in the heck she'd been locked up in a gun shop for a week and hadn't managed to secure a weapon and head out for supplies. Not everyone was cut out for this new harsh world we found ourselves in. Eileen was a prime example of that, it seemed. Chapter 5. Hintoka Indian Reservation. How many are we? Asked Silverbolt. They had decided to use the local banquet hall to set up in, as there were working restrooms, a good generator should it be needed, and a stock of cots there for disaster situations. The building was constructed to be the shelter should anything catastrophic occur, such as a strong earthquake or other natural disaster. It was built from solid tilt-up slabs, and the entire building was created over rubber rollers so it would move with the earth rather than crumble. There were 500 cots, most of which the town elders had thought was a waste of money, but Standing Rock had insisted. 2 men's restrooms and 2 women's restrooms, both with 4 showers each. There was also a good-sized kitchen in the back left corner, with multiple refrigerators and 2 large chest freezers, all already stocked. Our late chief was far wiser than anyone knew, thought Silverbolt, before the answer to his question came. Tommy Rivers ran up to him. I count 145, he said, winded. How many of us were there to start? It was not mine to know, said Magi. What matters is how strong we are now. What are we going to do? Asked Tommy. If what you said is true, is that enough? Many are women and children. They will not fight. Tommy was 20 years old. His hair was shiny and black, hanging down to the middle of his back. He always kept it in a ponytail, as it was now. He'd lived with his grandmother since his parents died when he was 5, the victims of a tragic fire that the boy had caused. Tommy had been playing with bits of paper, sticking them into the wall furnace. When he saw the flame flickering inside the wall next to the heater, he ignored it and went to bed. He awoke to distant screams, voices calling his name. He found he could not breathe. When he pulled open his door, the hallway outside was engulfed in flames. Tommy opened the window and jumped out, running into the street in time to watch the home become a yellow-orange fireball. Both of his parents perished in the flames. He'd shared the story with Silverbolt when he was 16 years old. It was the first time he'd told anyone, for fear he would be sent away or shunned. Tommy said it was the only thing he remembered from that age or before. It still kept him awake at night. Magi never told anyone. He liked Tommy, and nobody needed to look at him like he was a psycho or a pyromaniac. I share your concerns, Tommy. We must contact the nearby reservations and share what we have learned. Ask them to join with us to fight the aggressors who make their way here now. Well, how? Either with our shortwave radio or a journey to their reservations. But, Magi, how will we survive out there? Asked Tommy. The mud paste I've created? We must build an army of the living and the dead. But with our radio— The dead? Interrupted Tommy. But, Magi, is it safe? It's safe enough, screamed Magi, fed up with his underlings' questions. Now go and find Tika and help the others set up the cots and collect bedding. Tommy stared at him for a long moment, his brown eyes troubled. He nodded and walked away. Silverbolt walked over to the tub of skin mud he had made. Opening the lid, he saw it was now only a third full. He would need more. In reality, he did not know how safe they would be fighting alongside the skinwalkers, even with the paste. He had believed them to be mythical creatures. But the book from which the incantation was read was of unknown age. Older than a century, no doubt, probably even more ancient. Magi Silverbolt believed it was possible the incantation read by Climbing Fox at the ceremony
had been performed in some capacity when the book was young, perhaps even before its existence. The story of the skinwalkers was not just an age-old tale once told around bonfires to frighten children into good behavior. The myth that was not a myth. He shook it off. If he thought about the odds against them too long, it might tear down what little confidence he had. For now, Magi needed a shower. The mud had grown more rancid as time passed, and the ground-up skinwalker flesh within the mixture clearly began deteriorating further, causing the stink. With a sigh, he made the rounds of the doors, making sure they were latched. Before walking to the restrooms to get into the shower, he stopped at the front of the room, where an elevated stage was constructed for the entertainment they would often have during weddings and other special events. The power was still on. No need for the generator yet. The grid that fed the reservation was connected to a large hospital with a trauma center just 3 miles west of the res. When power interruptions came, they were always brief. He hoped the backups had backups. Once they went on generator power, the underground propane tanks would likely be gone long before they were ready to face their attackers. Walking to the microphone, he removed it from the stand and turned it on. "May I have your attention, please?" he asked. All faces turned toward him, eyes hopeful that with a word he would solve all of their problems. "Climbing Fox is no longer your chief," he began. "He killed Anjani Dancing Rain. He let the skinwalkers take her and did nothing to help her. He would do the same to any of you. He is not worthy of your respect." "Did he cause all this?" called out a man whose voice Magi did not recognize. Magi nodded. "Yes, with his ill-fated curse he has changed many into skinwalkers. The black rain began the transformation, but with the mud I have created we now have a new mission." "We are beside you, Magi Silverbolt," another woman called. Most of them had heard the whispers about those coming to find Climbing Fox Wattana. And if someone else made the decisions and developed a plan for them, it saved them the strategizing and worry involved in doing so themselves. They were quick to follow another leader. Magi shook his head. "Do not be so quick to stand by me. I do not even know if we will survive. I only know that with the skin paste, we can walk among the creatures safely. Since they attack the living, their numbers may be enough to give us the advantage." Murmurs came from the crowd, but they were not content. The sound was of people talking in low tones to one another, perhaps discussing the validity of what he would say next. "An army is making its way toward us," he said. "I have heard them talking on the shortwave radio. They believe Climbing Fox caused the black rain, and rightfully so. They are coming here to make him reverse the plague he has set upon humanity." "Can it be reversed?" a woman called. "You have seen the skinwalkers," said Silverbolt. "They are dead, and they are rotting as they walk. They crave human flesh. I do not believe they can again become human." The crowd was silent. They knew the truth. "I fear the coming army will converge on us and destroy our tribe along with Climbing Fox, out of anger. I would not blame them, but now it is my duty to protect you all. I will act as interim chief. I need you to follow me and do what I say. I believe it will save your lives." Everyone nodded. No objections were called out. "Good," he said. "Now, you may shower and refresh yourselves. We have power for now, and the water is from a deep well. If you do, and you intend to go outside of this building again afterward, you must reapply the skin paste. As long as you are coated with it, you will be invisible to them. We will soon need to make more, and I will show some of you how. Once we are settled, we will make a plan to go to the surrounding reservations and gather our own army." "Where is Wattana?" called one man. "Why?" challenged Silverbolt. "Because he should be sacrificed to the spirits." "As I said before, he is the reason the army is coming to invade us," said Magi. "He may serve as a bargaining chip. If it were up to me, I would burn him today. Unfortunately, we need him. To answer your question, he is handcuffed in the office. Nobody approaches him, and do not free him, no matter what he says." The murmurs were of agreement. "Carry on. Get settled, choose a cot. Take a shower and eat some food. Help one another. We are all we have now.
Smith Center, Kansas. Except for Brandon and our newest recruit, Eileen, we pushed our way into Las Canteras to see what was what. It turns out nobody had tried to bust open the door and ransack the place, which told me most of the population of Smith Center was either on the run or on the chase. I hoped the main part of the gun store was similarly untouched, but nothing there was going to change in the next hour or so I figured I could use a bite of something before I started expending a lot of energy. "Y'all up for a bite?" I asked. Fuego just stared down the street, his expression intense. Stu, whose eyes told me he'd recently gotten primed with his weed, nodded enthusiastically. Sam Greer gave me a "yup" and waited patiently. I knew Garland was right there with me. I nodded and pushed in. The very second the light spilled in from outside and the stale air from the shut-up restaurant met my nose, I was on alert. I moved in fast, able to see straight ahead for about 12 or so feet due to some dust-covered skylights in the ceiling above us, and pushed my back against the wall to the left of the hostess's podium. As the others spread out, I swung my gun around. About 15 feet away, a table overturned and a gray-faced rodder tried to scramble over it to get to us. Said table was right beside the window, and the corner crashed through it, the shattered glass dancing onto the sidewalk just outside. I hoped like hell Brandon just stayed in the Toyota and didn't think we needed help. Eileen, whatever her name was, wasn't someone we knew and trusted yet, and she could have reservations of her own. Not at the restaurant. About us. I wasn't so sure she wouldn't just take off in the truck if left to her own devices. Fuego, who had come in last, spun toward the dead thing and cocked and fired so fast it was almost impossible to hear both actions. I was impressed. The zombie was now a dead zombie, which, if I haven't informed you of such, is the best kind. Like we'd held up a goddamn dinner triangle and rotated a stick around it for 15 seconds, the dead came barreling out through the swinging saloon-style doors that apparently led into the kitchen. There were 4 of them and 4 of us. Wouldn't you know that of the 4 of us, we all took aim on the same 2 deadheads. Me and somebody else had fired on what had to be the cook, based on his white apron. Okay, not so white anymore. It was splotched with what I hope was salsa or some kind of sauce, but that was a pipe dream. There was a freaking omelet pan stuck in the side of his head, and the dark staining started right there. Somebody had almost taken him down. Probably missed braining the bastard by a couple inches. 2 of the others had fired on a skinny waitress whose ponytail was mostly out of her head now. All that remained was a small cluster of hair tangled in a nasty-looking scrunchie. Our lack of coordination had the other 2, I'm guessing dishwasher and busboy, so close to us that by the time I flipped that lever down, up, and fired, he hit my barrel, jamming the gun into my shoulder good. His head rocked back at the same time one of my teammates shot the last one, and the other hourly employee went down in a heap too. I hopped over the bodies and cocked the .22 again. I'd be ready for the next one. I hope that was it, I breathed. Jesus. Instinctively, we all scanned the main restaurant. Several skeletons graced the seating area, eaten so far down to the bone that no flies even bothered to stick around. "Y'all said you had to deal with zombie crocs to get the other ones," said Garland. "Bet this was easier." "The other what?" asked Sam. "Tamales," I said. "Come on, but let's be careful." "Wait, zombie crocs?" asked Sam. "What, I didn't tell you about them?" I asked with a laugh. We made our way into the kitchen to find 2 more fully eaten bodies in a storage room filled with molded packages of tortillas and stacks of canned foods. We found, as I had predicted in my head, the canned goods that told me these guys were as authentic as La Preferita and Burritos would allow them to be. There were other Mexican delicacies that I wanted, too. I jogged back out front, trotted into the street and up to the truck, where I found Brandon and Eileen what's-her-name deep in conversation. I tapped on the window, and he rolled it down. "Hey, boss." "Hey, back the truck up on the curb and drop the tailgate." "You got it." No questions. I liked that. I ran back inside and started stacking cans in my arms, as did the others. They also had tequila, which I noticed caught Fuego's attention first. He was doing his part. We'd brought out maybe 20 of those big-ass cans restaurants buy, and Fuego had carefully wrapped up about 10 bottles of various kinds of tequila and tucked them into the side compartments near the wheel wells. We'd decided to wait until after we finished up at the gun shop to take a break to eat. "Okay, it's Shelito's next," I said. "Get all the ammo you can carry and focus on the practical guns. Get scopes if you can find them, and crossbows, suppressors, anything to make us quiet." "22s are pretty quiet already," said Sam. "Yeah, they are," I said. "But if we come up against another group carrying AK-47s and military hardware, we're going to lay those down, dollars to donuts." "Good point," said Sam. "I guess they're out there." "Seems they always are," said Stu. "Buzzkills." "Garland, with me. Stu, Sam, cover our six. Fuego, you do what fire does." I could practically hear the smile on his face. Fuego muttered, "I always do, Essie." Before we left to head to the gun store, I tapped on the truck's window again. Brandon rolled it down, a smile on his face. I looked over at Eileen, who was brunette and pretty with decent tits, just perfect to capture the hearts and minds of 15-year-olds like Brandon. I could tell he was pouring on the cool. "You okay?" I asked. "Oh, yeah," he said. "You guys finding everything?" "Yeah, need you to pull this over to the gun shop. Same drill. Back it in, be ready for Freddy." He looked at me. "Who's Freddy?" "Let's just pretend it's a new word for zombies." "Oh," he said, smiling. "I'll make sure you don't run into a horde when you come out." "All I can ask for," I said, slapping the door twice before taking back off toward Shelito's. The Toyota's engine fired up behind me as I caught up with the rest of our group and prepared to enter the main portion of the gun shop. The front of the gun store was locked up tight, wrought iron bars on the windows, steel plates over the door jambs. We took one look, then walked our way around back again, dispatching about 12 rotters along the way. We reached the security door that led to the segregated office at the back of the shop. Once inside, I realized why Eileen hadn't attempted to reach the gun shop proper to secure herself some weaponry. She couldn't. These owners had been careful. I wondered what happened to them. No way to see inside the store until we penetrated the interior security door, which was made of metal. And if that wasn't enough on its own, there also appeared to be a barred security door we'd have to get through first. I hoped it was worth the effort. "Tractor Supply's a street over, I think," said Garland. "I can get a cutting torch there. We'll be in a jiffy." I nodded. Sawzall, torch, whatever it takes. Nothing makes me want inside somewhere more than great defenses. Let me just say this about our trip to Smith's Center. We got everything I ever dreamed we would need. Guns, ammo, suppressors, 3 crossbows, and a ton of bolts for them. Holsters, knives, scopes, rifles, handguns, you name it. We hit the liquor store afterward. Guess where most of the looting in town happened? There's a portion of humanity that decides to get drunk when the zombies roll into town rather than fight. I get that. It ain't me, but I get it. Life's hard. Zombies make it even harder, despite the fact that work doesn't expect you to clock in anymore. Chowing down on some jerky and knocking back shots of Jack can set a distraught man right. Night, night. Don't let the zombies bite. Garland rode in back on the way home. Turns out Eileen Plover, who was granted shotgun for that ride home, was the last human being in that dead Kansas town, if that's not being redundant. I guess in the end, and I mean the end, it was just a whiskey and Slim Jims kind of population. When I thought about it on the way back to Lebanon, I figured they deserved their peace. I mean, let's face it, they wouldn't have been much help to us anyway. Chapter 6. Lebanon, Kansas. When my radio squawked out a blip of static and I heard Lilly's distant voice, I felt the color wash back into my face. I figured they'd make it back before us, even though we were closer to Lebanon and Smith's Center than they were in Red Cloud, Nebraska. I beat her there, though. Micky was the first to roll in after me. I swear Rode had so much shit piled at the feet of those people riding in the back of the truck, I was surprised the shocks didn't bottom out. He had stacks and stacks of DVDs, a bunch of paperbacks, romance, sci-fi, and horror, bookmarks and booklights to go with them, and some kind of hard drive he said was marked with 25,000 movies on it. Underneath all that stuff were electronics. Ham radios, two-ways, police band, weather band, batteries of every kind, and stuff I couldn't even identify without looking at the labels. Thousands and thousands of dollars worth of booty. Good score. Eileen was still hanging around then, so I introduced her to Micky. She'd heard of him from one of his broadcasts she'd caught at the beginning of all this madness, and she kind of acted like she'd met a celebrity. One of the Nacogdoche women escorted her away shortly after to give her a proper once-over and show her where to shower. Lilly rolled in about 12 minutes after Micky did. The riders in the back of her pickup truck were kicked back on packages of cotton balls, gauze, and ace bandages, cast-making materials, medical tape, and underneath it all were drugs of all kinds, designed to address everything from headaches to constipation to good old everyday opioid addictions. She also had candy. I can't get into it right now, or I'll have to get up and go grab me a couple handfuls. I'm talking anything and everything you can imagine that hadn't melted or hardened. Personally, I'm a big fan of Chico sticks, and she had a plethora of them. Lilly knows me. She knows me too well. As we unloaded, I looked up the road. "Where's Danny?" I asked. Lilly followed my gaze. "Yeah, where is he? He said he was maybe going to be 10 minutes behind us." "Well, bridge still clear when you went through?" I asked. "Same as when we left," she said, her face crinkled with worry. "You've been back, 25 minutes? "About that," she said. "CB?" Her eyes pleaded. It wasn't necessary. I nodded at her. "How's your fuel?" "Still over half tank." "Well, just you and me." We both walked around and got into the cab of the truck. Garland started to say something, but I held up a hand, and he just nodded. Garland had gotten good at reading me. I fired the engine and floored it. Everything was unloaded so nothing would fly out of the bed. The dust trail behind me died down as I hit the clean part of the asphalt and pushed the pedal down farther. We drove for 10 minutes without saying a word. "God, where is he?" she asked, picking up the radio. "Danny? Danny, come in." Nothing. The Toyota ate up the ribbon of road ahead. I was driving so fast by that time that my mind was 100% focused. It was like I was on one of those video game machines in the lobby of the movie theater, intensely watching the screen, turning the wheel to meet each curve. As I rounded a slight curve in the road, I slammed on the brakes and swerved to the left, fishtailing the Toyota, then swung it hard right to avoid a staggering man. I didn't. Avoid him, I mean. It was Jeff. I didn't know his last name, only that Danny had liked him and had offered him shotgun. I heard him turn it down, saying he'd rather do some shooting from the back of the pickup. Jeff had maybe been 24 years old or so, and smart. His dream, his pre-apocalypse plan really, had been to design rockets for Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Man, did he love talking about all things rockets and guided missiles were capable of. His dream had died. I wished he didn't have to as well, but he was dead before I slammed into him. I was lucky I'd slowed enough not to really damage anything on our truck. I managed to keep the truck from crashing and mashed the brakes once more, just before the front end would have gone over the edge. "CB," breathed Lilly. It wasn't much of a gully, but it did drop off maybe 12 or 14 feet off the road on both sides of the two-lane blacktop. The skid marks that led to the bent and broken guardrail were long and black, meaning Danny had to have been driving well above the speed limit as he headed south. Debris lay in the roadway, and I recognized a shattered side mirror and a couple of the posts that had been mounted in the back of the small pickup. There were 3 groups of zombies crouched down over what had to have been the bodies of those in Danny's group of scavengers. Nothing could be done for them now. I hurried over to where Jeff tried to stand on broken legs, the bite on his left cheek as clear as day. He gnashed and keened at me, and I stood back and fired the .22 rifle dead center in his forehead. "Danny!" cried Lilly. who was about to scramble down through the busted-out guardrail. I got to her and grabbed her shoulder. Together, we looked down and saw Danny's pickup, upside down, the hood half buried in the rocky mud of a small creek. Around the truck was a horde of maybe 12 rotters. Some I recognized from our Lebanon group and from Danny's crew in Red Cloud.
"Get away! Get the fuck away from him!"
shouted Lilly. "Come on," I shouted. "This way." We ran to the end of the guardrail and found a path that was probably used by animals or workers who maintained the small bridge. It led down to the muddy bank, and once there I stepped into the water to test the bottom. "It's solid. Come on," I said, walking in the water, trying to work my way to the truck. Slinging my .22 over my shoulder for the moment, I pulled out a nice knife I'd decided to keep on a sheath on my belt. It was called an old-timer Bowie knife, and it had a very sharp, very straight 10-inch blade.
"Seriously? A knife?"
said Lilly, only inches behind me. "Silence is golden, unless you want more up there when we come back up with Danny."
"God, we'd better,"
she said, a prayer in her voice. "Hey, asshole," I said under my breath as I jammed the blade up and into the back of the first rotter's skull. He dropped, giving me a path to the next. They were all so focused on the truck I figured there was some nice fresh meat in there, which gave me hope Danny was alive. We dared not call out to him then, not yet. I didn't know if he was in there strategizing, holding them off, whatever. No distractions. Something clamped down on my boot, and I heard myself cry out. I jerked my leg away to see the face of another familiar zombie. I didn't know his name, but he'd been alive at the beginning of the day because I consciously did not choose him for my crew before we set out. No reason, I just didn't know him. The largest portion of his body was caught beneath the rear of the cab, with just his head and chest protruding. I happened to stand right where he could gnaw on my boot. I raised it and brought it down hard, crushing his rotten head into the gravelly mud.
"Hurry, CB,"
whispered Lilly. She was no longer behind me. Now she was beside me to my left and had her own knife out. She was like a jungle guide, chopping brush with a machete. I stood back and let her go at a few of the rotters on that side. I had another 4 to deal with on the driver's side, which was on my right. I plunged my knife into the ear of a woman wearing a sheer nightgown. It was appropriately pink. I thought it might be more of a teddy because it was short and lacy. She couldn't have been very old, because dead as she was, her breasts were still firm and, well, kind of perky. That disturbed me more than stabbing her in the ear. "Danny," I called quietly. "CB," came the weak reply.
"Danny,"
said Lilly, hearing his voice.
"Lilly?"
came Danny's voice, now tinged with fear.
"Lilly, be careful. There's more below. No idea where they came from."
That's how my best friend was. If it was only his life in peril, he was Mr. Cool. Put his lady's life in danger, and nothing else mattered.
"Just a couple more, baby, and we'll get you out of there,"
said Lilly, relief in her voice.
"You'd better be careful when you get in here. Bobby, he changed."
I was done dispatching the rotters on my side. I strategically used one's head as a stepping stone and stood, leaning toward the window over a twisted branch that kept me about a foot away. "Shit, I see what you mean." Danny was strapped in his seatbelt, hanging upside down. The Toyota had landed at an angle, so he was pushed against the driver's side door, his left arm pinned beneath his own weight. With his free right arm, he was trying to stave off a man who looked like a full-blown flesh-eater now, but who used to be Roberto Mendez, a.k.a. Bobby. The creature growled and snapped his jaws from the passenger side. I leaned forward, trying to push my arm through the branches, but they were too thick. I saw a smaller path that might allow me to shoot it, but not under the current conditions. Suddenly, its shoulder slipped from the seatbelt from which it hung, allowing it a couple of inches closer to Danny. He could do no more to fight it off. I worried the snapping jaws would close on my friend's fingers as he tried to push it away. Danny was visibly tiring, and I didn't think he'd be able to hold the thing off for much longer. "Hang in there, Danny. Lil," I called.
"Kinda busy here,"
she called. I could see frantic movement on the other side, but it was obscured by the tangle of brush and the figures inside the cab of the truck. "You okay?" I called, and Lilly grunted her answer. Lilly, move away from the door, quick! There was a delay. The struggling monster inside the pickup now partially fell from the seatbelt into Danny's lap. Danny screamed, and the sound sent chills into my heart. Lilly, now! Okay, she yelled. Danny, lean back hard! He did, and I pushed my back into another tangle of leaves and branches and sighted the .22 Henry onto the creature's head and fired. A chunk of its skull blew into the windshield, but I must have missed its brain because it kept shrieking and scrambling forward. I slapped the lever down, then up, and fired again, adjusting my aim down and to the left. Dead hit. See what I did there? I can joke about it now. The thing shut its goddamn yap and slumped forward, motionless. I felt my tension drain, and I scrambled back around the bed of the truck to get to Lily's side. Danny? She asked when our eyes met. I'm good, baby, he called through the now shattered window, a smile on his face. Just barely, but CB took care of business. An arm reached up from the brush beneath me, and I removed my knife again and jammed it into the top of its head. Thankful the blade was sharp and strong. It went limp, and I stepped on it as I reached for the passenger door of the pickup. It was strange pulling it open when it was upside down, but this door was clear, so I was able to open it wide after forcing it past only a few reaching branches. I reached in, sliced the lap portion of the seatbelt holding the dead Roberto Mendez in place, and he dropped to the ceiling of the truck. I grabbed him by the collar, said, "Sorry, Bobby," and dumped him into the brush at my feet. You ready? I asked, leaning inside now. Fucking Bobby, said Danny, devastation in his voice. Yeah, I know, I said. Just a second, hang on. You're gonna drop. Danny looked below him. Okay, go. I sliced with the sharp Bowie knife's blade. Danny tucked his head forward so when he dropped he landed on his shoulders and rolled to the side. Okay, big boy, I said. I'll get your shoulders, but you're gonna need to push with your legs. Just pull, man. I'm tangled up here like a pretzel. His chest was practically touching his chin when I hooked him with my hands. Hey, Lilly, put your arms around my chest and pull when I say. She did, and I shifted. You ready? I asked. Yeah, go, said Danny. Now, Lil. She pulled, and I dug my feet in and yanked with my arms. All of a sudden, Danny seemed to break free, and we all tumbled backwards, landing atop dead rotters and twisted branches. Breathing hard, we all stayed there for a few seconds. Finally, Danny started to pull himself up. Steadying himself on the truck, he leaned forward and pulled Lilly up to him and into his arms. I rolled right and dropped my legs onto terra firma, standing up on my own. Danny let Lilly go. Where's the rest of my boys? I couldn't tell him they'd all been killed by the horde he'd run into. Not right then, after he saw Roberto Mendez die in front of him and become a monster. Come on, they're gone. You can tell us what happened on the way back. We slowly made our way back up the short embankment to the road. The bodies of our previous team members lay still, some face down, others staring blankly at the sky. I recognized all of those I could see from the group from which we'd chosen our teams before the road trip. Why do they turn when they die, if they're Indian? Asked Danny, anguish in his voice. It don't make any sense. Maybe you lose the immunities you had in life, said Lilly. But are they coming back from the dead or changing at the point of death? I stared at her. That's a damn good question. Georgie and I drove by a cemetery on the way to the gun shop where we met Garland. No bodies crawling out of there. Man, I fucked up. Danny shook his head. How'd you lose control? Bobby saw smoke or something coming from somewhere over there. He pointed it out. I looked, and when I turned back, there were 5 of those fuckers in the road. I cranked the wheel on instinct. Damn, I should have just run 'em over. We all tucked into the cab of the Toyota, and I drove slow back to Lebanon. Danny needed some time with Lilly beside him, holding his hand. I was just glad that my best friend survived. It felt like I'd lost enough. Chapter 7. Lebanon, Kansas. Another 2 weeks passed as more people showed up in Lebanon. As comfortable as it had begun to get, fallen into a routine of training and making life more livable for the survivors. The time was fast approaching to make our plans and get on the road. Not everybody was equipped for the trip, and I guess Micky figured that would be the case. Lots of people had seen too much, way more than many soldiers. Not just strangers dying either. Children, adults, family, and friends. And I don't need to tell you, it's not just the dying. It's the coming back to attack you after they died. Or changed, or whatever. It was trauma, plain and simple. So, on Dr. Georgina Lake's recommendation, the people of our little Kansas town formed the Lebanon Survivors Group. They met every single day for an hour, and it was all about sharing. Different people would come and go, but some of the faces were present at every meeting. Everyone would recount the stories of what they dealt with and went through, often crying together, in some cases laughing together, but always stitching up the psychological gashes opened by things that could never be unseen. Some went for a while, felt better, and rejoined society. There had been 4 suicides, but to be fair, 3 of those had been before the group was formed. The other had been Laura Sweeney, a 42-year-old mother who had lost all 3 of her children, and the husband who had killed them. Laura was so broken by the time Micky's caravan arrived, she never spoke a word in the counseling group. After attending only 2 times, she'd put an end to it all. But now I must digress and get back to the discussion of our coming trip to find Climbing Fox Wattana. It was agreed we would choose vehicles that could hold everyone inside the cabin rather than having riders in the truck beds. This meant SUVs with third-row seats. Our group would consist of 60 men and women, our best fighters. Okay, that's not saying a lot. We have a very few, maybe 20 people who are at the top of their games. Georgie is included in that number, and that means I'd be going along, even if I wasn't included in that 20, though I am. Top of our game? What does that mean? It means all of us can zip through that obstacle house in mere minutes, determine threats from victims, kill the former, and rescue the latter, all in an acceptable time. The fringe players, the ones who didn't quite blow everyone out of the water in the testing and training, were still good shots, even if some were overly enthusiastic and prone to shoot first and ask questions later. We didn't know what we'd face on our way to California, and we had no idea what would happen once we got there. All I knew is we were taking way more than the 22 Henrys. We had to be ready with grenades, rocket launchers, flamethrowers, you name it. I wanted the ability to level a town, even if no towns needed leveling. Even more importantly, we had 7 members of our team who were demolition experts. They knew explosives, how to wire them, and how to set timers. One of them, Don Haddad, said that would allow us to place remote charges and drive rotters to specific locations with sustained, smaller explosions, or to confuse thinking attackers who might have sinister intentions. I liked options. Options were good. Danny had a bit of trouble overcoming the loss of his team. A day or 2 after it all went down, he was finally able to talk about it. Sitting in the house he'd commandeered for him and Lilly, just south and a bit to the east of the school, the 4 of us sat down to discuss their portion of the trip to Red Cloud. Well, after you left, we all split up, to get the stuff we were there for. We all put on the radios to Channel 21, and we kept in touch, just checking in every few minutes. Now, things can happen fast these days, I said. Danny nodded, offering what small smile he could. Yeah, hella fast. Anyways, Micky took off to the east, and I headed north, following Lilly for a bit. She pulled over and waved me up. Lilly touched Danny's arm and took over. Yeah, I saw some weird stuff. Musical instruments, cymbals, snare drums, smaller handheld instruments bands use. There were lots of skeletons, too. Rotten bodies, shreds of clothing, and a whole bunch of those, what do you call them? Tumbleweaves? Danny smiled and nodded. Yeah, so what did you figure it was? I asked. Danny figured it out, she said. Yeah, at least I think I did, said Danny. What it looked like to me was people trying some Pied Piper shit, trying to lead the dead out of town. Well, driving a goddamn car and honking the horn makes more sense to me, I said. We found something else, said Lilly. Small shoes in a couple of places. We found footprints, too, also small,
like preteen kids, maybe early teens. How do you know they weren't just women's tracks? Georgie asked. As the fairer sex, we do have smaller feet, generally. You still wear keds, shoes with flashing lights in the heels?
Georgie smiled at that and shook her head.
I'm not exactly stylish, but I try harder than that.
I put my arm around her. Stylish or not, she was hot. She made me horny. Flashing keds would just help me chase her down in the dark.
Well, that explained the lack of zombies in town, said Danny. They might have drawn them to that bridge or whatever, he said. I'm thinking several of them made it across that bridge. Not sure where they were when we were on our way up to Red Cloud, but they sure as hell popped up on us on the way back.
What happened, though? I asked. You were going to hit the dealership and snag a bunch of new trucks. I thought of how his one truck was still carrying all 6 of his crew.
Yeah, we hit the dealership first, but there wasn't much that would suit our needs in that small-town lot, he said. Then we cleared out the sporting goods store and filled up my truck. Got a ton of bats, crossbows, everything. If we go back to where I wrecked the truck, I'm sure it's all underneath it.
Yeah, it's easier just to find more, I said. I'm fine never stopping there again. Almost lost you, and any one of us could have died that day.
Danny shook his head. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Waste of a trip for me. Didn't help a damn thing.
Yeah, you'll be helping a lot. We're leaving tomorrow. His eyes went wide.
Tomorrow?
Yep. While you were crying in your beer, me and another crew went back to Smith Center. It's closer than Red Cloud, and the Chevy dealer had a ton of SUVs. Got some 4Runners and Highlanders. You, me, Georgie, Lilly, Micky, and Garland are riding together. Jimmy and Carla are both driving too, bringing the best of their older kids.
Danny stared at me, smiling. You sure you want to pull all that brain power into one vehicle? Do we need a designated survivor?
You might have a concussion from that crash, said Lilly. Georgie, would you check him out, please? Georgie put a hand on his face, then patted his cheek.
He's fine, a prime specimen.
Hey, I said, pointing at my chest with my index finger. Prime.
I didn't tell y'all, said Danny, but I drove back up there already. Not to get any supplies, just to look.
I stared at Danny. When?
The day I told y'all I was tired. I didn't take a nap like I said.
Well, that was stupid, said Lilly, her eyes flashing anger. Why would you do that?
I had to know. I had to see why they'd have been there on that bridge.
Did you figure it out? Asked Georgina.
Danny nodded. A church bus crashed. I could just barely see it through the trees with my binoculars from a spot about an 1/8 mile north of where I went through the guardrail.
Recent? Georgie asked.
Danny shrugged. Yeah, not sure when. Might have been coincidence, right about when this thing started.
Or if the driver of the bus changed, said Lilly.
The bus did have some black staining on it. Our Lady of something or other was on the side, but it was so stained I couldn't read it. Maybe all the passengers got caught in the rain during some event, jumped in the bus, and everything went crazy.
But why were they still there all this time later? I asked.
Danny leaned forward. You know how they kind of go dormant when there's nothing around to draw 'em?
Lilly nodded. So they could have been triggered by your motor or gunshots.
I guess, said Danny. At least I have my answer. I was worried more would be coming from somewhere. Don't worry, I won't be going back.
You feel up to visiting Garland at the shop? He's doing a number on some of the vehicles, decking them out with his new welder and some steel we nabbed from Ganal Lumber on the south end of town.
Y'all been busy. Where have I been?
In recovery, said Lilly. And you seem fine now.
I am, he said,
giving her a peck on the cheek. He turned to me.
Come on, CB. Let's see what our ex-mulleted fabricator's up to.
Georgie and Lilly went to find Carla Solis and Jimmy Sanchez. They were very well organized and volunteered to collect and pack all the non-personal supplies we'd all be taking on our trip west. They had already been collecting necessities and organizing for nearly 2 weeks, so just final touches were necessary. Dr. Georgina Lake was in charge of the medical supplies we would likely need to bring along on the trip, which included lots of suture material and needles for sewing up lacerations any one of us might sustain. And the thing she insisted on bringing along were medications that could be used for nerve blocking. Serious injuries could be expected, even if not bitten by one of the dead. Georgie wanted to make sure that nobody was in tremendous pain for a long period of time if we happened to be caught somewhere dangerous, where there was no way we could get them to a place where they could rest comfortably. The nerve block would be the best option, and she knew how and where to administer them for maximum effectiveness in a given area of the body. The green metal building had been an auto auction house and had a hydraulic lift in it, so the undercarriages of vehicles up for sale could be inspected more thoroughly before the bidding began. Garland had one vehicle up on the lift, but most of the others were wheels up using a hydraulic floor jack. Garland waved as we walked in, but clearly had no time to stop and chat. He hustled to the other side of the room and grabbed a low rolling platform called a creeper, carrying it back across the shop, pausing just long enough to say, "Pull up a chair. Got my best volunteers here today, so work's getting done." He had two of the Nacogdoche kids with him. The girl was about 16 years old, with dark brown hair and a ponytail with double rubber bands. She wore a red peasant blouse and blue jeans with a rust-covered leather apron strapped over her neck and tied behind her back at her waist. She didn't look up when we came in, but I thought I remembered her name was Delilah. As did most of the Nacogdoche kids, most of the time Delilah had a .22 Henry strapped across her back. She held a grinder to a flat piece of steel, sending sparks flying into the air as she cleaned the metal, expertly guiding the abrasive disc around the edges and underneath the plate. The boy was maybe 17, and I knew his name was Mike. He had long dark hair, also in a ponytail. He smiled easily and never failed to offer you a helping hand, no matter what he might see you doing. I wondered if he'd volunteer to help you brush your teeth if that's what was happening when he walked by. Anyway, he'd been working with Micky Rode a lot on the ham radio, something he seemed to have an interest in. I was surprised to see him here, believing he was more interested in electronics, but a good work ethic, combined with a curious mind, can really make for an especially engaged worker. He stood, put down the cutting torch he was using to turn one piece of steel plate into two, and smiled at us. "Hey, sirs!" I waved at the kid and yelled over the noise of the grinder. "Hey, Mike, if you forgot our names, that's cool, but just ask. I refuse to be called sir." "Yeah, sorry," he said. "I did forget." I looked behind him as I said, "I'm CB. That there's Danny." "Ah, hell, that's right," he said, looking slightly embarrassed. He pointed toward the first vehicle in the row of Toyotas, noticing where my eyes had tracked. They were backed up to the far wall, all facing toward us. There was a line of 10 small SUVs, various makes and models, all in a row. Delilah lifted her head and saw us, released the grinder trigger, and raised her clear face mask. "Hello," she said. In my peripheral vision, I saw Mike staring at her, and if little damn bluebirds could fly above his head in circles, tweeting like they were straight out of a Disney movie, they would be. This explained why he was here, despite his love for all things electronic. "Hey there, Delilah." I smiled and waved back at her. "Hey there," I said, wondering if she'd ever heard the Plain White T's song. "Looks like y'all are making progress." "Garland says they'll be ready by tonight," said Mike. "Delilah's really making progress with the grinder after I cut the pieces. Afterward, snow tires all around, just in case. They'll mess with mileage a bit, but you know what they say." "Yep, better to have 'em and not need 'em than to need 'em and not have 'em." Garland rolled out from under one of the vehicles on the creeper he just carried over. He removed a pair of goggles. "Hey, Danny, CB. Yeah, both kids are good workers, and yeah, with them going at it, we'll be set for tomorrow." Wasting no more time with jawing back and forth, Garland dropped back down, put his eye protection back on, and slid back under the vehicle. He reached for something, and next thing I heard was a drill motor. I pointed to a row of V-shaped metal pieces, each of them about 6 feet wide. I wasn't quite sure how he'd done it, but the angled V's he'd fabricated for each vehicle appeared to curve forward, then straighten out at the top. I could only compare it to a wave breaking. It was so smooth. This guy knew how to work with steel. These were our deflectors. They'd give our caravan of vehicles the ability to push through a small crowd of the dead, maybe light debris, too. With the way they were designed, I could see how they'd force everything they hit to the sides, keeping bodies and junk from slipping under the front of the cars, thrashing tie rods or smashing the grills into the radiators. "Yeah, nice work," said Danny. "Yeah," I said, walking forward. I kicked Garland's feet, and the motor's whirring stopped. He rolled back out from under the car, staring up at me through his goggles. "May I help you?" he asked, irritated. "No," I said. "I have a quick question. 2, actually." "Well, shoot and hurry. Y'all still want us to leave tomorrow." "You need more folks over here helping?" I asked. "Only if you got more grinders, torches, or welders." "I do not." "Then no." "How'd you bend those deflectors like that? Damned amazing work, man." He squinted at me. "That's why you stopped me." "Yeah," I said. "I'm impressed." "I marked the metal where I wanted the bends to be. With 2 torches being used at the same time, we heated the shit out of it. Once the steel was red hot, I had D and Mike here keep the torches on it, while I bent it and beat it into the shape I wanted with a big-ass pipe wrench and a sledge." "Way to go. Really nice work." "May I get back to it now?" "Sure. You positive you don't need any more help?" He shook his head, pointing. "Those 8 in that row are already drilled. Different makes, but the cowling fits fine, just with different hole patterns. I got 4 more to go, then I start bolting them on. I'm drilling the holes for the mounts now." "Why not just spot weld them on?" asked Danny. "It'd be quicker, right?" "Yeah, but what if we need to take them off for some reason? You hit something that pushes the metal into the tires or something? Best to bolt them on so they're removable in a pinch." Danny nodded. "Yeah, makes sense." "So you're okay for now?" I asked. "Yep," said Garland. "I got Jimmy and Carla coming over to relieve these 2 at 4. They know their shit. I'm good." "That you are, my friend. I promise. Me and Danny'll chip in next time." Lowering the goggles back over his eyes and dropping back down to the creeper, he said, "Won't be a next time. These things will last forever." As Danny and I walked away, I mumbled under my breath, "Hell yeah, they will. Why in the hell did you think I made the offer anyway?" Chapter 8. Hintoka Indian Reservation. The skinwalkers that he had attracted now numbered over 1,000. There had been more, but many had wandered off over time. Magi had figured out that they were largely driven by noise, so they were sure to always make a lot, just so they wouldn't lose their army of the dead. He sat inside the dark room at the Sweetwater Motel, where they had stopped for the night. The water in the half-evaporated swimming pool had been dark and polluted from the black rain that had fallen, so Magi Silverbolt used bottled water to clean the skin paste from his body. Others now slept in their own rooms, but Magi wasn't tired. His mind worked over the plan, and he simultaneously hoped it was, and wasn't, a waste of time. He prayed to the spirits that the people searching for Climbing Fox would leave his people alone and not try to force Wattana to do the impossible. Magi had already lost all hope that the old Shelman could reverse what he had done. By the same token, he wanted the group to come seeking Mundanugu. When they arrived, the Hinamawan people would punish the white-skinned men and women for all they had done to destroy his people. He was torn. He didn't know what the hell he really wanted. He just wanted Anjani Dancing Rain back. The Hinamawi Reservation was just one example of the injustices done by the various governments. Back in the mid to late 1800s, California had written treaties with more than 500 Indian leaders of the many tribes whose territories patchworked the state. But the land, over 8.5 million acres, was less desirable. It was away from seacoasts and riverbanks, and while water could be found there, the lands were essentially the best of the leftovers. And even those agreements turned out to be lies. Amazingly, the treaties were mysteriously lost while U.S. officials threw their hands up and shrugged. Nobody knew what had become of them. The documents were just gone. No new treaties were written. 50 years later, in 1905, when they were found at a Senate archive, a remote storage dump used by the United States government, it was discovered that the land signed to the Indians in the treaties was already taken by others. The treaties were unsigned, so there was no obligation by the government to honor them. They ended up rewriting them, replacing the already mediocre land with utterly useless parcels scattered over the harshest lands in the state, none more than 25,000 acres. It was desert, arid and dry land.
Their reasoning was that the Indians were not farmers anyway. Waterless, isolated earth is what the Native Americans were afforded. The people became poor, diseased, and hopeless. Alcoholism soared. Poverty reigned. It was the beginning of the end for the original inhabitants of North America. While they were free to leave the reservation in search of their own fortunes, it was discouraged, not only by the white man, but by their own families. Outside the reservation, they were discriminated against and afforded little opportunity to find success. For that reason, few left. These thoughts worked over in Magi's mind. The more he allowed himself to dwell on it, the more he wanted the skinwalkers to destroy all of them, allowing them to start over and begin again. A new plan began to work in his mind. When Silverbolt closed his eyes, he saw a painted pony riding across the plains, the grass wavering in the wind as the sun swept over the land. A lone, shirtless rider atop his steed, his long hair flowing behind him, feeling the clean breeze rushing past his face. It was a fantasy, he knew. The entire Native American population in the United States was only 2% of the population in 2015, or around 6.5 million people. That included Native Alaskans. Maybe, with concentrated efforts to reproduce and grow the population, it would be enough to someday return the land to the original inhabitants. Wattana would not live to see it, but with a good plan and loyal followers, Magi Silverbolt could bear witness to a new insurgency of his people. The next day, the group of 30 men, women, and now children awoke. They refreshed their skin paste, scavenged for food, and ate. It was their daily ritual. The 2 small buses in which they traveled from reservation to reservation ran well. 4 of the tribe members, all men, were tasked with carrying the containers of skin paste. They could not leave it on the bus for fear the vehicles would be stolen and the crucial mixture lost. The tribe members reapplied it often. It didn't matter because the process to make it was simple, and the ingredients were easy to obtain anywhere. It took some time to strip the flesh from the skinwalkers, but once that was completed, the mincing of the skin and blending with the earth was quite fast. 2 of the skinwalkers were bound and carried on a rack on the rear of one of the buses. They were for use in the demonstrations they were forced to perform at each new reservation. It was not a given that the roaming skinwalkers would always be around, though they usually were, drawn by the flesh and blood of the living. It was inevitable upon their arrival, an explanation of what was coming. Doors were slammed in their faces. It was the problem of the Hintoka Tribe, not the others. Magi knew they did not believe Climbing Fox Wattana had caused the black rain that infected the earth. Of course they would be skeptical. The Hintoka Tribe was little known, even among the original inhabitants of the continent. That was okay. Convincing them was relatively easy. Magi was well aware they looked as savage as the early European settlers had believed them to be. Coated in mud and half-naked, their initial appearance was shocking to the Indians they encountered, who, in contrast, were relatively well dressed in flannel shirts and blue jeans. Dressed like those who had dominated them, thought Magi, as I once did. It only lasted a short while, though. When the demonstration was complete, they were taken seriously. Many joined. They reached the tall fence that protected the entrance to the Red Sand Hintoka Reservation. 4 guards were perched atop the gates, all armed with rifles mounted with scopes. One of the men picked up a bullhorn.
"Turn around,"
he commanded.
"We have no room for you here."
Magi knew that was a lie. The Hintoka had one of the largest reservations among all natives. Still, he responded, "I am Magi Silverbolt of the Hintoka people. We do not wish to come in. We're here to make an appeal for your people to join us."
"You're a crazy fool,"
called the man on the southeast tower.
"Get out of here before you draw the creatures."
The structures appeared to have been recently built. They were made of cinder block, the mortar joints exposed, the 2 towers and the adjoining wall around 10 feet high, unpainted. "May they come by the thousands," called Magi. They will not harm us. Our Mundanugu called to the spirits for the black rain to fall, for our people's revenge, for the taking of our land, the raping of our women, and the destruction of our heritage."
"Go on,"
the man said.
"Leave before we use our water cannons to blow you off your feet."
Magi Silverbolt turned and nodded to Tommy Rivers. Tommy walked to the bus and opened the rear door. Climbing Fox Wattana stepped out. Together, Wattana and Tommy approached Magi. "Tell them who you are. Tell them about the ancient book and of what we face."
"I will not,"
said Wattana.
"I deserve what the people coming for me intend. I did not believe any more. I had lost faith in the spirits, and in return they have chosen to punish all of mankind for my error."
"No," insisted Magi Silverbolt. "Don't you get it? This is the largest reservation anywhere near us. With their warriors added to our numbers, we stand a chance against whatever forces come our way." Tommy turned to the old man. "Chief Climbing Fox, please do not make a decision that'll seal all our fates." Wattana looked at Magi, then at Tommy. A pall fell over him. His eyes darkened, and something in his expression changed. He looked at Magi, then reached out to clasp his shoulders in his hands.
"I will demonstrate what we have to offer them in my own way. As long as I am still chief of the Hintoka Tribe, it is my right."
Magi stared at the old shaman. There had been no official ceremony making Silverbolt the chief, so what Wattana said was true. He said, "How do you intend to convince them?"
"I did not say it would,"
said Wattana,
"but it might."
The present chief and former Mundanugu of the Hintoka people walked to the rear of the second bus. He unhooked the chain across the rack and motioned to a nearby guard. The guard glanced at Magi. Magi nodded. The guard used his razor knife to cut the zip tie that kept the skinwalker on the rack. Stepping back, Wattana took the rope around the creature's neck and guided the docile skinwalker from around the rear of the bus. This skinwalker was dressed as any might have been in the oldest tales of skinwalkers told to small children. His face was peeling down to the muscle. One eye was a dark hole, a portal into the ink-stained brain that now guided his every move, his every visceral desire. He wore the suede loincloth in which Magi had insisted he be dressed, his emaciated trunk and twig-thin legs appearing weak in contrast to his savage snapping of jaws and guttural keening. Wattana walked toward the tower, stopping 5 feet below it. He turned his face upward.
"I am Climbing Fox Wattana, chief of the Hintoka Tribe and all its people. Do you see how this skinwalker does not attack me?"
The guard stared for a moment. He glanced over at the other tower, meeting that guard's eyes. Both of them shrugged. "He's only got one eye," shouted the closest guard.
"Have you the water cannon you boasted about?"
The man shook his head in frustration, then nodded to another person out of view. 10 seconds later, a third guard, this one carrying a large hose with a ball valve on the end, moved to the railing.
"Good," said Wattana. "Rinse this coating from my body."
"No!" shouted Magi. "Do not!"
"Why are you all covered in it?"
the guard called, holding up his open palm to the man with the hose, halting him from opening the valve.
"It is my only protection against the monsters I have created," called Wattana.
He placed a hand on the shoulder of the skinwalker, but the emaciated thing beside him only stretched his neck toward the men on the tower.
"Bullshit!" called the man. "Then why do they only desire your flesh, when you are such a great distance away, and he is right beside me?"
"Get him back in the vehicle, Tommy!" shouted Magi.
"My demise shall surrender my reign to young Magi Silverbolt,"
shouted Wattana, turning to face those in the vehicles behind him.
"The new chief of the Hintoka Tribe."
"No, no!" shouted Magi again. The guard laughed at the younger man's frustration as the old man did not obey his command. "Here you go," he called, then dropped his hand and nodded. The man with the hose grinned and turned the valve. He did not open it partially.
Instead, he turned the valve's handle 90 degrees, unleashing a furious torrent of brown water that stank of sulfur. A pump sounded in the distance as the jet of water crossed the span between the nozzle and Wattana in seconds. The initial stream missed both of them, but after correcting his aim by 2 feet, the stream blasted both Wattana and the skinwalker by his side. Both of them flew off their feet, landing on their backs and sliding in the muddy dirt a good 8 feet from where they had stood. "Stop!" screamed Magi Silverbolt, but it was too late. The jet of water had no trouble reaching Wattana and the skinwalker where they lay sprawled on their backs. As the man holding the hose directed the nozzle up and down, side to side, the skin paste rinsed away. The shirtless Wattana held up a hand, breathing hard. The man closed the valve as the old shaman struggled back to his feet. The skinwalker's attention shifted to Wattana as it stood on spindly legs, the movement appearing strangely effortless. It stepped toward Wattana as the old man stretched both arms to the sky and began to chant. "No! Shoot it! Shoot it! Now! Hurry!" shouted Magi. Unfortunately, to keep from appearing aggressive to the Hintoka, Magi had insisted no guns be brought out of the vehicles. The guards had been instructed to lay down their weapons for the approach to the reservation. The screeching monster stretched open its jaws and tore into Wattana's neck, yanking back violently, a jet of blood shooting 6 feet into the wet dirt around them. Wattana's chant died into a gurgle as his legs weakened beneath him, and the skinwalker fell down upon him, biting his face, neck, and chest, like a bloodthirsty predator that had not fed in 10 lifetimes. Magi felt tears running down his face. His eyes lifted to the Hintoka standing on the tower, staring down with disbelief. Silverbolt had an idea. He walked slowly, purposefully toward where the creature feasted on Climbing Fox. When he reached them, he bent down and picked up the rope around the skinwalker's neck. Standing again, he stepped back and pulled. The creature struggled, but succumbed to Magi's control. As he was pulled farther and farther away from the motionless body of Wattana, Magi stopped. "Now!" he called to the guards, who were all mesmerized watching the scene unfold. "You will see that our protection is real." Silverbolt turned the creature toward him, standing directly in front of the changed human. It stared through him, its mouth still masticating the remains of Climbing Fox Wattana. It made no move toward Magi. He led it back to the platform mounted to the rear of the bus. When he reached it, he bent down, wrapped his arms around the monster's legs, and lifted the bone-thin body up onto the steel grating. He then walked to the side of the bus and slapped it. "Zip-tie it again," he ordered. "Yes, Chief Silverbolt," came the obedient reply. "How is this possible?" asked the closest guard on the tower. "We are coated in a paste that prevents them from seeing us. They do not know what we are, therefore they do not attack. If you join us in defense of our people, and I mean all tribes and all the native peoples to this land, we will share this with you. It will allow us and you to hunt them down and rid the world of them." "Where did you learn of this paste?" asked the guard. "From an ancient text. This'll all become clear when we speak to your tribal elders. Now go tell them. We will be safe as we wait." One of the guards nodded to another, likely a runner. Magi Silverbolt walked over to where Wattana lay. His neck had been easily torn open by the skinwalker. Nothing could have been done to save him. As he stared down, Wattana's hand twitched. His jaw opened, then snapped shut. The eyes fluttered. Magi knelt beside him as the new monster's eyes opened, opaque clouds covering the once sharp and clear pupils. "Welcome back, Climbing Fox," he breathed. Behind him, Magi could feel the disgust at what had become of their former chief. When he turned, it was confirmed. Chiseled on their faces and etched in their expressions was a sort of horror, even worse than a world full of skinwalkers.
it was triggered by this skinwalker in particular. "We will keep him," said Magi. "Tommy, secure him on the rear rack." "But Chief Silverbolt—" "Do not argue with me, Tommy," he said, his voice calm. "Please." Tommy stopped speaking and nodded. He looked up at the others in the bus and waved a hand. 2 men got out and hurried to where Magi and Wattana stood. Magi stepped away as they led the old man's new visage to the bus.
Chapter 9. From Lebanon to California. We got to ride just 4 in our car. Turns out there were 49 of us on this mission, and I was hoping it would be enough. We were heavily armed and I think better prepared than the average Joe or Josephine walking around in America right about then. At 4 was me, Georgie, Danny, and Lilly. And if that fact doesn't surprise you, the fact that it does not surprise me. We passed out radios with instructions. We'd changed channels on the hour, never sequential, and while the next channel we settled on might seem random, it wasn't, by far. The list was prepared well in advance, and we never repeated the pattern. The drive from Lebanon, Kansas to the Hintoka Indian Reservation in Alturas, California, was roughly 1,450 miles away, and only 22 hours without pee breaks. If we were all a bunch of zombies, that might make sense, but I figured we'd stop several times. We also need fuel, because the fuel containers we decided to haul with us would only be good for about a single fill-up each. Of course, we had to head north to start out, which meant Danny had to relive his crash on the way back from Red Cloud once again. I figured I'd accuse him of staring at my dick right about the time we passed the crash site. I remember when we were kids, and well beyond that, actually, when I'd be in a room full of people and Danny'd look at me. I'd put my open hand over my crotch and say, "Hey, quit staring at my dick, man." Well, naturally, he'd blush as pink as coral and say, "I'm not staring at your damn dick, man." Of course, every time he'd look at me to protest my accusation, I'd turn my body away and yell, "Dude, that's not cool. Don't stare at my dick." Problem was, he was in the back seat, and he couldn't stare at my dick even if he wanted to, which he never actually did, I swear. Hell, it was a good story anyway. Maybe I'll pull that on him somewhere down the line when he gets stressed out. It turns out we drove right by the spot while Danny was bending down, digging through his bag for a bottle of water. I love it when I make big contingency plans I don't need. Georgie said, "How'd we make it, Cole?" I looked at her. "I know how I did. What I don't know is how you did. I wouldn't take a milky white girl like you for an Indian, or with that blonde hair." I glanced over my shoulder and saw Lily's head tilted against Danny's, both of them conked out. I lowered my voice anyway. "Carpet matches the curtain, so I know that's not from a bottle." "Maybe I'm just thorough," she said with a wink. "I hear that stuff can burn, so I'll call your bluff on that one." She smiled and nodded. "I've lain awake a lot of nights since we learned about the Native American connection. Most of those hours were spent thinking about my childhood. I didn't realize how much I'd suppressed. It could be the situation, I suppose, but I'm dredging up a lot of things I haven't thought about in years." "You okay?" I asked. Georgina Lake nodded. "Really good, actually. Questions that won't ever be answered still linger. I'm glad for it all, mostly. Sad about some things." "Well, start at the beginning, girl," I said. "We got a long drive ahead." Georgie, the beauty I now thought of as my girlfriend, took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Until I was about 5 or 6 years old, I had a baby sister." "Yeah?" She nodded. "Her name was Grace. Mama and Daddy called her Gracie. I remember I loved that little girl. To me, she was a living doll, though my mother wouldn't let me hold her by myself, only when she was a foot away or so." "You ever drop your dolls?" Georgie laughed. "I carried them around by their hair." "Your mom was a wise woman." The smile remained. "She was," she said. Then the smile faded. It evaporated from her face like it never existed, and the mouth that was left behind looked like it had never known the joy of upward turns at the edges. I shifted in my seat and let off the accelerator a bit. "My grandfather on my mama's side passed away when I was 3.
He is one of my earliest memories. I remember his skin, dark and ruddy, and he would sit by my little bed, just a nightlight on, and he would sing these songs to me that somehow I never forgot. His hair was long and black with gray streaks, and he'd let me try to braid it sometimes. Anyway, the songs he would sing, the words didn't seem to matter, and all I really remember were these chants that rose and fell and always helped me to sleep.
He died when you were 3? How do you remember him at all? I asked.
Indelible memories of him, I suppose, she answered,
and she began to hum. I stayed quiet while she hummed the notes with passion and emotion, and yeah, I had to agree with her. The tune she shared with me felt as natural as the ground or the sky. It had a feel to it you might associate with a weathered old Indian who still recalls the days of open prairies and fires burning inside enormous teepees made of animal hides. For some reason, I felt guilty, like I didn't deserve to hear something so beautiful and from so deep inside her heart. I also got the feeling she was using that song to stall, avoid finishing the story I'm pretty sure she'd begun telling. I watched her wipe a tear away, and she let the hum fade from her lips, like the smile that had died there earlier. She continued,
As I said, he was my mama's father, and he was the last of our grandparents. But after he died, my daddy wasn't the same. He seemed worried all the time, and it spread to my mother.
I shook my head. You were 3 or 4 by now?
I just turned 4. I remember because I wanted this dolly that I just couldn't stop talking about, and instead of buying it for me, when I opened my birthday present that year, there was this red-headed doll made out of a patchwork of material. I knew my mama made it for me, but I hated it.
Ingrate?
Completely. A selfish little kid, like most are. I still remember throwing it in a fit of anger, and I ran out of the room when I saw it landed in the fireplace. I didn't mean that. It was an accident, but I got such a spanking. When the spanking was done, my mama came into my room and dropped that dolly onto my bed. I still smell burned cloth when I think of it. It's an olfactory response.
You're such a goddamn doctor with your big words.
I am, she said. Get back to the story, said Lilly from behind us.
Yeah, said Danny. It's sad, but I'm getting to know you better.
Georgie turned. Hey, guys, have a good nap?
Oh, it ain't over, said Danny. I'll get back to it. Go on. Georgie sighed again.
I was 6 years old when it happened. Leading up to that, things really seemed to change. My daddy and my mama would argue, and I distinctly recall him saying things about the res and a deal with the chief. I remember asking him if he meant a police chief, but he would just ignore me. Mama was worried, I could tell, because she paid less and less attention to me. Daddy would yell that it was tribe business. I distinctively recall that. Anyway, Gracie was almost 2 years old, and I was old enough that Mama would let me take care of her when I got home from school. I must have been in 1st grade. So, the way you described your mother's father sounded like he was the Indian, said Lilly.
How long you been awake, anyway? I asked, turning to look at her sideways.
Long enough. Is that true? Is he the reason you're still alive? Yes, it is, said Georgie. But I guess my father was working with the chief on something at the reservation. They called it the res. I don't know what. I don't think it was legal. When I think back, I never heard what my daddy did for a living. They never talked about it, so I assume my mama knew about whatever he was involved in.
Maybe that's why they argued about it, said Danny.
Before I turned 7, and before Gracie turned 3, they found my daddy dead behind a bar on the reservation. I remember the men who came to tell my mama about it. Both of them looked like my grandfather, same dark skin, dark eyes, and hair. I think Mama cried for days. I just held Gracie when I could and fed her. I think she's why I almost became a pediatrician.
Where does she live? I asked. Georgie didn't answer. She just shook her head. I'd fucked up, and I knew it immediately. I shut my mouth and waited for her to ready herself.
Mama didn't work. She struggled. My daddy had brothers and sisters, but once he died, it was like Mama was a burden to them, I suppose. They never took her calls, and she even wrote them letters asking for any help they could give. There was no insurance policy. I remember opening my lunch bag at school and finding baggies with cereal. One day I came home and she was gone.
Your mother?
Georgie shook her head. No.
Her eyes welled up, and I saw the muscles around her mouth contracting. The coup de grace was the tear that ran down her cheek. She said softly, almost a whisper,
Gracie.
The inside of the car was silent, save for the droning of the motor and the sound of the tires on the pavement. Georgie collected herself and continued.
I remember running around the house, looking for her. Mama just let me do it. I was asking her where Gracie was, and she would just shake her head. I wasn't taking her silence for an answer, so she grabbed me, threw me over her lap, and spanked me harder than I ever remembered, before or after. Was it out of guilt or sadness? Asked Lilly.
Georgina wiped away a tear and smiled a sad smile.
You're perceptive, Lilly. Mama gave her up. She let a family from the reservation adopt her. I didn't know about it until I was leaving for college. From age 6 until then, I thought about her every day.
I let the question roll around my noggin for a while, not wanting to ask it, and hoping either Danny or Lilly would. Neither let me off the hook. I said, Georgie, you ever find her, your little sister? She shook her head.
I was so angry when Mama finally told me. I was leaving for college, as I said, and I pushed my family away from me, both close and distant. I wasn't the nicest person to be around for quite some time.
You? I asked. Bullshit.
You're lucky you didn't know me then. Eventually, med school and being an intern and all that came after just occupied my mind. I never tried to find Gracie.
She'd used the name her parents had used for her little sis. I said, well, that's on our list, after we find Wattana and figure this thing out one way or another. She said nothing, but she didn't argue with me. Danny's snores came from behind us. When I turned around, Lily's head was on his shoulder. Story time was over. For now. The man was older than time itself. Nobody knew exactly how many years he had walked the earth. The skin over his eyes had drooped, leaving them slits. Still, he could see an eagle flying miles in the distance. The hair grew thick from his ears, yet he could hear that eagle's cry as it disappeared over the horizon, silhouetted against the setting sun. The hair that had once been dark remained on his head, but now it was gray and coarse, fraying at the ends. Even Qaletaqa knew he should have died untold years ago. Yet here he was, still able to walk, hear, and see. He did not recall when his people began calling him by the name Qaletaqa. It meant guardian of the people, but he felt he was more of a mascot to the tribe now. When he had been a boy, when the world had seemed so full of possibilities, he was known as Honihaka. It translated to Little Wolf in the English language. He remembered many things from over his many years and had forgotten little. When he was called Little Wolf, running like the wind among the rocks and trees, spearing fish in the many streams, and hunting squirrels with his bow, he recalled hearing the name of a man people called the U.S. President. His name had been Millard Fillmore, and Qaletaqa remembered it because it had sounded like music to his ears, like a language all its own. He was the chief of the white man. Little Wolf had never seen a picture of him. He imagined him in glorious feathered robes with a mighty headdress and boots made of animal hides with colorful beads. Many years later, he would come to realize this was a childish vision. Of course, Millard Fillmore would look and dress like the other white men. But he was their leader, as were so many more to follow, one after the other, changing the land and making everything so much more complicated. "Qaletaqa?" came the voice from outside his tepee. "Yes, come," he said, abandoning his thoughts for the moment. It was Ahanu. He was 23 years old and always happy. When the skinwalkers began to stream toward their reservation, he had been frightened beyond measure. His name meant literally, he laughs, and he did.
but not once the skinwalkers came. He had become a much stronger warrior since their arrival about 4 months before, but his laughter was now rare.
"What is it?"
"There are men here."
"White men?"
Ahanu shook his head. "They're from the Hintoka Tribe." Qaletaqa turned his head and stared at the young man. He could not know, but his words struck the elder like a spear into the haunch of a buffalo. "What is wrong, Qaletaqa?"
"What do they want?"
His voice was as ancient as dust, but there was strength behind the words. It was not a question. He demanded to know. "Help! A man named Wattana was with them, but he was changed by a skinwalker."
"Climbing Fox,"
whispered Qaletaqa. He had heard what the Hinamawi Mundanugu had taken responsibility for. It was madness. He had challenged the spirits to keep their promises, and they had. Climbing Fox Wattana was not pure of heart. He was well-intentioned but ill-equipped. The black rain that had fallen over 100 days before had washed the earth in poison.
Qaletaqa said, "Who was he with before he became a skinwalker?"
"Several men. One younger man called Magi Silverbolt. Wattana named him chief before he was bitten and changed."
Qaletaqa nodded. "I will go to them. Have you let them inside our walls?"
"Not yet, sir."
"Do so now, in the gathering tent. I already know what they want."
"But they did not ask for you. I'm the one who felt you could help them."
"Because you are wise beyond your years, Ahanu. Go. I must prepare before meeting them. Offer them food and drink."
The ancient chief, a man who was 8 years old when Millard Fillmore first entered the office of the presidency in 1850, went to his bureau to remove his finest attire. Their guests could only be there for one reason. Chapter 10. From Lebanon to California. "Getting low on fuel, CB," said Danny over my shoulder. "I got my eye on it." Georgie leaned over to eye my odometer. She nodded, satisfied. "Not bad. 320 miles. "That's what keeping it steady'll do for you," I said. "I hardly ever kept it to 60. You do get pretty good mileage." We were the lead vehicle and had been for the last 100 miles. The sign ahead said Potter, Nebraska. "Sounds a bit podunk to me," said Lilly, "which is perfect, don't get me wrong." We'd gotten used to seeing scattered zombies shuffling through the dusty landscapes here and there. The biggest horde, if you could call it that, had been maybe 8 of them. They were skinny but motivated when they heard the sound of our trucks. They crawled or staggered on whatever appendages they could manage, just to cut the distance between us and them by a few feet. I don't know if any made it to our convoy before we passed, but Georgie pushed the radio button anyway. "There are a few dead here," she radioed. "Keep an eye out." "Keep your eyes out for filling stations," I said. "There's a Gulf sign there," said Georgie, pointing. "Not sure where the station is." "There's a Texaco without any pumps," I said, lifting my chin to a dilapidated building on the side of the road. "I hope the Gulf's in better shape." "Shit, I wouldn't go getting my hopes up," grumbled Danny. To the left and right of us were enormous grain silos tickling the sky. I imagined all the putrid grain, mold growing it into greenish-brown clumps, wasted work to go along with all the wasted lives. "Looky there," I said. "Gulf has now become a divide between us and gas, a true gulf." The sign stood broken out except for the G and part of the U. "You're going to have to head back toward the bigger roads to find a station," said Lilly. "Truckers take them. That's where the gas will be." "Why did we bring gas if we won't use it until we have gas?" asked Georgina. "I figured I'd take that one, because then we'd be riding with no backup. We just happened to hit E on the fuel gauge beside a somewhat populated area, but we can't always count on that. Next time we might be in the middle of BFE. She stared at me and I said it. Bumfucked Egypt. "I knew that," she muttered, shaking her head. "I figured that. Anyway, we got to take the opportunities we come across." The bullet that pinged off our windshield with a sharp, loud tap scared the shit out of me. "Down!" I yelled.
I hadn't heard the report of any rifle, but the music was loud and we were talking. Everybody ducked down, including Danny.
"Shots fired!"
yelled Lilly, mashing the button on the radio.
"Look for a place, CB,"
shouted Danny. I did. I saw it, not 100 yards up. I floored it as another shot came, this one whizzing through Georgie's open window, right past the tip of my nose and out the other open side window. I felt my sphincter squeeze tight on that one. "Hang on!" I shouted. I saw the massive overgrown cornfield to my left, and once we pulled into it, we were blind. "Give me the radio," I shouted. Lilly shoved it into my hand, and I pushed the button. "Stay right on my ass. We're doing the ladder formation, blind, folks." Now, we'd practiced the ladder formation before. It was one of those ideas that Nacogdoche had formulated, in case we were caught off guard in our vehicles and ran into a situation just like the one we'd found ourselves in. I cranked the wheel hard to the left, bounced over a shallow ditch, and dove straight into the dried-out head-high crops, trying to keep myself perpendicular to the road. I drove straight for a moment, but trust me, I had a plan. That plan involved heavy reliance on the vehicle in front of us, of which I had none. I pushed the button again and held it down to avoid anybody asking any questions. "Follow my trail. Get ready to turn right." I cranked it hard, doing my best to make a sharp 90-degree turn. When I had my bearings and felt I was driving parallel to the highway I'd just left, I drove for another 1/8 mile or so and said, "Okay, Lilly'll do the count. You know your positions. When she calls your number, you turn hard right, drive 10 miles an hour for 10 seconds, and stop." I tossed the radio to Lilly. In less than 5 seconds, she called, "1." I cranked it, and she counted to herself.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Then mashed the button.
2.
Another 5 count.
3.
Soon the ladder was complete. We all cut our engines and got out. We kept the radios low and listened. The ladder formation got us all separated, and if we could then creep forward enough without alerting our attackers by shaking the corn stalks, we'd be good and spread out. I hit my radio 4 times fast. That meant minimal volume, so we could follow up with voice communications. I didn't have to wait long. Micky Rode came through.
"You see who was shooting at us?"
he asked.
"I did,"
came another voice. I didn't recognize it immediately. When she spoke again, I recognized Carla from the Nacogdoche Tribe.
"I'm a few feet from where the cornfield begins,"
she said.
"I see 5 vehicles, perhaps 15 men."
Suddenly, several reports came, followed by the dull sounds of corn stalks being pierced by bullets. They were aiming too high, but a second later I heard the crack of one hitting a windshield. The moment that happened, more rounds went off, and I heard what must have been the windshield exploding.
"Shit," I whispered. "Everyone, stay down."
The firing stopped. I waited a few beats, then said, "Carla, you still see him?"
"Yes,"
she said. She didn't sound injured, but I didn't know about anyone else. "Everyone got eyes on your teams. Is anyone hurt?" The responses came, and to my great relief, nobody had taken any rounds. "No women or children?" I asked. If not, it might be an army of sorts.
"None,"
said Carla, her voice low and tense.
"All of them are armed with hunting rifles, though. Scopes all around."
"Everybody, grab our biggest guns and get into position around 5 feet from your trucks on both sides. Get ready to light 'em up." I didn't want to do it. At the same time, I didn't think calling out or raising a white flag was too wise either. I heard some rustling as everyone did what I'd said to do. More shots rang out, and as I'd hoped, the movement fell silent, and everyone laid low for the moment.
"Fire!"
called out Micky on the radio.
"Get back to the vehicles!"
The field erupted with gunfire, all directed at the road we'd vacated a few minutes before. The bullets ripped through dried stalks, zipping toward our attackers.
"No, no!"
shouted Micky, his voice winded and panicked.
"They set the field on fire! Get the hell out of here, now!"
"Shit!" I said, mashing the button on my radio. "Everyone, get in your trucks now!" As Georgie, Danny, Lilly, and I ducked low and scrambled back through the heavy stalks, I could smell the burning corn. Moments later, the dried-out ears of corn crackled so loudly it filled my ears like white noise, drowning out all other sounds. I reached the SUV and jumped in just as the others got to the Highlander. I fired the engine.
Now with the truck between us and the flames, even with the windows down, I could hear again. I grabbed the radio, not knowing the status of all the others or whether they'd made it back to their vehicles. "Everybody, drive! I'm in the lead! Watch the—" I didn't have time to finish before the fire was at the hood of our truck. "Go! Drive!" Lilly yelled, taking over the radio. I jammed it into reverse, flooring it. The flames were closing in around us fast, the crops so dried out they ignited as fast as tissue. Mere seconds later, when I dropped it into drive, the flames were all around us, and nobody in the car said a word as I floored it. I suspect some praying was going on. Some loud noises came from the undercarriage of the SUV, and I prayed we didn't get hung up on broken corn stalks or pop a tire. It would be tough enough to escape the flames in a fast-moving vehicle, let alone trying to outrun the inferno on foot. I cranked the wheel hard left and drove away from the source of the fire, but at least some of the bastards weren't done shooting yet, because I heard something ping off the truck that had nothing to do with fire. "Everyone okay?" I asked, now turning the wheel side to side after hearing the bullet strike, just to make for a more difficult-to-hit target, even if they couldn't see us. Everyone called out, acknowledging they were okay. Far enough from the crackling flames, I straightened the wheel and floored it. The tires spun momentarily, but then grabbed and we shot forward. I drove as parallel to the road and the raging fire as I could gauge. "They coming?" I called out. "Can you see?" "The stalks are moving," Danny responded. "I can't tell how many, though." We were both talking about our people. The attackers might have believed we'd burned up, but if they were paying attention, or could see us through all the black smoke, they'd see the stalks bending down as we made our escape to the west. "Hang on," I said, turning the wheel sharp left and driving for all I was worth. I hoped like hell the vehicle with the shattered windshield could still run, but there was no time to make sure. I didn't know how long I drove. Driving blind makes time crawl, but it wasn't long after the thought hit me that the Toyota broke through the edge of the cornfield and bounced onto a gravel road. It seemed to run north-south, so I cranked it left and drove with the pedal to the floor for another 30 seconds before I let off and stopped. "Everyone okay?" I asked, looking from one to the other. I paused extra long on Georgina Lake, but all of them were important to me. They all gave me the news I wanted to hear. Behind us, the others in our caravan burst out of the field and hit the road at speed, so I was glad as hell I'd thought to pull away a bit. All of them turned after me, which told me they were paying attention. Once I thought they were all with us, I floored it again. I had no idea whether the gunfire the others had laid down when Micky yelled fire took any of the bastards out, but I hoped like hell they wouldn't be in pursuit. A loud static burst came through the radio, and it sounded like a voice was behind it. "What in the hell was that?" asked Lilly, breathless.
"Stop!"
came a call over the radio. This time it was clear.
"Wait!"
"Hold on," I said. "It might be those bastards who were shooting at us." Despite my apprehension, Lilly responded anyway, mashing the button on her radio. "What? Why?"
"It's Carla. She's still in there."
I felt every muscle in my neck bunch up. "Who's this?" asked Lilly.
"It's Phil. I was with Carla, Bert, and Lucy. Me and Lucy got back to the avalanche, but I don't know where Bert and Carla are at."
"Why the fuck did you leave them?"
"Because they were firing at our truck. Me and Lucy were already inside, so it was get shot or drive."
I understood. I didn't like it at all, but I understood. When bullets are flying toward you, you haul ass. I still wanted to strangle him. "Where the hell is she now?" I yelled.
"She got caught in the flames. Bert was up there with her, getting eyes on the shooters."
"Jesus Christ," I said, dropping the Toyota back into drive and spinning it around. "Hold on," I shouted and floored it. I drove fast back toward our aggressors in the raging cornfield. The fire had now spread so far to the south I couldn't figure out where it would end. I hoped like hell it didn't engulf any gas stations closer to the freeway. We needed that fuel, and bad. I jammed past the other parked pickups in our caravan and drove to where we'd come flying out of the field. Just as I reached it, two figures emerged from the flaming cornstalks. I didn't know him well, but I'd made it a point to get eyes on everyone in our mobile army, 'cause I had to know without a doubt who was friend or foe. I might not have been military, but I have common sense and I gotta know who my friends are. So, I did recognize Bert's face, even if I couldn't have put a name to him. He looked dead on his feet, but there he was, dragging a supine figure by the hands out of the fire, coughing and spitting while he struggled. Both his and her clothes were smoldering, and she wasn't moving. When he cleared the edge of the flames, he fell to the ground beside what had to be Carla's prone body. I pulled up right beside the pair, and Georgie was out of the truck so fast I didn't even realize she'd gotten out. "Danny, grab that DP-12 from back there," I yelled, taking a .45 from the seat beside me. Lilly grabbed one of the .22 rifles and opened her door, lowering the window. Not a minute passed before someone emerged in the distance, and she fired 2 shots. I jerked my head to the left and saw the man stop in his tracks, then crumple. Lilly was getting good. "Good, Lil. Keep covering us." I dove down beside Georgie and Carla, whose face was smeared with soot, her eyes closed. Georgie was pumping her chest in a steady rhythm, saying, "Come on, Carla, stay with me." I scooted over to Bert on my knees. "You okay, man?" I asked. His breath was rasping from his lungs, and he coughed up black bile, spitting. I'm fine," he managed. "Carla?" We both turned our attention back to Georgie, who now had Carla's nose pinched close as she breathed into her mouth 3 times. She immediately moved back and began pumping her chest again. I heard a host of .22 caliber rifles popping in the distance. I turned to look and saw every Nacogdoche Indian who'd joined us behind their trucks, firing the Henry rifles with all they had. By the time I looked past Carla, Bert, and Georgina again, there were 6 bodies lying in the gravel road, motionless. They never even got a shot off, but there were guns beside every one of them. Every one had shut off their engines, but now I heard the starters of at least 3 vehicles crank and engines fire. I figured they weren't coming our way, but I turned back to our crew and pointed in their direction. I put my index and middle fingers to my eyes, then pointed toward our former attackers. They got the message. Eyes out. Keep watch. I heard coughing. It wasn't Bert. It was higher pitched. I felt a smile jump onto my face like a zombie gator grabbing hold of a kitten. I dropped back down beside Carla, who had rolled over onto her side, spitting out black goop. She coughed, and it came out her nose, too. "Go ahead, Carla," I said. "Get that crap out of your system. I'm glad you're back." Georgie looked up at me, a smile on her tired face. "I was worried," she said, reaching down and taking my hand. "What happened?" asked Carla. Bert jumped in. "You and me were just laying there when they started shooting over our heads. They lit the field on fire in about 10 places, and it spread so fast we got caught." "And you stayed?" she asked incredulously. "Well, yeah," said Bert. "I don't leave anyone behind. It's not in me." "You military?" I asked. "Hoorah," he said. "United States Marine, 2nd Infantry Division. I just got back from South Korea when all this shit happened." "Hoorah, motherfucker," I said. "Thank you for saving our friend." "He's my friend, too," said Carla, her voice like a rasp. "Bert and me have been working on gun repair and cleaning back in Lebanon." "Judging from the stack of bodies down there, it looks like y'all did all right," I said. "Now, let's get you on your feet and back in your vehicle." She never blamed Phil for driving away without her. Either she hadn't figured things out yet, or she knew the score in a world like this one. I figured the latter. We cleaned the busted glass out of the Chevy Avalanche Phil, Lucy, Carla, and Bert were riding in, then got back in a row. I pushed the radio button. "We need fuel. Let's keep going south toward the freeway. Stay to the right and pray that fire don't jump the road and kill our visibility." It was bad enough with just the crops to our east on fire, but at least I could still make out about 25 yards of road beyond the hood. Chapter 11. Red Sand Hintoka Reservation. Magi entered the large tent, which was really more of a traditional teepee, and marveled at the sheer size and opulence of the interior. Animal hides stretched over its conical frame, and inside the sound was deadened by many pelts and handmade throws spread among pillows and other means of seating. Silverbolt had entered with a contingency of 4 others, his most trusted. Magi had dropped to one knee, keeping his spine straight and tall. He'd taken a knee not in supplication, but in greeting. He was still terribly shaken by what had become of Mundanugu, and wondered if the medicine man chief's demise was truly the end of all hope that the skinwalkers could be eliminated. Suddenly, everyone stood. There were around 15 other men and women in the teepee. All were elders. Magi and his attendees were the youngest there. Where are all his fighting men? He asked the question of himself, but answered it before it materialized in his mind. Every young fighter was at the perimeter, either guarding the entry gates or the fence surrounding the res. He stood, motioning for his tribe to stand as well. An ancient man appeared in the space at the front of the tent. 2 of his Hintoka Tribe members held the flaps open, and he stood there, his bright, inquisitive eyes taking in each person in attendance. One of the men holding the flaps open said, "Chief Qaletaqa." When his eyes turned toward Magi, the old man nodded. "I am sorry to hear what became of Climbing Fox." Magi felt as though an electrical charge flashed through his body. His jaw dropped, and he stared at the elderly man hard. He had never seen the chief before, but the name, it was part of their history somehow, an ancient part. It needled at him. Instead of asking about it, he said, "You knew Chief Wattana?" "Chief," the old man said, "what became of Iron Eyes?" Magi stared at the old man. The name was one he'd only known from their history books, but he had been a powerful chief of the Hintoka Tribe in the mid-1910s or even earlier. It had been some time since Magi had studied up on the tribe's past leaders. He said, "Iron Eyes, he has to have been dead for 70 or 80 years, long before I was born. How do you know of him?" A smile touched the old man's mouth, and it was as fascinating as a brilliantly colored flower blossoming on a barren cactus in the middle of the desert. The old man's eyes lifted to meet his. He didn't answer, but walked forward with amazing ease, stepping atop the piled pelts and rugs, making his way to the rear of the space where he dropped down into a cross-legged position with an ease equal to the way he walked. How old must he be? Thought Magi. "I do not know my age," said the old man, as though hearing his thoughts. "But I knew Iron Eyes. He was a friend to my son, long before he grew to a position of power within the tribe. I am Hintoka, just in case you have not guessed this." "How?" asked Magi Silverbolt. "How? How am I from the Hintoka? How are you alive? How are you Hintoka? How do you still hear and see and speak?" All of these questions ran through Magi's mind. Before he could formulate an actual question, the ancient man spoke again. His eyes were slits through the tanned, wrinkled face, and his cheekbones protruded from paper-thin skin. "I see the questions in your mind, my son. I have not answers, but your arrival here is no accident. Was it your idea?" Magi slowly nodded. "I forced Climbing Fox to come. When Standing Rock was killed, he ascended to chief, though I do not believe he wanted it. He was happy as our Mundanugu. He taught us many Magi stopped speaking. He recalled seeing the bones of Anjani Dancing Rain piled just outside the chief's door, the skinwalkers having consumed every bit of her flesh from her bones. "What is it, young man?" "You know Climbing Fox started all this," he said. "Don't you?" "I have a television," he said. For some reason, this surprised Magi. He said, "Standing Rock hid a very old Hintoka text in his home. It was well hidden, but discovered by my fiancée, Anjani Dancing Rain." "Sometimes when things are well hidden, they are better off left alone," said the old man. Magi stared at him, wondering if he, now the Hintoka interim chief, could speak with this man as an equal. "The text cannot be unseen, and the effect of what he caused cannot be denied," said Silverbolt. The nod seemed to go on forever, as slight as it was.
"True, very true,"
said Qaletaqa.
"Do you have this book?"
"Yes, sir," he said, and reached into the cloth bag beside him. "Most of the text in it is a mystery to us."
"I have never forgotten our old language,"
said Qaletaqa.
"It would be like forgetting how to walk."
Magi got up and carried the book to where the old chief sat. He took it with frail but somehow powerful arms, nodding. To Magi's surprise, he set it aside.
"And you believe the words from this text, presented in a ceremony, caused the black rain?"
"Everyone does."
"You do not grow to be wise by believing what everybody else believes,"
said the man, his voice grinding like a dry gearbox.
"Are there blank pages in this book?"
"Yes," said Silverbolt. "Many of them. Some are between other pages with text." The ancient chief's smile revealed corn-yellow teeth. He nodded.
"I will keep this, for now."
Magi felt his control, or what he had believed was control, slipping away. While he knew he was a guest on this reservation, he did not intend to give away the only connection he had to the curse that set the end of the world in motion. He stood. "Chief Qaletaqa," he said, "I can't leave that book behind. If you don't know how to stop what Mundanugu started, then I need to keep searching until I find out who can."
"And where will you go?"
the man asked.
"Who will you see to do that for you?"
Magi stared at him. "Why did you ask about empty pages?" The smile returned and the old man nodded.
"Ah, you are listening,"
he said, tapping one crooked finger to his temple.
"How many from your tribe are here?"
"I brought everyone left alive. Lots of them were bitten and they changed. Did you know that was possible?" He nodded again. Now it was the old man's turn to raise an eyebrow.
"Did you intend to return to your reservation when whatever you sought to do—"
"I sought to ask you and your people to join us," interrupted Silverbolt. "You're the first, but I need more people, way more." The interruption had every pair of eyes stabbing into Magi Silverbolt. The pure silence was palpable in its entirety. The man's eyes grew intense, burning into the young new chief.
"You wish for my people to follow you,"
said Qaletaqa. His voice like sand ground through gears. "Well, why not?" asked Magi, still on his feet. As he looked down at his host, an audible gasp could be heard. Magi did not notice. "The white men are all skinwalkers now. We are no longer relegated to the reservations, none of us. Once we destroy these things, we can live as we wish."
"And you do not believe others of your kind who survive will fight you for whatever you take?"
Magi wasn't sure where this was going. The thoughts he had just vocalized were never meant to be spoken. He felt the eyes of his tribe members upon him, and he felt the coldness of their stares. They never believed they weren't going home eventually. He had to rectify it. He turned to them. "With the skin paste and the ability to go where you wish, I never thought you'd want to stay on land the white man forced you onto." Magi did not notice the old man had picked up the book, but now it was open to the last page. The page he had translated and used to make the paste.
"You read the Hinamaui language,"
growled the elder. His expression appeared to reflect a decision that had been made at that moment. Magi nodded. "I learned what I could from our elders before they passed. I studied, but most of it's still just marks on paper."
"Sometimes it is the paper between the marks that is most important to see,"
said Qaletaqa. He stood and everyone else pushed to their feet. The ancient text was held lightly in his hands. Magi stared at it, but did not ask him to return it.
"Stay within our walls tonight,"
said Qaletaqa.
"I will read this text when the moon fills the sky. All of it. At sunrise, I will come and see you to tell you what I have learned."
Magi returned to their vehicles outside the walls and explained to everyone the plan for the night. They all seemed relieved. He saw the tension drain from their shoulders at the news. Before he joined his people at the gate, he went around to the rear of the vehicle and stared up at Mundanugu. His guttural growls and snapping jaws never ceased. "You did all of this," he whispered over its groans. "I'll know whether to thank you or hate you by tomorrow morning." When they re-entered the confines of the Hintoka Tribe's reservation, they were stripped of their remaining weapons. There were no skinwalkers within their walls, so they would not be needed. They were led to a series of 4 large teepees, identical in size to the one in which Qaletaqa had held court. They were told to divide up the group as equally as possible, and the 4 structures would allow them plenty of bedding and room to stretch out. When Magi Silverbolt went inside, he believed it. The interior was different from the more utilitarian tent in which the old chief had held court. The cushions, while well-worn, stretched from edge to edge, with narrow walkways between them. There were tables on one side that held fresh fruit and pitchers of water. His stomach growled, but he was too tired to eat. Magi felt sleep try to overtake him as he fell down onto his back. Questions were posed by some of his people, but he waved those asking them away. Sleep for now. Rest. In the morning, hopefully, Chief Qaletaqa would have answers for them. And a plan. A plan to defend against the coming storm, whatever it may be. "You think you can get that gen going?" I asked. We had a couple of pumps that ran on battery power, but somebody had been sucking the fuel out of the underground tanks, and they were low. Too low for our tiny-ass pumps to grab hold of it. "All these damn trucks are running on fumes. If we siphon gas out of any one of them and that gen doesn't start, we've killed one," said Carla. "Don't matter," said Danny, standing in the back of his avalanche, a pair of binoculars to his eyes. I walked over there. We were all parked around a mobile station. 3 zombies were trapped inside an attached store, and several of our folks were contemplating killing them to see what goodies could be gotten from the mini-mart. We had plenty of food, but I guess a good Chico stick put a smile on a face or two. When I reached him, Danny looked down at me, his face grim. I knew better than to ask. I went around to the tailgate and he held up a hand. Taking it, he pulled me up. Holding out the binoculars, I waved him off. "Yeah, no need, I see him from here." "Is that what I think it is?" "Biggest goddamn horde we've seen yet," muttered Danny, the glasses back up to his eyes. "I'd say about 4 miles away." 4 miles could pass fast. I looked down at the abandoned freeway. It told me how fast everything happened. Of course it wasn't entirely empty. There were flipped cars and trucks here and there, a couple of big rigs on their sides. Further west, something glinted in the sun. Something big. I turned back to Danny. "Give me those." "Ask nice." "Yeah, fuck off. Hand 'em over." Danny smiled and followed my instructions. "What?" I scanned Interstate 80, hoping what I thought I saw was what I really saw. A smile crossed my lips. "What?" asked Danny. "You been up here how long?" "Why? You missed a tanker? Gas tanker? Chevron sells soda pop?" Danny laughed. "I've been kind of preoccupied with the horde of a few thousand." I got why he hadn't seen it yet. Everybody behind us was scrambling to figure out how to suck some fuel out of this place. When they dipped the tank and tried the pumps, I knew it was useless. He'd probably been thinking the same thing and focused his attention on the coming horde instead. The tanker about a mile west down there on I-80. You can just see the rear of it with the Chevron logo smack dab in the middle. I gave him the glasses. "Follow along in the fast lane until the median gets real wide. Then you'll see it, tucked into some bushes right past that flipped lime green Kia Soul." I watched him move the binoculars until a smile formed. He lowered the glasses and looked at me. "How the hell did you spot that?" "It's called desperation. I have a newfound burst of energy. How about you?" I shot my eyes toward the mini-mart. "You up for a Slurpee?" "Yeah, fuck, I wish," he said. "But anything sweet, yeah. High in preservatives. Beeline, buddy." The confidence must have been dripping off us like honey from a comb. We both slid our .22 Henrys from our back scabbards and practically skipped to the mini-mart. Nobody else had chanced to break in just yet.
When we got within 4 feet of the door, Danny ran toward it, raised his foot, and planted it right beside the jamb. I heard the aluminum tear, something pop, and the door flew inward, slamming against the wall. We stopped and raised our Henrys. The zombies inside, 2 women and a man, who all looked Middle Eastern, based on their beards, staggered toward us, filthy fingernails at the end of rotten hands, clawing the air. My count was fast. 1, 2, 3, I said without pauses between. We fired the .22 rifles at the same time, putting clean little holes dead center in the middle of both women's heads. As their spindly legs folded beneath them, black goo running down their shrunken faces, I heard Danny's lever action double-click, and he took care of Muhammad, who was bringing up the rear. Hell no, I'm not being racist. That was the name on his work shirt. I turned and yelled, "What are you waiting for? An engraved invitation?" "What about fuel?" called back Micky. He held out his hands in a shrug. I looked and saw Carla standing beside him, shaking her head. "We got it covered," I yelled. "But we kind of need to hurry. Grab your treats of choice and let's roll down to I-80. I crunched over the shattered tempered glass and found the candy row. Sure enough, there was the open box of Chico sticks, right next to the rolls of multicolored Neckos. I glanced over my shoulder and scooped up at least 6 each before hurrying back outside. I wanted to avoid the rush. Chapter 12. I-80, southwest of Potter, Nebraska. "Good eye, CB," said Lilly, as we pulled up to the tanker truck. All the tires on the driver's side were flat, but the way the truck was sitting, it was mostly level. "How are we getting it out of there?" asked Danny. "We got tank," said Carla. I whirled around, and she was literally 2 feet behind me, no worse for wear after her earlier ordeal. Beside her was Tank. "Hell, I forgot you came with," I said. "Been staying in the truck." He held a large pair of bolt cutters. "If you know how to use those, I'd get to it. That horde is moving faster than I thought." We all looked down the long, straight interstate. The evening light was fading, but at the end of our sight was a black, moving shadow. I was surprised to see nobody held up binoculars. I knew why. They didn't want to see. I turned to Tank. "If there's a lock, cut it off. Let's everybody grab cans and get this thing done." Tank, his biceps bigger than 2 of the hoses that would connect the side valves on the tanker, nodded and took off without a word. He slithered between the brush and the right side of the tanker and was engulfed by foliage. A minute passed. I thought I heard some clanking, but I couldn't be sure. "Hey, Tank, how's it going over there?" "You're good," he grunted. "Just almost." I heard a loud pop. "Got it," he called. Then, "Give me a hand, would you?" I looked immediately at Danny. He was bigger than me, and if Tank needed help, it was probably more Schwarzenegger help he needed. I was more Willis. Danny smiled, shook his head, and jogged down there. I moved behind him, but stopped at the rear of the tanker, supporting myself on the back. "Help me uncap this thing," said Tank. I heard grunting, followed by the sound of metal spinning on metal. "Good," came next. Something sliding. Then, "Okay, it's rigid. I'll need to extend it out to screw it on." I felt like I was listening to a live porno. The only disconcerting thing was that both voices were male. "Okay, put that one on the end and clamp it." It was getting kinky now. A second later, Danny and Tank came out of the brush, both covered in sweat, holding a 3-inch diameter hose between them. "Y'all need a smoke?" I asked. "If you want to blow up, sure," said Danny. "Bring the cans over, we'll crack the valve, see if we got premium or regular." "Horde's getting close," called an unfamiliar voice. I wanted to kill the unfamiliar man connected to it. "Everybody, get your cans over here and let's move," I yelled. Danny smiled, and the porn talk continues. I smiled as I manned the hose end with Danny while Tank shimmied back alongside the tanker and cracked the valve. "Yell when it's fast enough," he called. The fuel came out, and the second I smelled gasoline and not diesel, I wanted to cheer. It trickled. "More," I shouted. The trickle became a stream. I wasn't too worried about the environment right then, so too much was better than not enough. The stream began to flow, and now we were cooking with gas. "Good, Tank," I called. A second later, with 2 5-gallon cans already full and on their way to the first vehicles, Tank came jogging out of the brush. Before I knew it, he was back in line with 2 big red gas cans in his hands. It was like a production line. I had so much gas on my jeans, if anyone had lit a match, I'd have been jumping around like a dumbass playing with fire on YouTube back in the day. As each vehicle's tank reached full, it was fired up and driven west, parking in a straight line in our intended direction of travel. In another 40 minutes, we had every SUV and pickup truck fuel tank filled and 14 cans topped off and strapped to the rear cargo racks. The horde was within 1,000 yards by the time we were done. We don't know if our frantic movement was putting a spring in their steps, but that 4 miles Danny estimated was getting eaten up quick. "Can you smell them?" asked Georgina, coming up beside me. "I can't smell a thing, sweetheart," I said. "Just gas." "Yes, you are ripe," she said. "Dump those clothes before you get in the truck." I smiled. Shit, I need to hit a Levi's store down the road somewhere. I walked away from the pool of gasoline we'd created on the side of the road and leaned against the wrecked Kia. Pulling off my boots, I put them aside. "Shirt too," said Georgie. "I think you were sweating gasoline." "You just want to see my man stuff." "Yes, but I don't want to choke on fumes. You'll be fine. Everybody's seen it all before, at least in our vehicle." The noise seemed to come at once. It was like a low thunder. A breeze was blowing from east to west, carrying the horrific smell of the dead, plus moving something along the ground that I initially thought were rats. With the wind increasing, we found out the truth in a hurry. It was hair. A lot of it was in small round balls, but there were some damned big ones, too. They were rolling and flying along, picking up more of the same as they came, every one growing larger with every foot of westbound progress. Yes, indeedy, they were giant goddamn spheres of nasty-ass zombie hair caught by the wind and coming toward us ahead of the enormous horde by a few 100 yards. The ill-reputed hair tumbleweeds. Now I headed to the truck fast and saw most doing the same. I didn't need that disgusting shit sticking to my bare skin. There were some stragglers, I noticed. "Let's go," I called before ducking inside our vehicle. "Unless you think you can fight 1,000-strong horde while you're getting pelted by giant hairballs." Clearly nobody felt they could do that. It wasn't something you practiced at the range. That thought gave me an idea that I quickly discarded. That's a strength, by the way, not a weakness. Recognizing your own stupid ideas helps you grow. But something stuck with me, and I was unable to stop it. "Stop the truck, sis." "What?" "Just for a sec. I'll tell you when you can go." The caravan started rolling, and with one hand I waved the others around us. Every motor sounded strong, and we still had 500 yards on the horde. It was close, but no... would it be a cigar? "What the hell are we waiting for, CB?" groused Lilly. I dug in my pocket for a lighter. The hairballs were now blowing behind us, the gust pushing them north, south, as well as west, grabbing them into spinning hair devils. Danny burst out laughing. Hell, I know what he's up to. The hairball blew up to the door. It was a big one, at least 2.5 feet in diameter. I struck the lighter, and it flashed into a ball of fire as it moved. Other balls touched it, and they were lit too. Soon it was like a chain reaction. "Go, go!" I shouted, and Lilly punched the gas. All the rest of us were turned in our seats, marveling at the crazy chain reaction. Despite the mostly westward movement with the wind, it also fanned the flashing flames, and it was like a crazy pachinko game or some kind of real-life video game, where ball after ball burst into, as Jerry Lee Lewis might say, great balls of fire. "Shit, it's going to hit the horde," shouted Danny, an enormous smile on his face. "My dastardly plan comes to fruition," I said, unable to turn away. The horde was forward moving, so it created its own wind, but the hair was all around their feet, clinging to their filthy clothing and everywhere in between. As the fire reached them, it appeared to engulf the mass of walking dead. "Holy hell!" I yelled, slapping the back of Lily's seat. "CB, you had your fun?" Lilly asked, but there was a smile on her face, too. "Yeah, wow. Not sure how many will come out of that inferno." "We'll smell them coming, that's for sure," said Georgie. My little sis was back to business.
"Let's drive for about 100 miles and look for a place to call it a night," said Lilly. 3 heads bobbed up and down in agreement. My sister drove. I got on the radio and let everyone else know. Then I added one more call-out. "Is Stu along on this trip?" I asked. A long pause came, but then a familiar voice came on. "Yeah, this is Stu. What's up, Cole?" "Hey, Stu, when we find a place to hole up for the night, bring a bowl of that chunkweed over for Lilly. I think I've inadvertently caused some tension." "Inadvertently my ass," said Lilly. She swung her arm over the seat and swiped at me, but I was able to dodge it. "But good call. I need to sleep tonight." Night had not really settled over the Hintoka reservation yet, but Magi Silverbolt knew his people would sleep. They were dead tired, a term he did not like thinking, much less speaking aloud. Running through his mind and keeping the sleep he knew would take him quickly at bay was the skin paste he needed to make for their continued journey. With so many new warriors joining them, he would need a lot of it. He would have to show the Hintoka how to make it as well. Even if they were going to travel together, Magi, sharing that kind of knowledge, would solidify their trust of the Hinamawi. Magi considered the ancient leader of the Hintoka, and in an instant he realized he would not need to share his knowledge of the protective paste. He could read Hinamawi, and no doubt had already found the notations in the book detailing its ingredients. It didn't exactly worry Magi, but the old man acted as though he had personally known long-dead men when they were mere boys. They were not merely relatives. They had been dead so long they were tribal ancestors. Just how old was Qaletaqa? The light through the slight cracks at the seams of the tent had faded to black. Night had fallen. Magi could lay here and let his mind run, or he could have a piss and just shut it down. He stood, listening for a moment to the snores of his male and female tribe members. They had followed him. They knew Climbing Fox was no longer in charge. If they would have known what he did to Anjani Dancing Rain, they might have hated him as much as Magi did. He moved over to the toilet seat to the right side of the door, around which a half-circle of stones had been placed, preventing people from settling in there. He lifted the lid, revealing a 12-inch diameter hole in the earth. It looked deep, and no smell of sewage wafted up. The Hintoka knew how to live close to their roots. The Hinamawi had embraced many of the white man's ways, adopting their technology. Positioning himself over the hole, he crouched rather than sat, and relieved himself. A shadow appeared to pass by the large entry flap of the teepee. Magi reached out to push it open. It did not move. He pushed harder. The flap was sealed somehow. Feeling panic in his spine, Magi finished his business quickly, then used the toilet paper. He stood pulling up his pants. Moving to the center of the flap, he pushed outward. It was securely tied closed. "It's a security measure, nothing else. Calm down and go to sleep." Magi Silverbolt listened intently and stared at the closed flap for a long time, then let out a long breath. The reservation was so quiet. Nothing was going on. It was for their protection, somehow. The old man was wise. Qaletaqa, ancient and wise. Magi was awakened by coughing. The coughs turned to choking voices, then to panic. He sat up. It was pitch black inside the teepee, but now he realized it was more than just the darkness. There was a low yellow glow through the minute gaps in the wall material. The space was filled with smoke. "What is it?" he called out. "What's happening?" "The teepee is on fire!" another voice called out. Now the voices inside, all around him, rose to a fever pitch. The murmurs turned into screams, and everyone was up, running into one another as the heat inside the conical space increased. The darkness was broken by the furs and skins around them igniting, sending sparks up toward the top flue of the huge tent, which essentially provided oxygen to the flames. Magi instinctively dove to the ground, but around the edges of the teepee, these furs were sparking to life, too. He slapped at each ember he saw, But there were more beyond those, and the wind he created seemed to be fanning the flames. A distant chant rose above the crackling that grew so loud it threatened to drown out anything else. But somehow the ancient voice seemed to rise above their own screams and the sound of the spreading fire. Dizziness overcame Magi Silverbolt. He took another choking breath and felt his lungs burn as he collapsed to the floor, his face falling between two unlit firs, finding a small gap of cool air. It came from beneath the edge of the teepee. He pushed his face forward. A sudden weight fell upon him from above, and a voice came in his ear. The words were raspy, but he recognized the person who spoke. It was Tommy. "Chief Silverbolt, I kept one knife when they let us in. I could not give away all of our protection. I will cut the wall now to see if we are being watched." The last words were nearly obscured by the choking coughs, but a second later Magi heard the sound of ripping hide and felt a burst of cool air hit his face. He turned his face upward to see the massive fire crawling up the angled walls of the teepee, swirling balls of flame dancing above him like hell's own pyre. He looked to Tommy, who had stuck his head through the hole. A moment later he pulled back in, his voice clearer from the fresh air. "Nobody is there. The door is on the other side. Come, Chief Silverbolt. We must escape." Magi, partially refreshed from the air coming through the hole, blowing into his face, took several deep breaths, his mind clearing. He said, "Go, go!" Tommy crawled off him and pushed through the side of the teepee, disappearing. Magi scrambled through immediately afterward, and once on the sandy earth just outside, he rolled onto his back. There was nobody within view, but from somewhere the chant continued. Despite its ancient tenor, the sheer power behind the voice allowed it to soar above even the crackling of what had to be 4 teepees aflame. The meaning of the ancient words of his people came back to him. He heard Qaletaqa sing, "The death and destruction is necessary. For my people to live, my people must die. It is the way of the earth." "Let's go, Tommy," he managed, but he was unable to stand. He felt the young man scoop him from the ground and begin to run, keeping the teepee between them and whoever stood to watch the carnage on the other side. As Tommy charged away into the night, Magi Silverbolt watched the hole at the base of the teepee. No other Hinamaui emerged from the hole. It was now filled with horrific, ravaging flames. His tribe, once strong, was now diminished to only 2. He must find a way to escape the Hintoka lands before anyone realized he was still alive. Chapter 13. I-80 and SR-30 Interchange, Buford, Wyoming. We drove more than 100 miles, as it turned out. The road was clear for the most part, but we did encounter a few dozen of the worst members of our current humanity along the way. We dodged by 'em or clipped 'em with the corner of a bumper. Buford, Wyoming looked like a spot to drink a cup of coffee based on all the signs planted on the side of the road. Some crap about it being the coffee capital of Wyoming. There were only a couple of buildings I could see. Lilly drove the whole way, so when she stopped, I hopped out and looked around. The air was cold, and the wind that blew forced it against my skin like a bunch of razor blades. Still, some memory came back to me, and I had to check it out. I yelled at everyone, "Hey, hang tight for a sec. We'll be right back." I got back in. "Hey, Lilly, head back the way we came." "Why?" "Just indulge me. I think I remember something about this place, and I got to see if I'm right. And trust me anyway, you're better off in here. It's cold as hell outside." "I hate the cold," said Georgie. "That's why I lived in Florida." "I hate zombie gators more," said Lilly, dropping the transmission into drive and spinning it around to face east down the highway. When she drove about a quarter-mile back, I spotted the back of a green steel sign and said, "Oh, okay, stop and turn around." "Geez, make up your mind," huffed Lilly. Despite her attitude, she did what I asked. "Okay, stop." "Population 2?" asked Georgie. "Is this that town?" "So you remember the story. A guy, Salmons or something like that, lived here alone after the other 6 or so people moved. Now, he wanted to buy the town, but it's unincorporated, so all he could do was buy every business. After a few years, he sold it to some Vietnamese dude who renamed the town after some coffee he wanted to sell. "I thought I smelled coffee when you opened the door," said Danny. "Damn, now I want a cup. But Findeli Town, Buford?" I looked at the sign on which the official white lettering still read just Buford. Above it, written in block letters by hand, was Findeli Town. Like I said, the guy's Vietnamese. I thought more about a hot cup of coffee and slapped the dash. If we can find a way to make it, I'm up for it. "Find a way? CB, I have that electric percolator in my bag. Goes everywhere with me." "I didn't know you brought it along on our hunt." So the town of Buford was now called Buford Findeli. Lilly drove us back into the center of town, which, to be specific, was right next to the edge of town. Bruce Springsteen would have had a tough time turning that into some drama. By the time we got back, everyone was out of their vehicles, stretching. One or two trucks drove over to some houses, directed by a sign that read, "Susie's Appaloosas." The business did not appear to be a going concern any longer, at least I didn't see any Appaloosa horses running around. When they got back, we'd all finished with our stretches, and a bunch of us made it over to the trading post. It was the only store, after all. There were 2 old gas pumps out front, but judging from the dried-out squeegees and towels hanging from the dispensers above them, they'd been up and running when the black rain hit. I had my DP-12 slung over my shoulder, but I didn't bother with the drum magazine. In a town with the population of 2, it was unlikely I'd need to lay a room full of dead sideways. We stood about 10 feet away from the faded wooden porch, all breathing out puffs of steam in what had to be 30-degree weather. Everyone had thrown on their heaviest coats, which had mostly stayed in the beds of the trucks or behind the seats. Not anymore. As we plunged deeper into the calendar and higher up in the mountains, staying warm and dry would become very important. We all heard the sound of feet clomping on floorboards. "Whoever it is, they'd have come out if they weren't dead," said Georgina Lake. She began to walk forward. "Hey," I said, "what are you doing?" She shook her head and didn't slow a notch. Reaching the door, she put her hand on the handle, made out of an antler. "Ready?" she asked, smiling. I shrugged, unslung my DP-12, and shouldered the weapon. "Just open it and slide sideways fast." "Duh," my girlfriend mocked. Snickers from behind me. My 25 or so closest friends. She pulled it open, and as I had instructed, she took 4 backward steps, her sneakers quiet on the raised porch. "Watch out!" The voice was Micky Rode's, and for a minute I thought he was about to drop a 45 RPM of Louie Louie onto the turntable. I saw it just as the rotten man came stumbling out of the trading post. A dead woman, patchy hair and peeling face, 1 foot completely missing as she stomped forward on her right leg bone toward Georgie, who had not yet turned to see her pursuer. "Run, Dr. Lake!" shouted someone else, but Micky was already charging forward, his .22 raised. I was several feet away and pacing him, 2 huge strides of my legs and steps of my boots bringing me within 8 feet of the store's dead proprietor. Behind me, the rest of our traveling posse stood perfectly still, transfixed as if they were mesmerized at what was unfolding. With no initial movement from our group, the dead man had clearly noticed the motion of the dead woman advancing on Georgie, because he turned to his right and staggered toward them. I didn't take any chances. As he staggered toward Georgie, who was still trying to understand what all the yelling was about, I reached him, pushed my barrel against his skull, and pulled the trigger at the same time. The shotgun blast echoed through the dusky landscape, and half the thing's head disappeared as his body's forward momentum carried it to Georgie's feet, where she jumped back in time to be shoved aside by Micky, who'd reached the pair. Georgie went down hard to the ground as the rotten woman's arms swiped at thin air. Micky put 2 rounds in her face, causing her to wobble, then drop, black ooze running onto the sandy loam beneath her. 2 quick whistles came from the crowd, followed by, "If you'd have stayed put, I could have shot her from here." It was Jimmy Sanchez, and Carla stood right beside him. "I mean, good job, Mick, but next time there's no sense in expending all that energy." And breathing hard, Micky just looked over at me, helping Georgina back to her feet. "You okay?" asked Micky. "I'm fine," said Georgie, dusting herself off.
Sorry about that. I just reacted. That bitch was like 2 inches from you. You saved my life, huffed Georgina. Don't be sorry. Thank you. The murmurs from the group behind us all reflected the relief I felt, and after Georgie and I shared a relieved embrace, we walked into the store. Sure enough, there had been one man in there. The black footprints from the tracked-in rain residue was all I needed to tell the story. Clearly, the proprietor had gone out in the rain and back inside, only to change into a monster and trap himself. No Indian blood. I'd gotten a look at the man outside, and he didn't look like he was Vietnamese, and I knew the guy who'd bought the town was. Then it hit me. The new owner had wanted to run his coffee business from his home country, so he'd hired a guy who wanted the isolation of this spot. This must have been that guy. Inside the store, we found moldy cookies and a whole bunch of coffee, all sealed up in pretty bags. Some of the vacuum-sealed pouches were pre-ground, and others were coffee beans, but despite the underlying funky smell of the dead guy who'd been trapped in there for months, it just smelled like goddamn heaven. Plus, there were about 10 5-gallon bottles of Sparkletts water in there. Lilly practically ran back to the truck to grab her coffee maker. Yep, it ran on batteries, and it was made by Micky. Now, those folks normally specialize in power tools, and that was the beauty of her setup. We had 4 of the rechargeable batteries from Micky Power Tools, and we'd installed power inverts in all the vehicles for the trip, so every pickup and SUV had 220-volt outlets available. Lilly used those outlets to keep her coffee pot power at full charge. To be fair, we did have some power tools with us, too, so it wasn't all about coffee. But it was a lot about coffee. I suppose we could figure out accommodations later. Right now, everybody was digging through the stock, trying to find cookies or scones that were doused in preservatives enough to enjoy with their mugs of brew. A perfect beginning to the end of a long day. If we could find a good place to rest our heads, it would tie everything up into a pretty little bow.
"Hurry, this way!" called the voice, as Tommy staggered through the night, with Silverbolt on his shoulders, each agonizing step putting distance between them and the blazing tents. His lungs burned from the searing heat and smoke they had just escaped. Behind them, the rising flames now licked at the darkened sky, sending the soot of the burning Hinamaui people toward the heavens. Tommy slowed and turned toward the voice. Magi gripped him, saying, "Let me down. I can walk now." Without weapons, they were at the mercy of whoever it was who beckoned them. "I can save you," came the voice. It was that of a woman, not much more than a whisper, but the desperation was clear. Tommy eased him to the ground, and Magi steadied himself briefly on Tommy's shoulder, then made a snap decision. He jerked his head behind him to see silhouettes of the Hintoka, who had likely set fire to their teepees, beginning to surround the burning structures, poking at them with sticks and inspecting them. "Now!" the voice urged. "Come on," said Magi, tugging Tommy's shirt. Together they ducked and ran toward the voice. When they reached the base of what appeared to be a water tower, the woman said, "Follow me and be quiet." She hurried ahead. Magi did not know whether she was old or young, but she moved with speed and agility around the next 3 corners, essentially zigzagging away from where, he presumed, her people were gathered, watching the carnage. There were lights on behind shaded windows they had passed, but when they reached what appeared to be a low block building with no lights on, she pulled open the door and said, "In, now!" Magi stopped, looking at her in the darkness, trying to gauge her intent. "I am helping you," she said. "Please." Magi nodded and went inside. Tommy followed behind, and she followed them, closing the door behind her. "Who are you?" asked Magi. "What just happened?" Breathing hard, she moved through the darkness. She said nothing but motioned with her hand to a set of wooden chairs. Without thinking, Magi and Tommy sat and waited. A moment later, a match flared, igniting a small oil lamp, then was quickly extinguished. The girl, or woman, turned the lamp's flame down so low it barely flickered. It allowed Magi and Tommy to see her. She could have been no more than 18 or 19 years old. "Who are you? Why did you help us?" asked Magi. "You must be very quiet. Qaletaqa is very sensitive. His quarters are on the other side of the reservation, but he knows things sometimes."
"You didn't say who you were." Without speaking, she hurried to a dark corner and grabbed a duffel bag about 24 inches long and 12 inches wide. She carried it to them and dropped into an identical wooden chair as the ones in which they sat.
"I must come with you. Qaletaqa has killed all of your people. He was trying to kill you, too."
"No shit," said Tommy. "Please," said Magi. "Why did he do that? We came to him for help."
"This is his plan,"
she said. "What is his plan?" asked Magi.
"This. All of it. The black rain. Everything."
No, it's not. I know who caused that. I know who did it." She shook her head.
"Climbing Fox Wattana did not cause what has happened to the world. It was always Qaletaqa."
"No, it wasn't. My fiancée found a book hidden by her father, Chief Standing Rock. He passed away while working in his house. Anjani Dancing Rain found it and showed it to me.
There is no time. If you do not leave, they will find out you did not die in the fire. They will count the charred remains, and they know how many of you were in the tents."
"Where are we going to go?"
"We can get a car in the next village, to the west of here. I know a way out other than the main gate."
"Who are you?"
"I am Qaletaqa's daughter," she said.
Magi Silverbolt stared at the young, beautiful girl. Her features were soft and chiseled, clear even in the flickering light of the lamp. Her hair, straight and dark, fell to the middle of her back, pulled into a ponytail.
"But he is so old, and you are barely a woman."
Magi's voice was almost a whisper.
"I cannot explain everything to you now. Please, we must travel many miles tonight if we are to get beyond his reach. Will you come? If you will not, then you will die."
It wasn't a hard decision. Magi stood, and Tommy followed suit. "Okay, let's go. Do you have water?"
"Yes, in my bag. Food, too, in case things do not go as planned."
"Okay," said Magi. "Go, we'll follow." He took the bag from her, and she stared at him briefly before moving to the window and pulling back the shade. After a long look, she reached for the knob and turned it. Pulling it open, she stepped out, looked in all directions, and nodded toward them. "Come," she whispered. They moved quickly and quietly through darkened streets. Magi did not know in which direction they traveled, but he believed it was northwest. "Our vehicles are outside the entrance," he said, the effects from the smoke still causing his lungs to sting with each breath.
"No, they are not,"
she said, hardly winded.
"They were removed the moment you were brought inside our walls. You were never intended to leave again."
Magi's mind spun in 1,000 directions. He did not know who or what this Qaletaqa was, only that he was a mystery, a frightening mystery. They reached the wall, which was identical to the one where the gate was mounted. It was painted in a terracotta color with darker brown vertical sections every 10 feet or so. "How are we going to get over?" asked Tommy.
"It's an illusion," said the girl. "There is a way through. Watch."
She moved to the wall and stood with her back to it. Sidestepping twice, she disappeared. Tommy looked at Magi. "What just happened?" Magi didn't answer. He moved to the wall and stood where the girl had. He also sidestepped until he moved behind a narrower wall. It was an illusion. It was not solid, but the paint made it appear to be. In the middle was a turnstile, and the girl pressed herself against the wall, her foot inserted into a depression carved into the stone. She pressed down, and the turnstile unlocked with a metallic click. "Come," she whispered. Magi pushed through, and Tommy followed seconds later, both stepping around the girl. She followed when they had passed. 3 more steps, and they were standing outside the walls of the Hintoka Indian Reservation. They moved along the shadowed sides of the streets, some paved, some red dirt and gravel. As they came to a side street heading north, they turned on Spicer Lane and picked up their pace, following the young girl's lead. "There are empty homes here," she said. "Qaletaqa sent raiding parties here 2 months ago. Nobody remains." Magi Silverbolt, the new young chief of a tribe that now consisted of only 2 men, pondered the situation.
The old man had seemed hospitable enough during their brief meeting, but he had clearly misjudged the man, if indeed that's what he was. Homes were just ahead, the windows dark. Vehicles, including old pickup trucks and dilapidated tractors, sat idle in dirt driveways and overgrown yards. It looked like what it was, a dead town. In the gloom of the half-moonlit night, Magi saw clumps of what first appeared to be leaves, piled to the left and right of the road. As they approached, the girl moved away from each pile. "What are they?" asked Tommy, moving toward one. "Do not," the girl began, but her warning was interrupted by Tommy's gasp. He jumped back, staggering to the point he nearly tripped and fell onto his back. Catching himself, he said, "They're alive." "They are not," she said. "They are dead. But they're moving." Magi's curiosity got the better of him, and he put a hand on Tommy's shoulder, pulling him away. Magi neared one pile. He felt the blood drain from his face. "They are skinwalkers," said Magi. "Chopped up into pieces, but not dead." Tommy bent over and threw up onto the ground, then wiped his mouth on his sleeve. He spat and turned to them. "Why didn't he burn them or pierce their skulls?" "He created them," said the girl. They still did not know her name. Chapter 14. Buford, Wyoming. If our intention was to stay somewhere quiet and safe, it seemed we'd picked a good town, if you could really call it that. The store didn't have much more than coffee mugs and stale but somewhat edible accessory foods to eat, but thanks to preservatives and packaging, only the stuff marked "Made Fresh Daily" was moldy. That means what looked like pretty tasty cookies and pastries in the front counter glass cases had molded over long ago. After drinking so much coffee I was jittery as hell, we'd made our way over to a large house that was once the residence of Susie, the former owner of the Appaloosa Ranch, but it was hardly a ranch. One large overgrown pasture and an intact stable with 15 stalls. We cleared the house and did some minimal sweeping and cleanup, and I was actually glad to see a couple of mice scurry out of our way as we worked our way through. Small things that made us feel like not everything had changed. Never thought I'd be thankful for rodents. Normal rodents, though, that's why. We already knew what had happened to the gators and crocs. We didn't need hordes of flesh-eating mice and rats on top of it. The horses had clearly been gone long before the apocalypse struck, because when Micky, Tank, Danny, and I ventured over there to have a look, no horse skeletons decorated the earth within, and it looked to have been out of business for several months, if not years. The lower level of the house had exterior doors in the rear, leading into several small quarters. There was also a 20-by-20 wood porch with a railing around it, with several sun-deteriorated lawn chairs strewn around. We guessed the lower level had been for the horse trainers and other ranch hands. The front door led right up some stairs to a living area with another 4 bedrooms, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, a family room, and a game room, complete with pool table and foosball. Now, foosball always made me feel inadequate. Danny used to kick my ass at it in high school. There were too many players, and I didn't have enough hands to spin all the bastards at the right time. But I digress. Georgie and I took the smallest bedroom upstairs, with a window facing the front of the house. After finding some spare sheets in a hall closet, we carefully folded the dusty ones that were on the bed up to keep the crap from flying, bundled them up, and tossed them out the window. When we settled in, we lay there beside each other for a few minutes, and I slipped my arm over her shoulder, bringing her in for a snuggle. "How are you?" I asked. "I'm picking up on a little sadness." She was quiet for a while, but she kind of nuzzled into me a bit, so I knew she was putting her thoughts together. "I miss Roxy. Even Terry. Mostly Roxy." "Well, we need to get her on the radio tomorrow, then. We'll fire up the portable and see if we can scare her up." "A strange choice of words," she said, a smile in her voice. "I hope they're okay." "Well, they're monitoring the ham in Micky's car, so don't worry. Somebody would have called out if something happened. I'm sure she's wondering about you, too." "Us, Cole. You won her over pretty fast." "I hope so. She's a lot like you, so
She was easy for me to like. Terry took me by surprise. At first I thought he was going to be a pain in the ass, but he's really stepped up. I felt Georgie nod against me.
They're good for one another,
she said. Well, who's got first watch again? I asked.
Tank,
she said.
A scary-looking man. Nice, though.
Yeah, until he's not, I said. But I do feel good about him on the first shift. He can shoot. We were quiet for a long time, and I felt exhaustion drape over me like a humid Florida day. As my mind was ready to shut down, Georgie said,
Cole, are you awake?
Barely, I breathed.
Do we really know what we're going to do when we find Wattana?
No. I'm hoping he's got some ideas. This time I felt her head shake no. She said,
I know we've already discussed the fact that this isn't reversible. The afflicted are doomed. How they're even alive and moving, much less attacking, I don't know. But their brains are soaking in that black muck.
They're not so much doomed as living forever, it seems, I said.
We don't know that yet.
Hell, if it's like every zombie movie I've ever seen, these things aren't dying any time soon. Goddamn Energizer bunnies are anti-humanity.
Make me a promise.
I didn't respond right away, though I knew I'd promise her anything and follow up on my word. Lying to her could lead to losing her, and that wasn't a risk I was willing to take. Anything, I finally said.
That took a while,
she said. I was thinking how much you mean to me, how I'd do anything to keep you with me.
If we get there, and we either don't find him or he's not willing or not able to do anything about what he's created, I don't want to chase pipe dreams. I want to go back to Lebanon, get Terry and Roxy and Danny and Lilly, if they want to join us, and go. If there's a small group we're willing to take along, fine. I just don't want to stay there. It's too depressing.
You thinking a cabin in the woods? Hunting game, maybe growing food? She breathed in and let out a big sigh.
That scenario is high up on my list of new beginnings, she said.
Imagine if we arrived on this continent 300 years ago and had our choice of how and where to live. We'd look for resources, for water and food, and we'd want a place that was easy to secure, and we'd want to be surrounded by beauty, probably in that order. I don't have a doubt that Danny and Lilly would be in. It'd be interesting seeing who Terry and Roxy would want to bring, if anyone. They seem to connect with a lot of folks in Lebanon.
People know good hearts when they encounter them,
she said.
Are you taking a watch tonight?
3:00 a.m.
Better get some rest. You set an alarm?
Yeah, I told Alexa to wake me at 3. No reply came. I set my watch alarm, I amended.
That's more like it.
I didn't like that nosy bitch anyway.
Alexa?
Yeah, always listening.
Good night, Cole.
Night, Georgie. I love you. Her response was a snuggle. It said the same thing. 3:00 came too soon, but I was ready for it. When I woke up, it was about 2:45. I do that. When I know I got to get up, my internal clock is on alert, and I wake up ahead of time. It's probably from a long fear of people thinking I'm lazy. Our pa taught us early to work hard and to pull our weight. I remember him saying all the time that only Democrats and street corner beggars sat around waiting for handouts. In the stables, I'd found a hand pickaxe hanging on the wall with a bunch of other rusted tools. It seemed like a good thing to have along, so I took it and put it on the porch for whoever had watch duty. Tank greeted me with a turn of his head as I came out. I had no idea where he'd gotten it, but he had on this heavy fur coat that looked to be made out of fox. It made the already large man appear mountain-sized when he stood. Any trouble? I asked. Not sure where it came from, but I saw one, off that way. It see you? Tank shook his head. I found it difficult to understand how he could manage it because his dang neck was as thick as a tree trunk. Nope, I could only tell it was one of the dead ones because of the way it walked. Just a shape, really. A silhouette? I asked. Huh? Never mind. He must have walked a long-ass way, I said. I thought we already accounted for the only residents of the former Buford, Wyoming. Could have been some other people moved in nearby, said Tank. Anyway, have a good night. You're on till daylight. He didn't need to tell me that, but coming from a man of few words, our little back and forth was our longest conversation so far. I extended it by a word. "Night," I said. He threw me another wave and disappeared into the house. He was sure to close the screen door very quietly, but his heavy work boots clomped into the night as he made his way across the hardwood floors to the room where he was sleeping. I shook my head and settled in. I glanced at the watch on my wrist. The date said November 14th. I had to laugh to myself. It was my goddamn birthday. I never even thought about it. I suppose I was lucky I'd never let the watch die, but I imagine some other folks also had some record of the date. This crap started in late August. I guess we got to Lebanon sometime in early October. I didn't really take notice. No matter then, but now we were moving into the full-on winter months, and that meant life would just get harder from there. I think Micky and everyone else was too concerned about finding Wattana to think about the weather. That's what happens when you live in Florida too long. You stop worrying about winter snowstorms and most other weather. I heard something off to my left and turned my head. The thing stood there, just at the top of a set of 2 steps. It stared straight ahead, down the long front porch of the house where I sat right in the middle. I was bundled up in a heavy jacket, and I had gloves on, too. I wasn't sure how these creatures detected their prey. I knew sound drew them, but I also knew they went after anything moving. I'd remained perfectly still except for the initial turn of my head. I was acutely aware of the puffs of steam shooting out of my nostrils with each exhale like a cartoon bull facing off against Popeye. It began walking forward, but without any purpose. Why it had come there, I'm still not sure. Maybe it had been out there when we changed shifts and either heard something or saw movement. I didn't want to fire on it if I didn't have to. Regardless of old news reports we'd seen saying how isolated and empty this place was, there was no telling if others were in the area. I didn't need to draw an army of those things out of the Wyoming night to surround the house. It had clearly been a young man. Its pants were tattered from the ankles all the way up to its knees, the old work boots it wore still holding up nicely considering what it might have been through. The arms were bare from the short sleeves down, and pustules, cuts, and gouges festooned his black, wrinkled skin. Dark stains smeared and dotted the dirty T-shirt it wore, and its mouth stretched open as it gurgled some war cry of the dead. My muscles bunched and tensed as I felt my arms sliding back, hopefully out of view of the thing, which continued plodding slowly forward, still focused on something other than me. I dared not turn to see what that might be. My fingers curled around the worn wooden handle of the rusted pickaxe, and I gripped it as best I could through the thick gloves. Suddenly, its speed increased. The slow stagger turned into a half-run, but only in terms of these rotting humans' abilities, which weren't up to snuff. It was now 3 feet from where I sat, and its dead eyes still did not turn toward me. It was my chance. With a good swing, I turned toward it and swung the makeshift weapon at the same time, and I didn't have to look down to see which part, the pick or the axe, I'd be utilizing. I was swinging blind. As it moved in front of me, I heard myself emit a grunt. As my arm came into view in front of me, I saw the axe propelling forward, and my blade slammed into the center of its chest with a squishing thud. As it staggered to a sudden stop, its head dropped, just as I heard 2 quick whistles. A split second after, I heard a click and a pop, and wood splintered from a faded 4x4 pillar 3 feet to my left. Jerking my head to the right, I saw Carla Solis, her .22 Henry in her hand. The next click had already come. The dead man's emaciated body toppled forward, landing squarely on my shoes, his rotted and broken teeth snapping and biting at the thick suede. As it fell, it ripped the axe handle from my hand, and I let it go, adrenaline sending me into a cat-like leap I don't think I've ever achieved before or since. I used the heavy chair as a springboard, yanking my feet out from under this thing's snapping teeth, and ended up on my ass just in front of the door, scrambling clear. Just as I was about to push myself back to my feet, another pop sounded, and black goo sprayed onto the porch. I felt arms grab me, and before I knew it, I was being dragged backward into the house, twisting and fighting by instinct alone. "CB, calm the hell down," yelled Danny, and I realized what was happening. I rolled around to all fours and looked up to see Tank was there beside him, and Georgie and Micky stood there too, all looking like they'd just awakened from one nightmare straight into the next. "Are you okay?" asked Georgina, exhilaration tainting her words as she dropped down beside me, instinctively inspecting my arms. I pushed myself up and looked at her. Yeah, I'm fine. Jesus, that sure went sideways." 2 more pops cracked the night's silence, and we saw all movement of the zombie 2 feet away stop, its guttural moans finally silenced. A moment later, footfalls hit the porch. "You didn't get bit, did you?" asked Carla Solis, walking into view. She kicked the monster, but it did not move. I stared up at her as Danny held a hand out. As I went to take it, I felt burly arms wrap around me and pull me straight to my feet. I spun around, and there was Tank. "You okay, CB?" he asked. The kid was strong as hell. As strong as a tank. Yeah, I'm fine," I said. "I saw the thing coming, and I didn't want to wake y'all up." "Seriously?" It was Lily's voice. I looked at her just before she shoved me and yelled, "CB, I've already lost my other 2 brothers. Don't take stupid chances." I staggered back into Danny, who steadied me and held his hands up as he stepped away. Lilly wasn't done yet, and he knew her well enough to get that. "Are you hurt?" she asked. "No," I said. "I was careful. I had the pickaxe. I'd have been fine." "Didn't look that way to me," said Carla. "But no sense in dwelling on it. It's dead." "Buddy system from now on," said Lilly. "No exceptions. God damn it, CB." I didn't argue. Instead, I hugged my sister until I felt the tension drain from her muscles. "I'm sorry, Lil." "You better be," she said. "How were you even there, Carla?" I asked. "I had watch." "I decided to guard the back," she said. "Every once in a while I'd patrol along the sides. When I came around, I saw you facing off with that one." She nodded at the dead thing lying face down on the porch. I checked my watch. It was 4:15 a.m. "Y'all, go back to sleep. I got this." Nobody moved. "Seriously, go back to sleep. We have a long day ahead of us today." They began dispersing, and Georgie held on to my hand a long time before releasing it and heading back upstairs. I nodded to her, an attempt at reassurance. Lilly reached for her gun, leaning by the door. "You'll have company this time." "Do you know how scared I was, seeing you down on your ass beside that thing?" asked Lilly. With her there, we'd moved on to a wood bench next to the chair. "I get it. It wasn't as close as it must have looked from where you were." "Hold up your foot." "Huh?" "Your damn foot. Lift it." I did. She pulled it into her lap, and I leaned back to keep her from twisting me off the bench. "Here, teeth marks," she chastised. "If you'd have been wearing sneakers, it would have torn straight through." "Don't be stupid, Lil. I don't wear sneakers. Now let go. I'm getting a cramp." "Screw you. Just shoot the damn things next time, CB. I'd rather lose some sleep than lose you." She dropped my shoe, and I slid back onto the bench beside her. Rather than argue, I took her hand in mine and just held it. It was clammy. As embarrassing as the entire episode was, I felt better having my sister there with me. The rest of the night was uneventful. We hit the road at 7 a.m. Despite the action, I knew the rest of the world would be worse than Findley, Buford, Wyoming. We took several bags of ground coffee with us. It really wasn't bad. Chapter 15. Near the Hintoka Indian Reservation. Magi Silverbolt sat in the darkness of the bedroom, knowing he should have slept. During the hours he had lain awake, he heard some of the roaming creatures, not only of the night, but of the day, and of all hours. He created them, she had said, speaking of Qaletaqa. Magi was confused. Chief Wattana had created them. He had seen it with his own eyes. But the Mundanugu's trick with the camera, stopping and starting it, and making him appear to commit suicide, had been a failure. Survivors of the curse had seen through his ruse and now hunted him. But he was gone. Now, of the Hintoka Tribe,
what he knew of it, only he and Tommy remained. The others in those teepees were no doubt dead. The skinwalkers passed by in the night, plodding down the street on their way to whatever drew them forward. Their guttural singings, like the hospice-relegated elderly gurgling their final rattling breaths, grated on his nerves. They were not in hospice, awaiting death. They were beyond the threshold between life and death, men and women who should have been destined for the morgue, but who would never make it there. They roamed. They killed and fed on the remaining living. The girl who had finally told them her name was Tala promised to share with them an amazing story before they settled in for the night. They had built a small fire in the fireplace, and as the flickering glow danced from the hearth to her face, he'd studied her. She was pretty. Her nose was chiseled and came to a soft point above her small mouth and delicate rounded chin. Her long brown hair was as straight as corn silk, and her doe eyes were a deep brown. She stood close to 5 feet 10 inches tall, and she moved like she floated above the ground. But the story she told was amazing. So much so that had the world not been flipped on its head, Magi would have believed none of it. But Wattana, or Qaletaqa, one of them at least, had caused the black rain to fall. Perhaps the ancient elder had used his own black magic to effect what Wattana had done, altered his ceremony somehow. To be so old meant he was either cursed or blessed by the gods. It had to be one or the other. Either he was good or he was bad. So far, trying to murder the entire Hintoka tribe indicated the latter. Magi thought back to his wavering faith. Not wavering, he admitted. Not until now. In truth, he had disregarded the gods before all this. He held strong beliefs when he was younger, but as he grew up and experienced the world of technology and things like Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, Instagram, and the rest, he had begun to feel foolish for ever believing in the spirit world at all. All religion tended to be mocked on the social media platforms as backward beliefs clung to by aging fools. Magi Silverbolt, like most young people, did not want to be an outcast, so he had cast out the spirits. But Magi cared for his people. That is why he pretended to believe when in their presence, and why he had studied the ancient language of his people, if only enough to get by. He had always hoped to be chief of his tribe one day, and spirituality was part of that. Now he realized his faith had returned, and whether or not it mattered any more, he was chief. He believed in the invisible powers again, no longer because he had to remain on the good side of the Hintoka people. They were all dead. But to understand the darkness he, Tala, and Tommy faced, and how to overcome it. Magi knew he could not afford to misstep where Qaletaqa was concerned. The ancient had either been created by the gods themselves, or he was annexed by them, but his power was undeniable. There could be no other explanation for a man who was quite possibly as old as 200 years. His spirit could be far older. Tala was a similar, though different story. She seemed unaffected by the darkness. She admitted she had never really understood it during her first 60 years of life. Yes, she appeared no more than 26, but it was because of the ceremony conducted by her father when she had just become a teenager. Tala had walked the earth for 63 years. She recalled the strange ceremony like it was just the week before. As she spoke, Tommy leaned back against a chair, his eyes closed as Silverbolt watched the firelight flickering in Tala's eyes. "I almost forget my real birthday," she said. "I was not allowed to tell others what it was, and for good reason. I was born in 1956. The only child to Qaletaqa and my mother, Lashina." Magi interrupted her. "So, what is your real birthday?" "It is the 1st of August. Magi smiled, not knowing what to do with the information except store it away. "Sorry, go on." "My father, who you know as Qaletaqa, did not always appear so old. The sun and life on the reservation has aged him. You now know I am 63, but most people guess my age as my mid-20s. When I was a child, my father was already very old, but as with me, the years have accumulated slowly on him. My body has aged at a rate of approximately 1 year for every 3.8 years of life.
You've thought about this a lot, said Magi.
I have, she said. It is why we left the Hintoka tribe just 2 years later. People would notice when they began to age, but we did not. It was not so obvious with my father, but as I was 13 years old, just having entered puberty—
Wait, said Magi, leaning forward. Was that intentional? Was he waiting for that for some reason?
It was out of fatherly love, which is a bit foreign to me now, she said. He realized we would have to leave right away if I were not to become a woman. There were ceremonies associated with it, so as much as he did not wish to, he waited until I bled the first time.
Magi shifted, turning his eyes away from Tala in her moment of personal sharing.
Anyway, the ceremony is what opened my eyes to his power. He explained then that what he was going to do would change me, making us the same.
From what I can tell, you're not the same, said Magi. You saved us. He tried to kill all my people.
I knew your arrival would be the end of my time with him. I knew what he planned and saw the horror of its beginning. Worse, I know of his plans for the future. But let me finish telling you how I became what I am. You may judge whether or not to trust me then.
Magi Silverbolt knew he already did trust the girl.
I was taken by my father to a cave. It is several miles north of the Hintoka reservation, along Rattlesnake Creek. He towed a small boat behind his truck, and just to the west of Swanson Canyon, where the road was unpaved and became too rocky and winding, he put the boat into the creek and parked the truck and trailer in a turnout. We got in the boat and motored along the creek. It was often just a trickle, but at that time the dam at the Big Sage Reservoir had been opened. Father said it was the only time he could access the place he was taking me.
Magi bristled at her calling Qaletaqa father. It may have been true, but it made him question whether blood would be thicker than the black rain and all the devastation it had wreaked upon the world.
She continued, Once the creek grew too narrow, and we could travel by boat no more. We hiked together for a full day to a place hidden from the world. A crevice led into the earth, opening to an amazing underground cavern. There were symbols on the walls, but some were not merely symbols. I recognized the writing, as I could read Hintoka. It appeared to have been written long ago by people of many tribes, as it was a mixture of languages and pictures. I asked my father who had created such a place. It was then he removed the tablet from his pouch and began to write down all he saw that he could understand. He even copied much of what he could not.
From the walls? She nodded.
Yes. We were there for 2-3 days. I do not remember exactly now. He said it was a place known only by the spiritual leaders of many different tribes. He explained to me by pointing out some language I understood that I could read, and others he read to me in our native tongue. From the beginning of our known history, the Mundunugus and other spiritual leaders who go by many different names would go to that place. They would bathe in the black pool at the bottom, believing it gave them everlasting life. It did not. If they were injured or sick, it would heal them, but it did not affect their lifespans in any way.
Magi listened, knowing something important would be revealed. He was captivated by her voice and her beauty.
On the 2nd or 3rd day, I no longer remember which, he led me down a rocky ledge within the cave. It led sideways for a long distance, then dropped off. He showed me where to place my feet and where to hold on, and we climbed down perhaps 30 feet or more. At the bottom it was pitch dark. He lit a torch, and we walked on a narrow rock ledge until we entered another large cavern. He told me then that only he knew of that section of the cave. In the center was a pool. It looked black, but I thought it was just because of the darkness within. When Father scooped a handful of the water, it was black in his hand.
"The black rain? The same?" asked Magi, mesmerized. She nodded.
Yes, but inside this place he held his torch high. The place was so high I could not see the ceiling, and the amazing markings on the wall told me he was not the first to find this place. There were images, symbols, so many things that still remain etched in my mind all these years later that I still do not understand.
"What happened? Why did he take you down there?" It was Tommy. He was wide awake now, his eyes fixated on Tala.
Qaletaqa gave me the torch to hold and began reading from the book in which he had written the words from the cavern above. This went on for an hour or more. I was exhausted holding that torch. That was all I remember until he had me stand in the pool. He told me to remove my clothes and go and stand in the center of the water. I remember him telling me this, but I was 13 years old. I was shy, embarrassed, and scared, and did not understand what was happening. After 2 days traveling and more inside the dark, damp cave, I was exhausted and ready to be home.
"What did you do?" asked Tommy.
I did as he said. I turned away from him and took off my clothes. Then I eased myself down into the water. The bottom was smooth and firm, and I walked to the center of the pool and stood, my back to my father and my arms crossed over my chest.
"I'm sorry," said Magi.
I did not understand it at the time, but it was merely a part of the ceremony. As I stood there, he began to chant from the words written in his tablet. As he spoke, and his voice rose and fell, echoing through the chamber, a mist began to form. The mist became actual clouds, moving and swirling overhead. The temperature dropped and I began to shiver, and I could feel every molecule of the airborne water touching my skin. A great crack sounded from above me, and the room lit up as though daylight had found its way in. The clouds began to swirl above me, turning pitch black. When the rain began to fall, I was frightened. I turned to see my father, but all I saw was the flickering torch he held.
"How was it lit with the water falling down?" asked Tommy.
That is a part of the magic of this story, of this experience. The water only rained down on the pool itself, on me. It was contained within the boundaries of the water. It stopped as suddenly as it began, and then he told me to come out. I was tingling, and I felt lightheaded, but that soon passed. From that time, I felt calm, strong. I cannot recall ever being afraid.
"You're not afraid of your father?" asked Magi.
He loves me. I do not know when he set his plan in motion, but it had to be before he left the Hinamawi reservation many years ago.
Magi straightened.
Did he leave? Was that his tablet Anjani Dancing Rain found in her father's home, beneath the floorboards? The same one he wrote in that day? It can be no other.
But why did the black rain change everybody? Why did they become skinwalkers? You didn't. Magi stopped talking. He looked at her. "What is it, Chief Silverbolt?" asked Tommy.
"You did,"
breathed Magi. "Just differently. Just as they rot slowly, you age in the same way." She closed her eyes and nodded slowly.
With the black rain came the skinwalkers. It was the first time I had seen them, and of course I was as frightened as everyone else. I believe some aspects of this were also unknown by Qaletaqa, as he allowed many of his people to be attacked by them.
"Why would he do that?" She smiled in the yellow glow of the fire.
"To learn. His plans were obviously bigger. I understand now. He warned me in advance of the rain. I did not know it at the time, but he sent a family to your reservation many years ago."
"Who?" Shaking her head, she said,
"It is not important."
Magi stood and arched his back in a stretch.
He then knelt beside Tala. "It is important to me. I am the chief of a tribe that now consists of only 2. Please." She sighed and stared at the fire. "I'm sorry." "Why?" "Because the sun was a friend of yours." Magi Silverbolt took her hands in his and squeezed them gently. "Please, then, I must know." "His name was Atian Shining Eyes." Magi felt his legs weaken beneath him, and he toppled backward, his back striking the base of the sofa as he slid down to sit on the floor. Dumbfounded, staring at Tala, he muttered, "Atian? He was my best friend for years. He was the son of—" "I know who his parents were," she said. "As I said, they were all sent by my father long ago, when you were just a young boy." Magi stared at her. All he had known blown to bits by this new information. He felt like a fool, like his best friend had made one of him. "How long has this been in motion?" he asked. Tala now rose from her seat and moved in front of Magi Silverbolt. She held out her hands and Magi took them. She pulled him up to stand before her. "I only knew pieces," she said. "I did not know my father's ultimate goal, or how he meant to achieve it. Atian's parents reported to Qaletaqa for many years, but Atian eventually did as well." "Did he know what your father planned? How he intended to infect the world with this undead plague?" Magi stared at her incredulous. "I know Atian was a good person. We did everything together, and I can't be such a bad judge of character. As it was with me, I truly believe that Atian only knew pieces. I'm sure he began to put things together for himself, but by then it had to have been too late to warn you. After it began, I'm sure he could not find the courage to admit it to you. Do you know what became of him?" "Yes," said Magi. "He became a skinwalker. He was bitten." "I'm sorry," she said. "There is more." Now Magi dropped down into an overstuffed chair and stared blankly into the fire. "Go on," he mumbled. "My father sent the men who killed Standing Rock." Magi spun toward her. "Our chief? Why?" "It is what set all of this in motion. After his death, on orders from Qaletaqa, Atian convinced Anjani Dancing Rain, the chief's daughter, to go through his home with the pretext of clearing it out and preserving his possessions. He led her to find the ancient text." "I know who Anjani was," Magi whispered. "She was my fiancée. She suffered tremendously before she died." "I am sorry," said Tala. "Giga art liest," whispered Magi. "It was written on the cover of the book she found." "Blood revenge," said Tala. "I watched my father write those words. I was a confused, frightened 13-year-old girl, but it is a moment I will never forget. The look in his eyes. It was when his plan was born."
Chapter 16. Morgan, Utah. As we drove along I-84 west, we saw snow-peaked mountains in the western distance, reminding us that we needed to equip ourselves for colder weather, particularly in the mountains. "Micky, you read?" said Danny.
"Yeah, back at you,"
said Micky.
"What's up, Danny?"
"Been checking the map," he said. "Looks like a town called Morgan is the last medium-sized burg before we hit Ogden and other bigger cities."
"Yeah, simpatico, brother,"
said Micky.
"Been thinking along the same lines. Should have lots of ski shops there to get some warm gear."
"Hand warmers," said Lilly. "You can take the girl out of Florida."
"Yeah, check," said Danny. "If you see something before Morgan, just go with it." Along the way, through some of the windier sections of the drive, we'd seen guardrails torn away, skid and tire tracks leading down impossibly steep embankments. My only consolation there was that any zombies inside those damned cars or SUVs were probably far below us, buried under the new snow. The sign for Morgan, Utah came, and ahead of us Micky slowed, then pulled off on the N600E, which was a little two-lane road bordered by single-family ranch homes with wood and vinyl siding.
"Hope nothing's crashed up ahead," said Danny. "Be hard to get by."
We drove until we saw a sign that read East Canyon. Micky, who was leading the caravan, put on his blinker. "I like a man who holds fast to his driver's training," I said. Danny said,
"It looks like this road leads into downtown."
We passed under I-84 and started to see activity. Not the good kind.
"Oh, lovely," said Georgie.
"Yeah, ditto," said Lilly. I followed their eyes and saw a small horde of maybe 20 dead people, walking together wearing brightly colored winter coats. It looked like a ski class.
"Maybe we ought to think about electric cars,"
said Danny.
"We might as well be driving ice cream trucks playing music."
I got on the radio. "Everyone, engage your offensive driving skills. If you have to use your push bars, use them. But for God's sake, be careful. We need clothes, some food, fuel, and a place to bed down for the night."
"Why are we stopping so soon?"
It was Garland Hunter, who'd been awfully quiet for most of the trip. "Got Ogden and Salt Lake City to deal with just ahead, and since we left Lebanon, it's the largest population we've come across. If we can find alternate routes to avoid the cities, we need to do it, but that'll take some time."
"Roger that,"
he called out. Garland was riding in a vehicle with a girl named Lulu Townsend, who was a crack shot and just a bit of a crackpot. At least, me and Georgie thought so. She wasn't nearly as unstable as his dead ex-girlfriend, Billy Joe, and not the kind who I figured would pose a threat to anyone in our group. But she was on hair trigger when it came to the walking dead. There had been multiple occasions where the radio erupted, and we were all told to stop and wait for Lulu. On those occasions, she pulled over suddenly and jumped out to personally deliver brain shots to every undead member of some smaller hordes. When asked why she would risk her life, she said, "It's no risk. We gotta live in this world. Under 5, they ain't alive. That's my motto since this began." So, that was her criteria. If the horde was 5 or fewer, she'd handle them herself. If every survivor did that every time, we might actually stand a chance. As we drove south into downtown Morgan, I spotted a 7-Eleven and a Phillips 66 gas station on the left side, a Subway on the right, and a family dollar store off behind the sandwich shop. "I wonder what'll happen to them when it gets really cold," asked Georgie, projecting her thoughts aloud. We all looked through the windows at the living dead humanity shuffling along the street, turning toward the sound of our engines with their unique semblance of hope for fresh meat. Not today, my dead friends. Not today. "You got an outdoor temp gauge on this one, Danny?" He was driving for this leg, so I unrolled my window and stuck my hand out. "Shit, look at the sky. Feels cold enough." "It's 29 degrees now," said Danny, "if that thing's right." "It feels right to me," I said, rolling the window back up. "And maybe we'll see how they fare in snow." "We don't need to be driving in that crap," said Danny. "Might have to switch to a truck with snow tires." "He's not kidding," said Lilly. "Our timing sucks. This would have been a much better trip to make in spring or summer." "The apocalypse waits for no man, and it won't wait for me," I sang, trying to lighten the mood. "Keep going," said Georgie, squeezing my leg. "They are moving slower," said Danny. "Not sure what kind of coagulating is going on inside those bodies of theirs, but they look about half as fast as others we've seen, even when they see us and start hurrying." "See a motel or anything yet?" I asked. "Nada," said Danny. "Guess nobody wants to stay in Morgan, Utah." "Airbnb it is, then," said Lilly. She picked up the radio and pressed the button. "Everybody, listen up. Looks like we'll need to find a little house to get buttoned up in for the night unless one of you spots a nice little Motel 6.
"I ain't seen nothing,"
came back Garland. "Strike out," said Micky. "I'll hang a left up there. Looks residential," he added. We followed as he turned left on a charming street called N250 E Street. With street names like that, it's no wonder folks chose to hotel in Salt Lake City and not Morgan.
"Looks like some fourplexes on the right here,"
called out Micky. He pulled to a stop in front of the wide driveway, and we watched as Garland's vehicle appeared to punch it into the driveway and skid to a stop inches from the garage door. "What the hell?" Danny began, but we figured the hell out a second later. As I rolled down my window again, I saw Lulu jump out, her zombie hook, that's what she called it, in her left hand. She didn't always use it, but I knew why she had it now.
"She's got balls," said Lilly. "More than me."
"And let me express my appreciation for that fact," said Danny, eyeing Lilly sideways. She slapped him on the shoulder and shook her head.
"Settle in."
"I'm stretching," I said, opening my door and picking up my DP-12 from the floorboard at my feet. I'd reattached the 30-round drum mag, so I had plenty of firepower if necessary. Looking around, I could have gotten by with 6 shells.
"Stay in the car, CB,"
said Lilly. "Nope," I said, already outside. "Lulu, back up." Nobody else got out, so I slung the strap over my shoulder, closed the door, and just walked around the driveway, working out the kinks. Lulu trotted up the wood steps leading to the second-floor walkway, which provided access to the upstairs residences. Apparently, the first door our resident huntress came to was unlocked, because within 15 seconds of her disappearing, she came into view again, pulling a rodder behind her. It was a woman in a sweatsuit, her gray face half torn away, most of her hair gone. She snapped her jaws behind Lulu, but she ignored it like it was a disobedient chihuahua. As she stepped back onto the porch, she leaned back and pulled on the hook, bringing that zombie around like she was swinging her partner in a square dance at a country fair. When she had it in a good position, so she wouldn't shoot into any of our windshields, she pulled out her Glock 23 and fired around into its forehead. Deftly pushing her hook forward and freeing it, she let it fall, then jumped to the other side of the opening. Moments later, a lumbering, one-armed, gray-faced male staggered out the door, and this time she moved quickly behind it, fired into the back of its skull, and pushed it over the railing. It dropped with a splat not 10 feet from where I stood.
"I think that's all in there," she called down. "Smells kind of funky in there, but that should clear out with the fresh air. Hang loose for a minute."
I gave her a thumbs up. In my mind, I was wondering which part of the apartment the man's other arm and the other half of the lady's face could be found. Getting rid of them might reduce the funk considerably. She searched the unit beside it and must have found it empty, so she left that door open and trotted down the steps to the lower units. Without the constraints of the elevated walkway and railing, Lulu just opened the first unlocked door and slapped on the wood repeatedly. It reminded me of a cat food commercial where they shake the box and the cat comes running. I heard footsteps behind me and turned to see Garland standing there. "She's something, right?" he asked. "If she were just a bit nuttier, it'd bring me back to the bad old days with Billy Joe." "The moral compass helps," I said, watching as a rabbit-eyed little girl staggered out of the house, her pajama-clad body still strong and intact from being inside a home, protected from the elements. She was even more aggressive than the two before her, raising her arms and snarling as she clawed at the air towards Lulu. Standing sideways, Lulu held the gun out and put a bullet between the miniature zombie's eyes. Lulu never blinked, she didn't flinch, and she didn't turn away until the child was in a heap on the ground at her feet. Her facial expression never changed. She'd accepted that once the people changed into the walking dead, they were all the same, just different sizes. Kind of like fish, I guess, but only if every fish was a goddamn piranha. No matter. Lulu had the chops to take on the house alone, and the Nacogdoche kids had all gotten out of their respective vehicles and lined up with their .22 lever-action rifles, waiting to blow out a double whistle and pop some caps in some gray matter. In other words, I felt safe and sound. When Lulu had a total of 7 bodies, including the dead little girl, piled up at the top of the driveway, Garland searched the garage and found a tarp. He spread it over the pile of stinking bodies and weighed the edges down with some bricks from a disintegrating planter box that ran along the front of the fourplex. He wanted to join us afterward for the strategy meeting, and I was fine with that. Every vehicle in our caravan had heavy-duty push bars and skid plates welded to the front, thanks to his fabricating skills. He was a lot smarter dude than his hick accent indicated, and I, for one, was happy to have him along. He still had a ways to go, but he'd matured a lot since the Billy Joe days, and when I thought about that fact, I realized those days weren't all that long ago. There was a nice-sized round table in the small dining area of the upper left duplex, so that's where we decided to meet. During our brief walk around to the building, we discovered large underground propane storage tanks that were still 3/4 full. They powered a common generator to power the building. Once I saw that, I hurried around to the other side and was relieved to find water softener equipment. I knew what that meant. Most likely it meant this neighborhood was all well and septic systems. Showers. Propane plus electricity plus well equals showers. Before the meeting started, I ran inside directly to the bathroom and turned the shower knob. I heard a low vibrating in the pipes before water started sputtering out, ice cold. We had only fired the gen up 15 minutes earlier, so it would take some time. Turning the water off, I almost skipped out of the hallway, but had the sense to slow to a walk before I came into view of everybody waiting at the table. "Well?" asked Jimmy. "Yes, well," I said. "We have power and water. I suggest everyone take advantage of it while we're here."
"Every unit has its own water heater," said Lilly. "I'd say between now and the morning, everyone should be able to get cleaned up. There's even a washer and dryer, so if you want your stuff washed, pile it up and throw away your modesty."
I started to pull off my shirt, and Lilly slapped my arm.
"Jesus, CB," said Lilly. "It can wait 15 minutes or so."
Around the table were Carla, Jimmy, Garland, Micky, Georgie, Lilly, Danny, and me. Some of us sat on ottomans, others on folding chairs from the basement. We found a leaf for the table in a closet beside the small dining room, so we had just enough space to rub elbows. Georgie spread out the map on the table.
"Okay, if this map scale is right," she began, "we have roughly 700 miles to go."
"What kind of terrain?" asked Carla.
"It's a topographical map, so along here you can see quite a few mountains indicated, but the road runs mostly in the valleys."
"What are our route choices?" asked Micky. Georgina Lake ran her finger along Highway 84 that curved to the northwest, before sloping back down to intersect with the 395.
"Well, this route takes us further north by about 230 miles, and up into Idaho and Oregon."
She ran her finger along the map.
"The southern route has us on I-80 and just crosses straight into Nevada, but it's somewhat winding."
"What's the difference in miles?"
Only about 10 or so. The southern route is a tad shorter, and it looks to be more isolated."
"I'm for southern," I said. "Easy call." Everyone agreed.
"Okay, that's that then,"
said Georgie, marking the map. The radio on Lilly's hip crackled alive, and a piece of a word came through.
"Tana,"
was all they caught. "That Lebanon?" asked Garland.
"Maybe,"
said Lilly, removing the portable ham from her belt and putting it on the table. She turned up the volume first, then pushed the transmit button.
"This is Lilly Baxter,"
she said.
"Please repeat."
We didn't have any real radio protocols, if you hadn't figured that out yet. We pretty much just talked like we wanted and hoped the FCC was out of business.
"Climbing Fox Wattana is..."
The voice came again. Everybody's eyes went wide, and I think everyone at that table looked at everyone else sitting there in about 2 seconds. Then, without exception, we all looked back down at the radio, mouths open, catching flies.
"Who is this?"
asked Lilly. Only static this time.
"Damn,"
she said. She sat there looking frustrated for a second. Then a light went on in her eyes, and she pressed the button again.
"Change frequency," she said. "Move to 80. Change to 80 meters."
She released the button, listened for a second, and switched the channel on the ham.
"Magi Silverbolt,"
the voice said.
"Are you the group searching for Climbing Fox Wattana?"
I put my hand over Lily's as she moved to answer. "Hold on," I said. "How do we know this isn't some kind of trap?"
"It's a damn ham radio, CB," said Lilly. "They don't have a tracker."
"They can't tell where the signals are bouncing from?" I asked. Everybody just stared at me. "Geez, I'm not a damn communications expert," I muttered. "Go ahead, I guess."
"This is Lilly Baxter. Yes, we were searching for the man who made the video, the one who said he caused the black rain."
"He is dead,"
said the voice.
"Who is this?"
asked Lilly.
"And before you lie to us again, we know Wattana is not dead. We saw the splice in the video."
There was silence for almost 15 seconds.
You threw them for a loop, it seems like, said Garland.
I'm Magi Silverbolt of the Hinamawi tribe,
he said.
Climbing Fox was our chief. He did carry out the ceremony that resulted in the black rain, but it was all predestined. It was not his plan, but that of another. Climbing Fox Wattana did not realize the implications of his actions.
I looked at everyone else around the table. I feel like the dog who caught the car he was chasing. What now if the Indian's dead? Danny said, he just said it was someone else's plan. What are they up to? Yeah, good point, said Lilly. She pressed the button again. You said it was somebody else's plan. Who are you talking about? Are they still alive? Now, a female voice came on the radio.
This is Tala of the Hintoka Tribe. When I was a child, I was with the Hinamawi, as was my father. After he discovered something very important, he left the tribe to avoid anyone learning of his find. He became the shaman of the Hintoka, and eventually the chief.
So you're saying your father is responsible for this?
Yes,
the voice answered.
And I am to some degree. If I had foreseen all he had planned, I might have stopped it.
Ask that chick if it can be stopped now, asked Garland. Lilly stared at Garland for a second or two, formulated her question, and said, Do you have a proposal? Is there any way to stop this thing?
The Hintoka Reservation has 4,200 people living there. Since the time Qaletaqa, my father, became chief, 41 years ago, he has taught us to fight. All of us, men and women. I realized that just over 4,000 people does not sound like a great number, and not all were suited for it. But my conservative estimate is that 3/4 of them are true warriors. They are deadly fighters.
Lilly mashed the button again. I could see the tension in her body, her muscles practically coiled up. The question she asked was identical to the question on all of our minds. What does he want?
He wants to return this land to his people, those native to this continent. He did not count on the power of the bloodline. More people were immune than he anticipated.
How do you know this? Were you a co-conspirator? Ooh, co-conspirator, I said. Good one, Lil. Shut up, she said. Jesus, CB. I was impressed, muttered Danny. 5 syllables. This was rewarded with a shoulder slap from his girlfriend.
I will admit, I was for a time,
said Tala.
It was not intentional, for Qaletaqa did not share with me the details of the ceremony he had indirectly coerced Climbing Fox into performing. My worries began before that, when he had the former chief of the Hinamawi tribe murdered. When Standing Rock was killed, Climbing Fox became chief.
He told you he killed the chief? Asked Lilly.
No, but before that, he was in constant communication with the family he had inserted into their community many years before. You might call them spies, but I had no doubt he had arranged the chief's murder. From that point on, my father became secretive, and my suspicions grew.
What we don't get is why anyone would do this, said Lilly. She was dead right. I didn't get that at all. Dead right. Sometimes I crack myself up.
I am about to tell you something. Before you form an opinion as to whether what I say is the truth or a lie, consider that there are millions of skinwalkers roaming the earth, seeking the human flesh of the living as sustenance.
Lilly didn't press the button right away. Instead, her eyes met all of ours individually. Skinwalkers, she whispered. It's such a perfect name for them. I'm almost afraid to hear this, she added. She didn't have a choice, as it turned out. Tala went on, her voice crackling through the portable ham.
Qaletaqa is nearly 200 years old. I am 60 years old, but I have the physique of a young woman in her 20s. This is because of 2 ceremonies held long ago within a cavern several miles north of the Hinamawi reservation. It is the origin of all of this, and I know where it is. If there is hope, it is there.
Sounds like some Stephen King book, said Danny. Remember the zombie people and the zombie gators, said Micky. Skinwalkers, as she calls them, if they're real, and they are. And how far-fetched is her story? Carla shrugged and said, It is a multifaceted world that holds many mysteries. Maybe this is just something we have to accept until we don't. Lilly nodded and appeared to make a decision. Pressing the radio button again, she said, "Okay, it sounds crazy, but so is everything else, so we'll take you at your word for now. Are you suggesting an alliance? How many of you are there?"
Only 3. My father attempted to murder the remaining Hinamawi people when they came to us for help. I managed to help 2 of them escape, who are with me now. The man you spoke with initially, Magi Silverbolt, is now the chief. The other man with us is Tommy Rivers, also of the Hinamawi tribe.
"Are you in Alturas at the Hinamawi reservation?" asked Lilly.
No,
said the woman.
We are on our way there now. I ask that you continue on and meet us there.
"Could this be a trap of some kind?" asked Georgie. "How do we know we can trust them?" Lilly's face grim. She pressed the button and raised the radio to her mouth. "I have people here that have family back where we started out from. I can tell you they'd much rather just turn around knowing Wattana is really dead. Do you think we can stop this? Stop your father?"
He knows of your group,
warned Tala.
That means he will come for you. While his numbers do not seem formidable in the world before the Black Rain, it will likely be the largest army in existence today. And, as I said, most are warriors. I believe they must be defeated at all costs.
"I have one more question for you," asked Lilly. "Are you willing to kill your own father?" I think we were all expecting a long delay, but the 60-year-old girl named Tala responded right away.
I value goodness over blood. Family bonds do not erase evil.
"Give us a minute," said Lilly. Jimmy said, "Do we really have a choice? We came all this way. Might as well see it through." "As much as I'd rather be back with Roxy, I feel this gives us more focus," said Georgina. "Before, we were just going to find this Wattana without any other real plan. No offense, Micky." "None taken. It was a start anyway," he said. "It was," said Georgie. "Now we know more, and there could be an alliance that helps us actually achieve something. As fantastic as her story sounds, she's right. Look around us. It's all unbelievable." "So are we a yes?" I asked. "Show of hands?" Without exception, everybody around the table raised their hand. Lilly pressed the button again. "We're settled in for the night. We've got about 700 miles to go. How far out are you?"
We will be there long before you, but we will wait. Please, be safe. Thank you.
Chapter 17. Near Morgan, Utah. We decided on the southern route, though that would take us alongside the airport, and I wasn't really into that kind of population. I didn't see as we had a choice. We were bound to hit some big population centers between Morgan and Alturas. Ordinarily, we'd be there in 10 to 11 hours of normal driving. That would be lovely, only we didn't expect normal anything. We'd driven about 17 miles by the time we transitioned to the 87 South. It would take us around Salt Lake City. "Okay, from here, we've got about 35 miles of sketchy driving. Then we should be back to more rural stuff," said Lilly. "That'll put us past the airport." I was driving, and she'd volunteered to navigate beside me. The GPS could be relied upon in more rural situations, but we didn't need any mess-ups, directing us off the freeway and through some congested downtown streets. We'd all been there with GPS technology, and for the moment we were putting our trust in the Rand McNally map book. "Well, I hate to call it lucky," said Georgie, "but that black rain got people off the road and kept them in their homes. I think they were afraid to go out in it even after it stopped. All that residue everywhere was scary on its own." "Crashed cars I can deal with," said Lilly. "It's the hordes of moving dead people." "Well, just pray our luck holds out," I said. "I might never stop praying," said Danny. "Kind of second nature nowadays." As we continued south, I think we were all counting the miles. The mountains to the north fell away behind us, and the streets visible from the freeway became more and more developed. I could practically feel the tension inside the vehicle increase the farther we drove. "Lots of those damn things moving down there," said Danny, almost to himself. With his words, we all glanced left as he was sitting behind my seat. "Yes, there are a few," I said. "Apparently they don't hunker down in cold weather." Lilly leaned forward and checked the sky. Speaking of weather, the sky's getting dark, and with that temperature reading on your dash right now, I'm a little concerned. Don't worry about what you can't control. We drove 14 miles without a word, but with lots of heads jogging back and forth. We zigged and zagged to stay clear of the wrecked semi-rigs and cars, and there were definitely more now. Rotters, too, pinned under overturned cars, clawing at the pavement, some staggering around. We only clipped 2 of them, and it was intentional. The engine droned on for another 4 miles when the silence was broken by one tense word. "Cole," came the voice from behind and to my right. It was Georgie. "Yeah?" I asked. "What is that?" asked Lilly, pointing out the front window. "It looks like a wall." "It does," I said. "Is it moving?" asked Danny. "Get the binoculars out of the glove box," I said. "Quick." Lilly did, and put them to her eyes. Her mouth fell open, but nothing came out. "What is it, Lil?" I asked. "Speak up." "Turn around." "What?" "Now, CB, turn around." I rolled down my window at the same time Georgie grabbed the radio. As I twirled my finger in the air and applied my brakes so everyone behind us didn't plow into our rear end, Georgie said into her radio, "Everybody, turn around, now." Her voice was calm and steady. "It's a wall of them," Lilly said. "I can't tell how deep. It looks almost solid, shifting side to side, coming fast." "Where the hell did they come from?" asked Danny. "Wait," said Lilly. "There's something in front of them." I turned the wheel right, avoiding a Volkswagen Beetle on its side. What looked like a dead girl was behind the wheel, and I saw why she didn't change into a skinwalker, as Tala called them. There was a long piece of something metal sticking out of her forehead. I wasn't sure if someone had killed her after she turned, or if during the accident something had impaled her. Either way, she wasn't bugging me as a driver or as a zombie. Danny had a second pair of binoculars out, one that he carried in his bag. "Oh, shit," he said. "That's 2 chicks on goddamn scooters." "What?" I asked. "Should I stop?" "No," shouted Lilly. "CB, they're probably the reason those things are coming." "Well, that's no reason to let them die," I said. "Georgie, tell Garland and Lulu to drive up here. Everyone else, jam back the other way and get off to the first clear off-ramp." "This is stupid, CB," said Lilly. "It wouldn't be stupid if that was you on that scooter, would it?" I asked. "Shut up," she said, grabbing my DP-12 from the floorboard. "They better peg those 50cc pieces of shit." "Looks like they're winding them out," said Danny. "They're putting some distance between them and that horde, slow but sure." I'd pulled the truck sideways, and now Garland pulled his truck up to our passenger side. "We spotted that horde," he said. "Did you see the 2 girls?" asked Lilly, who was right next to Garland. "No," he said, sounding disappointed in himself. "Lulu?" he said, turning toward her. She held up her binoculars, and her mouth opened. "Well, would you look at that," she said. "They look scared to death." "Scared of death, more like," said Lilly. "Yep," I said. "I think they've got a good lead on them, but we'll give them the option to get in the back of the truck if they won't. Garland, follow us in case we cut it close." I punched it, flooring the pickup, driving straight for the 2 scooters with the horde bearing down on them. Behind me was Garland, but as I neared the closest scooter, he smartly cut in behind me so my wide arced turn wouldn't result in an accident. The girls, seeing us charging toward them, now seemed to believe they had a second enemy. One held up a gun and looked to be pointing it right at us. I started flashing my headlights, waving my arm out the window, palm open and empty. She got it. Tucking the gun away, she angled toward us. When she was about 100 yards ahead of the horde and 30 yards from us, I spun it around and Garland did the same, right behind me. She pulled up, freckled-faced, determined, and serious. "You a friendly?" she asked. "As they come, but they're not," I said, pointing at the oncoming horde. "Get in and hurry. Call your friend over." She didn't hesitate. She hopped off her scooter, pulled the makeshift saddlebags off, and tossed them in back of the pickup. There was so much other shit back there she had to tuck it in, but she let her scooter drop to its side and was in before I could double-take. The other girl did exactly the same thing at Garland's truck, seeing the back of mine was stacked with provisions. They both settled in as the horde drew to within 75 yards.
The hairballs were already rolling by our tires when we punched it. The girls clung to whatever they could to hold on. Flooring the accelerator, we cranked a hairpin U-turn, screeching the tires in an arc as we slid onto what was intended as an on-ramp. But since it was closer than the entrance to the off-ramp and traffic was at a minimum, it would do. When we made the turn, we saw everyone else was waiting down at the bottom, prepared to turn toward the west. "What the hell are they waiting for?" Danny asked as I hit the brake. Then we all saw it. Tumbling over the guardrail from the freeway above, bodies were raining down in our path of exit, leading west. Rockaway Street was one way at that point, and heavy steel railings guided us directly into the waterfall of rotten humanity. As we watched, helpless, the 5 or 10 plummeting bodies became dozens. They smashed into the ground in every possible way a human body could. Some were maimed with broken legs, others landed squarely on their skulls, killing them instantly. The lucky ones, if that could be said about any of them, landed on the cushion of their brothers' and sisters' bodies, and simply scrambled back to their feet to come at our stationary caravan. Because Garland and I had taken on the rescuing of the 2 girls, we were in the rear. I saw Micky's truck at the head of the line, still not moving. The body fall now blackened out the view of the distant mountain peaks, with what must have been hundreds of them. Some got up with thrashed arms broken, bones jutting through the putrid black meat. Others with faces only half bashed in, their brains spared and their mobility intact. "What the hell are we waiting for?" I shouted, and it must have been so loud that Micky Rode heard me in his head. Punching it off the line, he smashed into 4 of the creatures, the loaded weight of the Toyota enough to knock them back with the help of Garland's fabricated pusher. Without hesitation, the next vehicle, which I knew was occupied by Jimmy and Carla, followed the exact path, but as the bodies kept falling, it was getting more difficult to clear them. I know these vehicles weren't 4-wheel drive, but the way the fabricated skid plate worked, together with the snow tires Garland had decided to put on all the trucks, we might be able to slide across the bodies and muck. Tank leaned out the window with his own DP-12 and looked like he was at a carnival shooting gallery, aiming for heads as they dropped. The scatter on the shotgun blast appeared to be helping, but there were just too many of them. They were past them, and the next vehicle pushed in. The Toyota's big tires rolled up a hill of bodies, angling so sharply I was hoping somebody would lean out of the opposite window like a goddamn sailing crew. Just as I held my breath, the right side front wheel came back down and the truck straightened out and rolled down the other side. The skid plate had pushed a flat path, and the next pickup punched it through the same path. The big knobby tires spinning and throwing up black blood and skin as it propelled forward. By the time we were able to go, with Garland just in front of us, we had maybe 8 feet between the growing shifting pile and the sharply angled concrete embankment running up to the underside of the bridge. I could see the other vehicles beyond, now stopped with doors open, keeping an eye on us to see how we were faring. There was nothing they could do. Either we made it, or we didn't. Garland punched it. He'd chosen his vehicle first, and I now knew why. All of a sudden, a plate pivoted down from beneath his front end. "What the hell is that?" asked Georgie, using a rare curse word. "Looks like his skid plate," I said. It pushed straight down, then began pivoting backwards, pushing his front end forward, essentially dragging the rear wheels over the piles of bodies beneath him. When he gained 4 or 5 feet, it quickly retracted, and he gassed it, the front tires now finding purchase on black, bloody asphalt. "He didn't mention that crap to me," I said, looking for some switch on the dash I hadn't noticed before. There was nothing. "Danny, slide open that window. Tell our rider to hang the hell on, now." Danny turned and slapped the glass. When she crouched near the window, he slid it open. "Lay low, hold on tight," he said. "Roger that," she called as he closed the window again. I didn't fuck around. I said, "Hold on," and angled the car sharply toward the concrete berm on the south side of the underpass. "Dude, you ain't gonna make that," Danny yelled. "Too steep." I heard my own voice, high and shrill, call out, "I'm kinda counting on that, and we don't have a choice." I floored it. The truck shot up the berm at a sharp angle, and I immediately felt it tilting to the right. I knew it would, but I was counting on momentum to turn this shitty idea into one that might save our lives. If I were cockier, I would tell you this was all planned and calculated and a sure bet. It was planned, at the last second, but I didn't really think it would work. Yes, I was pretty sure the other members of our crew would have saved us, but that was way in the back of my mind. As we began to tip, I worked the steering wheel trying to keep it straight. When we went into our full clockwise rollover, the left side of the pickup landed on a cushion of bodies, their dead faces pressed against the windows, and I'm sure freaking Lilly out good. "Everyone press your hands hard against the ceiling and lock your arms," I yelled, and now I let go of the wheel too and followed my own instructions. To do it, we all had to tuck down in our seats, but I hoped it would keep us from all tumbling when we flipped. The sharp angle of the berm had thrown us into a faster roll than I expected, and I just hoped it would stop when we were in the right position. I tried to hedge my bet by jamming my foot down on the accelerator as we went fully upside down, then continued to roll onto the driver's side. Just one? More? Roll! Come on! I thought. It was mushy and shifting and about the weirdest thing I've ever experienced, with the ravaged dead faces mashed against the front windshield as we rolled over what Tala called the skinwalkers. The name alone gave me chills. As we dropped back onto our wheels atop the shifting bodies, the winding engine felt new resistance as the snow tires dug into the soft flesh, pushing us forward as it rooster-tailed blood, skin, eyeballs, ball sacks, and whatever the hell else the knobby tires came in contact with, behind us. The Toyota slid forward, over the living dead humanity by virtue of its skid plate, reaching the end of the writhing human forms. We dropped off the edge of the bloody pile. Hitting terra firma, the plasma-coated tires slipped for a second or two before finally gripping and shooting us forward, reminding me to remove my foot from the gas. "Son of a bitch!" shouted Lilly. "CB, that was amazing!" "Thanks, sis. But 90% of that was luck," I answered, breathing hard. "Shit, 99% more like," breathed Danny, patting my shoulder hard. Beside me, Georgie started picking up all the supplies that had flown around the cab during our roll. "Oh my God!" shouted Lilly. "Scooter girl!" She spun around to see our newest passenger pushing herself up, her back coated in bloody muck. It took a full 5 seconds before she checked herself and gave a thumbs up through the rear window panel. "Jesus, CB," said Lilly. "She made it, no thanks to that maneuver." I was glad about that, but I had other concerns. "You okay, Georgie?" I glanced at her and saw the doubt in her eyes. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing," she said, turning away. I saw a tear run down her cheek, and I knew. She wondered what would have happened if we had died. These tears were about her daughter, not our situation. I wanted to reunite them as soon as possible. I made a vow, not that it was anything new, that I would keep the woman beside me alive. It's how I needed her to be. So did her daughter. The second I'd emerged from beneath the overpass, the others, parked maybe 30 yards west of us, drove on. I stopped for a moment, listening to the hum of the motor as I watched in the rearview mirror, seeing dozens of bodies still plummeting from the overpass behind us. "Engine sounds solid, CB," said Danny. "Roll, man." I patted Georgina's leg, gave her knee a squeeze, and drove. As we passed a side street, still keeping our eyes on the caravan ahead, I spotted something off to my right. A truck. A pickup truck. Garland's truck. "Was that?" I started to say. "Yes, it's Garland." Georgina picked up the radio. "Garland? Come in, Garland."
"I got my ears on."
He came back.
"Saw something I need to check out. Call it nostalgia, but I'll find y'all. Leave me a marker at the right exit."
"Garland!" shouted Georgia, but he didn't answer. I shrugged. He's a big boy. If he's doing something dumb, I'm sure his passengers will set him straight. Chapter 18. Hinamaui Indian Reservation, Alturas, California. A day and a half had passed since they escaped the Hintoka Reservation. Now, with the sun obscured by darkening clouds and the overcast sky, he was home. Walking among the homes and deserted streets within the walls of the res, Magi felt a sense of loss. They walked down the center of the deserted streets as they made their way toward his house, with Tommy beside him
and Tala on the other side of his only remaining tribe member. He did not want to go to Wattana's home. That was where Anjani rested, her body torn to bits by the skinwalkers. On the streets around them, the dead bodies lay deteriorating everywhere. Many were people with whom he had been friends, and he didn't have to see their ravaged faces to know that. He was vaguely aware he had become accustomed to the ragged smell of decay. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Magi felt his legs collapse beneath him, and he staggered to his knees, catching himself with his hands on the sand-blown pavement. The heavy sobs racked his body, and he let go, crying for all that had been lost, not only by him, but by all of his people. After a few moments, his tears began to subside, and he felt arms grip him from behind, lifting him up. He turned to thank Tommy, but realized it was not him, but Tala, who effortlessly brought him to his feet. He stared at her. "What else did that ceremony do to you?" he asked. "It is part of the reason my father must be stopped. He is powerful in more ways than you know." "But he's so old." "He could kill you with one hand." Magi stared at her. "Could he? Could you?" Her eyes shifted away from him, and he saw doubt register there. "Before now, I never considered he would try. I would be a match for him, for while not his equal, I am younger. I am hoping there is a way to end this without ever seeing him." Magi wiped at his reddened eyes and nodded, then began walking again, turning right at the next street. In another 200 yards they reached his home. He stopped for a few moments, staring at the tall, dead grass, just another indicator of a world that had also died. "Will you tell me of his plan? He didn't just kill everyone for the sport of it." "Once by your fire, I will share what I know and what I have guessed. As I said earlier, he never shared everything with me. He knows me well, which is why I fear he may have searched for me the night he tried to kill you all." The many reminders of Anjani dancing rain stung at his heart, and each time his eyes fell on another, her scarf, her tube of lip balm, her hairbrush, he turned away. Life had gone from nearly magical to horrifying in the blink of an eye. He and Tommy set to work, taking wood from his small shed in the backyard and carrying it to the living room to stack in the fireplace. They would be warm tonight, despite the falling thermometer mounted on the post outside the kitchen window. The propane-powered stove allowed him to heat water and cook what food he had in the house, which consisted of cans of beef stew, chili and pork and beans, bags of ramen noodles, boil-in bags of white rice, and other easy things to prepare. In the freezer he dared not open, he knew there were the remains of frozen dinners that never made it to the microwave. As for water, the well ran on electricity, but he had 4 5-gallon bottles of spring water in the garage. With cups of hot coffee in hand, a simmering pot containing 3 cans of dinty beef stew on the stove, and a crackling, sparking fire that Tommy had started, they would need only to develop a plan. Or learn what Tala's plan is, he thought. For a moment, they sat in silence. He watched her face, marveling at her youthful appearance at over 60 years of age. If age really was just a number, she was living proof of it. But he was sure her maturity and her wisdom was far beyond that of a girl of 27 years. "You're staring," she said, a slight smile on her face. "I know. I'm sorry," he said. "It's that, well, this is a strange question, but maybe not so much considering everything." "What is it?" She sipped her coffee. "You said you were 63, right?" "Yes." Do you still... Can you get..." He felt his own face flushing, and it only got worse when she laughed, almost spilling her coffee. "Are you asking if I can still get pregnant?" He put his own coffee cup down before he spilled it and saw Tommy stand up quickly and occupy himself with the fireplace poker, jabbing at the logs. "Yeah, I guess. I mean, you're really beyond your childbearing years, so it's a good question," she finished for him. "I thought so." "Yes," she said. The answer is yes. I've not gotten pregnant, but that's been by design. As long as my father had his plans, and I had suspicions about those plans, it wasn't something I was interested in pursuing. Now I see I was right, sadly.
Were you ever married? Tommy asked, turning and putting the poker back in its stand. She shook her head.
No, which was a subject of gossip in the reservation. Talk of my sexual preferences, you know.
Magi leaned forward. Tala, look at you. I'm sure you were in lots of guys' sights. Didn't they notice you weren't getting older? I'm sure a bunch of guys who used to hit on you ended up with beer bellies and bald heads while you stayed the same. She laughed.
It's very true. I suspect my father forbade any discussion of it, under penalty of something far worse than death.
Most women would enjoy being referred to as someone who never aged.
I didn't say I had a problem with it. As my father is looked upon as a sort of god, I imagine they viewed me similarly. You don't want to piss off us gods, you know.
Magi nodded and stared into the flickering flame. Risking that, I have one more related question.
Ask away.
Oh, I know what it is, said Tommy, turning toward Magi. You think so? He asked. Yeah, he said, turning to Tala. Can I ask her?
Don't embarrass me, said Magi.
Really? Tommy looked worried. Jesus, Tommy, go ahead.
He again looked at Tala.
When you dated, did you date men who were in their mid-20s, or did you date men your real age?
Exactly what I was going to ask, said Magi. Proving you men are all the same, Tala responded. Anyway, you have to know that even women my real age don't want to date men in their 60s, said Tala, with a laugh. Needing little blue pills and the like. Of course I took advantage of my looks.
Magi laughed, then caught himself in the middle of the chuckle. It died in his throat, but for a moment it had been nice. Here they were, just chit-chatting in the middle of a world dominated by skinwalkers.
You're thinking it's time to get serious, said Tala.
I am.
You want to know what I believe?
About your father's plans? Yes.
You and Wattana, she began. Why did you come to us?
You know why. To fight the very group we wait for now.
You stumbled upon the wrong reservation, she said. He had not organized yet. Qaletaqa takes his time. A man of his years sees no reason to hurry. It was his idea to let the skinwalkers dominate the earth for a time. They will not reproduce. They will eventually break.
In the meantime, they'll take out more and more survivors.
Ah, the many survivors. We have seen them. Many are white men.
What?
You know, right? Only those with Native American blood survived the Black Rain.
I don't think I did, said Magi, leaning forward. Then who comes for us?
They are of native blood.
But how much? How much does it take? The ceremonial text was unclear.
That is just it, said Tala. The curse was flawed. It did not achieve what Qaletaqa intended, for it lacked specificity. Over the many years since our domination by the Europeans who came here, our bloodlines have been diluted.
Magi closed his eyes. As Tala and Tommy looked on, he whispered,
After the moon and the sun cross the sky 3 times, an inky blackness will rain down over all creatures of the world. Only those with blood of our land in their veins shall live. The others shall walk the earth, forever hungry, forever dead. You remember the words, she whispered. I watched my father copy them from high up on the wall of the cavern.
Magi opened his eyes and leaned forward quickly. Do you believe you saw all of what was written there? Could there be other things you didn't see that night that might be able to, I don't know, undo this? The look on Tala's face told Magi the answer.
What has been done cannot be undone. It may possibly be modified.
How?
It has always been my intention to return there. For years I have considered it.
Now it was her turn to lean forward.
Magi, Tommy, I was a child when I was taken there. I was scared and under the control of my father. I was not to explore but to obey, so I did not. But I can now."
"Do you think your dad'll go there?" asked Tommy. Magi nodded. It was a good question.
"I have considered it. If there is something of which he is aware that might threaten his plan—"
"Which you still haven't shared," Magi interrupted.
"Long before he had the book planted in Standing Rock's home, and many years before he had your chief murdered, I was allowed to go through that old text," she said. "It is in large part how I learned to read the ancient Hinamawan. My father treasures it. I remember watching him turn each page as though it were a holy book. To him, I am sure that is what it is."
Tommy waved a hand toward the window. "With what is out there roaming around, I wouldn't call it holy," he said.
"Magical, then," said Tala. "White and black magic. My father focused on the darkness because he felt it would achieve his dreams of the world being returned to his people and the others original to this land."
"So, there it is," breathed Magi. "That's what he wanted." His face changed. He could feel the new expression chase away the old one, and he asked, "But why kill us? We are native to this land."
"You, coming from the Hinamawi tribe, might have ultimately figured it out on your own. Wattana used the book. You knew of it. I believe it was always my father's intention to sacrifice your people, our people. The old adage, 3 can keep a secret if 2 are dead, comes to mind."
"I was going to say," said Magi. "So how did it go wrong?"
"Sitting here, I believe I've figured it out. I've had nobody to speak with this about, you understand. Often words spoken aloud make things clearer."
"So what is it?" She sighed and drained the last of her coffee.
"Understand, the text was written long before the Europeans came to this land. Nobody knows who scrawled most of the words in that cave. Perhaps what was written of that incantation was in anticipation of the arrival of the white man, but there was one thing they clearly did not foresee."
"What?" asked Tommy, mesmerized.
"They didn't expect us to intermingle, to have sex, get pregnant, and bear the children. If you know history, then you know it was the ancients' way that if they attacked another tribe, they would kill them all, men, women, and children. They never foresaw a world of half-breeds and quarter-breeds, even eighth-breeds. It was always to be the white man against those who first occupied this land."
"Well, your father never put it together either."
"Not until it was too late," she said. "I believe he has now. That is what I meant when I said the incantation Climbing Fox used in his ceremony was not specific enough. It did not indicate the percentage of native blood, either in an abstract way or a specific way."
"Your father is up against an army of survivors who may not share his desire to kill the white man."
"No," she said, her expression grim, "because they believe they are white men."
"Holy shit," said Tommy. Tala and Magi turned to stare at him, surprise on their faces. "We need to get to that cave."
"It is a short journey from here, but an arduous one," said Tala. "We cannot make it until the others arrive. Then a small contingency of their people will accompany us."
Magi shook his head. "This is a switch. I expected to be fighting them."
"Misery acquaints a man with strange bedfellows," said Tala, "if Shakespeare is to be believed."
"I believe him now," said Magi. "But isn't that what thwarted Qaletaqa's plans? The bedfellows?" Tala smiled.
"For a time," she said. "But he is powerful, and he is hindered, not defeated. Let's try the radio again to check their progress. I'm feeling a greater sense of urgency."
Garland Hunter swung the Toyota into the parking lot. "What's this place?" one of his passengers asked.
"A gift shop, for one," said Garland. "If y'all want any taffy or T-shirts or anything else, get shopping. Watch for the dead, but I need one of y'all to find me a machine shop around here somewhere, just in case."
"A machine shop?" the young Nacogdoche asked. His name was Albert Jennings, and Garland didn't think he was any older than 16, but he was a damn good shot with his .22 Henry, and he was glad the kid was along.
Yeah, just drive around the area and look for a hardware store or something, like a Tractor Supply or a Northern Tool. Don't go too far and stay on the radio." "I might have seen one or the other on the way here," he said. "Rings a bell." "Well, cool. Then go back the way we came and see if you can spot it. I'll radio you if I don't find what I want here."
Albert nodded and took off with one of the other guys.
"Y'all wait here or come in and help me clear the place if we need to."
Both men, whose names Garland did not know, opted to come inside. One was a burly guy who never spoke, but who carried an AR-15 like it was an extension of his body. He had a solid brick-like body with thick piston-like arms and fists the size of cantaloupes. The other guy was almost his opposite. He looked like he was on heroin right up to the day the apocalypse hit. His arms were bone-thin, tattoos covered him from wrist to neck, and his skin was pallid and pocked. Like his thicker counterpart, he would nod or shake his head rather than talk, but had never given anyone any trouble, so when he'd raised his hand to volunteer for the posse going after Climbing Fox Wattana, nobody had blinked an eye. Garland slung a cold M4 carbine over his shoulder, but carried a Sig Sauer 1911 in his right hand as he pushed through the door of what the sign said was called Adventureland Reptile Emporium and Alligator Preserve.
"What are we doing here?"
asked the skinny guy. They were the first words Garland ever recalled hearing him speak.
"It's tied to why I sent Albert off to find a hardware store. If my dream comes true, we're going to come out of here with a nice weapon."
"What are these?" asked the bigger guy, also breaking his silence. He was holding up his gun.
"Let me know when you can just release that gun and have it do the killing for you," said Garland. "T-shirts and taffy are over there," he said, pointing to the store aisles inside.
Toward the back, he saw glass doors leading to an outside area. As he turned right, something snagged his ankle, and he screamed, kicking out at it. The half-body was alive, and, well, not exactly kicking, since it had no feet. The face was gray, the eyes that looked up at him were black, and the same colored goop was pouring out of its rotten ears, leaving smears on the linoleum.
"Fucker," said Garland,
and pressed his .45 to its head. He fired once, and a black spatter pattern decorated the floor, splashing his shoe.
"God damn it,"
cursed Garland. "You all right back there?" called the burly guy.
Yeah, keep an eye out for zombies," returned Garland.
The rest of the aisle appeared clear, but Garland kept his head on a swivel anyway, as he approached the back door and saw his prize. It was a 15-footer if it was an inch. He didn't have to go far to find it either. It was at the door, facing him with its mouth open wide, at least a 2-foot jaw spread with beautiful, angry teeth. Dead bodies in various stages of decay lay in pieces all around the dried-up pools where smaller reptiles once lay, while people milled around the caged creatures and shot photographs with their smartphones and cameras. Garland didn't care about any of them. He hurried back inside to find the beach towels. They were folded and stacked on glass shelves to the right of the door, so he hurried over and grabbed 4 of the largest ones he could find. On his way back, he found a selection of 2-foot-long, wind-up plastic alligators. Dropping the stack of towels, he picked one up and twisted the key on back. Placing it on the floor, it began to walk its mechanical walk forward, bellowing out a recording of what a real gator sounded like, and Garland actually smiled. He took 2 of them, switched them to the off position, and wound both of them up. Sitting on the floor, he tied the towels together. When he was done, he moved back over to the window where the huge gator, its red eyes tracking his every move, waited outside. Behind the big boy, Garland saw the cage around the largest pool had been thrashed and ripped from its base, now twisted and bent, with an arched cave-like exit created from sheer brute strength. Zombie gator strength. Crazy, deadly strength. His radio crackled to life on his belt.
"Garland, it's Albert. I found a Tractor Supply. What are you looking for?"
"A acetylene torch kit and a small portable welder. Also a little generator that'll run the stuff. Hurry, too. I'll be ready here quick."
"Okay, anything else?"
"Yeah, we're going to need a lightweight trailer. Flatbed'll do. 15 feet or more."
"What's all this for?"
"Just get it here. If you see a hand pump, just grab that for the trailer tires in case they're flat. And you're still going to need to find a car outside to siphon gas for the generator. Don't worry, there's a sure method to my madness."
Okay, Garland. What kind of weight does the trailer need to handle?
Garland looked at the big boy behind the glass and said,
I'm guessing around 1,000 pounds.
No sweat.
Make sure it has side rails.
Check.
Okay, said Garland. See you in a bit.
Garland clipped the radio back on his belt and flipped the switch on the animatron gators. They spun and moved forward, slamming against the reinforced glass, croaking their electronic best to match the ferocious creatures after which they were designed. The 15-footer's eyes watched them move, surging forward to strike the invisible barrier that kept it from attacking the taunting toy gators. Garland slipped away and walked out the side door into the containment area, towels in hand. He moved behind the gator, stretched the towels apart in his hands like a killer with a piano wire, and lunged for the distracted beast. Chapter 19. The freeway was jammed solid near the airport. Once we saw it, Micky radioed and told us they'd found an alternate route down some side streets. If it were only as easy as going to a football game, just paying some dude to park in their front yard. We went through a lot of ammo in that little jaunt, deadheads everywhere. We lost one of the vehicles, too. It had slammed into one too many of the dead folks, and eventually the radiator got jammed up against the coolant fan. Didn't take long after that. In what must have looked like a goddamn Chinese fire drill, we all jumped out, swarmed the truck, and moved all the supplies over to other vehicles. Then we tucked an extra person into each one. We'd need to replace it. We might be warriors for the moment, but we were still creatures of comfort. Speaking of creatures, the things were now operating in snowy conditions. Not bad enough to really hurt us with our snow tires, but enough to stiffen their joints a bit. Slower for sure. That was just fine by all of us. We worked our way onto a 4-lane running east-west called the 500S. It ducked through an industrial area, so while we were passing through, we kept an eye out for and found a good replacement vehicle. This one wasn't a Toyota, but it was a nice, newer Chevy quad cab, parked at a place called Thermo Fluids, Inc., with a slogan that read, "The Responsible Solution." Kinda creeped me out if you want to know the truth. Reminded me of that old movie with Charlton Heston, Soylent Green. Not sure why. Anyway, from there, we were able to work our way farther south to the 201, which was a 4-lane divided highway that was mostly deserted. We drove that all the way back to the 80, which put us back on our intended route. Along the way, on rare occasions, we saw single cars or trucks moving off in the distance, but we never encountered any living people outside of our own group. All this told me is there were lots and lots of dead people. The hairballs told the story, the tumbleweaves. By the time the road began turning north, the temperature dropped even more as the sky thickened and the light snow continued to fall, more of it sticking to the ground now. We drove over 140 miles in that segment, finding clear roadways after getting clear of Salt Lake City. About 22 miles after we passed a simple white reflective sign with blue letters that read, "Welcome to Nevada, the Silver State," we drove right on by the exit for the town of Shafter, which was nowhere in sight. We didn't need to be driving 40-mile round trip to top off our tanks. Instead, a place called Oasis seemed to hold more promise. As we all veered onto the on-ramp with the clock just ticking past 3 o'clock p.m., the ham radio between Lily's knees came to life.
"Lilly Baxter,"
the voice said.
"Is this Tala?" she said, pressing the transmit button.
"Yes, we are checking on your status. Are you making your way here?"
"We are," said Lilly. "Around 460 miles to go."
"You must hurry,"
said the voice. It wasn't an order. It was a fact.
"We're doing the best we can," said my sister. "We plan to drive straight through, no more stops."
"So you will be here within 8 hours?"
"We'll need another fill-up between where we are and where you are, but we'll top off the cans in our vehicles. That should get us there. Are you waiting at the reservation?"
"That is why I'm reaching out to you. If you have a map, find the intersection of Wolverine Lane and Rattlesnake Creek Road. It is north of Alturas, and they are unpaved roads. When you reach the fork, go north on Rattlesnake Creek. We will meet you where it ends."
"Lilly," I sang. "Sounds remote and dangerous. How do we know we can trust her?"
"Because I'm a good judge of character even over the radio," she quipped. "If what she told me is true, we don't have much of a choice but to turn around and go home. Then nothing changes."
I heard a little sizzle in my brain as I tried to formulate an argument, but then Georgie spoke up.
"She's right. If we turn around, all this was for nothing. I'm willing, but let's try to reach Lebanon soon. I need to know if they were able to slow that horde or divert them."
"Fair enough," I said. I knew in my heart that whatever was happening back at our encampment, there wasn't a damn thing we could do about it. We were days out with a lot of meanness between us and them. Even if we turned around now, we could arrive to a zombie smorgasbord.
"Is the road in good shape?"
asked Lilly.
I have not been there in years,
said Tala.
But there was a substantial ranch nearby long ago, and if it still exists, they would have kept the road leading to Rattlesnake Creek maintained. Even with the months of neglect since the Black Rain, it should still be passable.
"Why would they maintain the road?"
asked Lilly. Tala answered immediately.
I saw pumping equipment there when my father and I set out in our boat. It is their water source.
"We'll hope to see you before midnight," said Lilly. "Radio back if there's no way through."
"Please, hurry,"
she said.
"I do not know where my father is. He knows I am gone by now, and he will have his people count the bodies of the Hinamawi he killed. He knew exactly how many of them came to our reservation, so he will realize I have escaped with 2 of them."
She sure gives her dad a lot of credit. I thought he was 200 years old, I said. Shouldn't a little dementia set in by now? Lilly didn't repeat my concerns. I didn't blame her.
"We're coming,"
said Lilly.
"Wait for us."
Qaletaqa walked in the center of the dirt road, his army of the living and the dead over 3,000 strong behind him. The skin paste the young chief had created was the final piece to his domination of the continent. The ancient Hintoka chief, once from the now almost extinct Hinamawi tribe, wore a long feathered headdress he had made himself over 75 years before, using eagle and hawk feathers dyed red and white, green and blue. It draped down to his middle back over his leather tunic. He wore moccasins he had made from deer hide, and the wool lining cushioned his feet as he walked. Behind him, his people were smeared with the paste made of the skinwalkers and earth. Many of them rode horses, also covered with the paste, and behind them were thousands of the undead army he had always intended to lead alone. He did not need any such coating to avoid the skinwalkers. The transformation he had undergone so many years before had changed far more than just his metabolism. He was strong, tireless, and now, most importantly, he could walk alongside the dead men and women without attracting their attention. While he never planned to bring his warriors with him, that was only because something had happened that now troubled him. Some of the text within the book did not even look familiar. He had copied all of it from the walls of the deep cavern north of the Hinamawi reservation. True, some of the words were in languages from other ancient tribes, but his recollection was that he had deciphered all of it. When the young chief, Magi Silverbolt, brought the book to him and he had taken it in his hands, it was as though an electrical charge ran through him. Hours before he ordered his guests' sleeping quarters set ablaze, he recalled turning the brittle, yellowed pages of the old text and being surprised at how much was written there in his own hand that he did not recall. That included the formulation for the protective skin paste. If he had known what the word said so many years ago, he had forgotten it. Forgotten. Qaletaqa had memories from 150 years ago. For him to forget anything was worrisome. It meant the passing years would eventually take him. This raised a great concern. Even when the young man had excitedly told him about the skinwalker paste, it still did not ring familiar. Then he saw it in the book, and now he was able to read and understand the words, the instructions. So now his warriors were able to accompany him. That was good. He had Silverbolt to thank. Without the paste, Qaletaqa would have left his people safely behind the walls of the Hintoka reservation, while he led his army of skinwalkers out to dominate the remaining land. It would be easier with guns.
Comply and join us, or die at the hands and teeth of my undead army, or by the swords, spears, and guns of my warriors.
When it was all over, and the only living, breathing people who remained were a part of the new Hintoka tribe, he would use his knowledge that only he had, to destroy the dead. They marched forward, only pausing to rest long enough for his people to regain their strength. Stopping for no more than 2 hours at a time, they grew accustomed to sleeping almost on command. The dead milled about, but with gunfire from the front of the caravan of living and dead, they would fall in line. With every mile and each encounter with the dead, they too would fall in behind them, joining their army. The living, if unable to identify themselves as the pure, would perish and become yet another member of his forces. It would be their fate, living or dead. Tala's absence troubled him. She went missing after he had burned the teepees with the Hinamawi people inside, and it was not a coincidence, he knew. Shortly after, he had discovered the ancient book was also gone. Besides the young chief, only Tala knew of its significance, of its history. If it was Magi Silverbolt who asked her to find it, Qaletaqa might still have the advantage. But if Tala was the one who thought to take the text, she would have only one hope, one destination in mind.
That is where she will go.
The wind blew toward the east, and as the sky grew darker in the settling dusk, tufts of hair danced at his feet, rolling ahead of them as a harbinger of their impending arrival. Qaletaqa smiled. His army grew by the mile. Chapter 20. Lebanon, Kansas. The many explosions and reports of automatic and semi-automatic gunfire echoing in the far distance gave Roxy hope, but at the same time it terrified her. Liam lay between them, eyes closed, saying nothing. He seemed to sense that things were not looking good, and like everybody else he also appeared aware that the refugees of Lebanon were exposed with their best fighters on the road. Terry sat up while the other two pretended to sleep. Roxy could occasionally hear a click here and a snap there, as Terry double-checked his weapon again and again to make sure he was ready in case evil presented itself at their door. She had taken first shift, but many others were awake and armed too. The remaining kids of the Nacogdoche were out there, and the explosives experts that had gone out well beyond where they now patrolled were the last line of defense of the roads into Lebanon. Unfortunately, the explosives technicians were largely responsible for drawing the enormous hordes so near. They were doing their best to divert them away from Lebanon and their paltry defenses, but the horde was much bigger than anyone had anticipated at first. The doors of the auditorium would not hold long if thousands were to press against them. There would be no escaping the onslaught of the dead. The more distant the heavy explosion sounded, the better Roxy felt. But that was the problem. They weren't getting further away. They seemed to be getting closer. A low rumbling sound had begun to settle in her ears like a distant stampede. It could be anything, she said to herself. This made sense, and you could tell yourself anything for a while if it made you feel better. In a world without the noises of industry, it really could be a distant diesel truck, its low vibrating engine traveling for miles through the now silent land. But the truck's engine would not have sounded for so long. Roxy stood. "What are you doing?" asked Terry, his voice a harsh whisper. "What's going on?" Liam's voice came. "Just stay together. Stay right here and be alert," said Roxy. "You hear that?" Terry shook his head. "Hear what? I'm going bonkers. I wish Cole and your mom were back." "You may not be going bonkers," she said. "That's my point. There's this low resonance that's starting to get me worried. Is it them? Asked Liam. The monsters? It could be, sweetie, said Roxy. So what are you going to do about it? Asked Terry. I don't know, said Roxy, exasperated. I just feel like we need to do something. I'll be right back. She stormed off, feeling irritated. The floors were lined with people, but they'd begun to use some small orange cones they'd found as lane dividers, so people could get in and out if they needed to relieve themselves or get supplies. Roxy made her way to the wall, then looked up. She pulled the powerful LED flashlight out of her pocket and aimed it toward the ceiling. It was about 20 or so feet up. There was a catwalk up there that Roxy had noticed earlier, but she hadn't seen the way to access it. The entire wall area was a coned-off walkway, and it was still clear. She moved to the south end of the building, stepping around the sleeping, post-apocalyptic refugees of the United States, and peered up. The catwalk was in the dead center, but it branched off in 90-degree walkways that extended east and west in 3 different places. Each extension was designed to access the metal halide light fixtures that once lit the place up like daylight. While the dark lights were no longer in danger of burning out, there was no power, and nobody would care if they did. The catwalks were interesting. They were high above floor level, and they looked solid. A whole lot of people could get up there if things went south. Now at the south wall, Roxy shone the flashlight high up, looking for some way to access the catwalk. Nothing. Maybe they used a little boom truck or something, she thought. Not willing to give up yet, she walked around the building and continued down on the east side, heading north. Her tennis-shoed feet chirped on the hardwood as she walked, and she looked over at Terry, who was following her every move with his eyes. He scrunched his face up and shrugged as if to ask, "What are you doing? Are you a hall walker now?" That's what they used to call crazy people, in private company. She shrugged back, then pointed subtly up at the catwalk. Terry's eyes followed, but when he looked back at her, his eyes did not register her discovery. When she reached the north wall, she saw some definition there. About 2 feet up was a white rectangular box with a latch. It was not locked, but there was a metal tag made of thin wire running through a hasp. Has to be a ladder, she thought. She followed it up the wall with her eyes, but it became a chute of sorts when it got higher. That made sense. A safety precaution if you were to fall backwards while climbing. Thank you, OSHA. If not for the cover over the ladder and that chute, everyone would have noticed it by now, and several people would be sleeping up there. It didn't hurt that while Micky had been there, he kept people focused and treated the room like it was his house. But Micky was gone, and this damned house belonged to her now, at least until he got back. She approached the tag in the hasp. It was tiny. A 6-inch-long screwdriver would snap the wire. "Excuse me," came a droll voice. She looked down. A woman was trying to tug the corner of a blanket from under her foot. She said, "Oh, I'm sorry." Lifting her foot, she started to return to her bedroll. "What are you looking at?" the woman said. She had greasy dark hair and sunken bags beneath her eyes. Her skin was pale, so gaunt she looked like death warmed over, and she looked up with her eyes only, as if too exhausted to lift her head. "Nothing," said Roxy. "I was just bored." "I've been looking at that too," the lady said. "What is it?" "It's locked off, so probably something we're not supposed to get into. Learned that as a little girl." "Yeah, but we still got into it, huh?" she said, her mouth turning into a smile. "Yeah," said Roxy, taking the chance and turning her flashlight on again, pointing it up to where she could now see the tunnel ladder connected with the center catwalk. "We sure did what we wanted, no matter how great our parents were." With a nod, the woman lowered her head again, and that was when she peered beneath the blanket beside her. There was a child there. Roxy hadn't recognized her, which meant she was one of the newer arrivals. It was funny in a way, because the call was for fighters to come and join Micky Rode and others who intended to find the Indian, Wattana. The majority of those who showed up didn't have a fighting skill in them, or the desire to learn. They were seeking refuge and protection. The child was maybe 4 years old, a little boy. "What's your son's name?" asked Roxy. "Gabriel," she said. "Gabe. He's a brave boy." "He's a tired boy," said Roxy, "and he's lucky he has you to protect him." Rather than respond, the woman nuzzled into her child and pulled the covers back over her. It was cold inside the big building, only the body heat of the many others providing warmth. Satisfied she could access the stairs fast with a screwdriver or a narrow knife blade, Roxy hurried back along one of the center walkways and plopped down beside Terry and Liam. Finally, Terry huffed, "You're my only BFF now, so I'd appreciate it if you'd check out before you leave." "What about me?" asked Liam. "You too," said Terry. Roxy said, "I said goodbye before I went." "I hear it now," Liam said. "I know," whispered Roxy. "Guys, it can only be them. It's their feet. Thousands of them moving." "Towards us?" asked Liam. "I don't know. I think so. Does anyone else seem worried?" Terry shrugged. "Everyone seems worried to me all the time. Hell, I'm worried all the time." "If more people were asleep, I know where we'd go," Roxy said. "As it is, I think we need to quietly gather supplies." "Are we leaving?" asked Liam. "No. Did you see where I was inspecting over there?" She pointed. Terry and Liam both stretched their necks to get a look over the crowd. "That thing running up the wall?" asked Terry. "Yes," she said. "And see that catwalk up there?" She flicked on her flashlight and shone it up. "Yes," they said together. "Why do they call it a catwalk?" asked Liam. "Do cats walk up there?" "I think it's because it's very high up and they're normally narrow, so only a cat would risk it," said Roxy. "Anyway, we need to get up there. Zombies don't climb. Nobody's exposed the ladder yet, so I'm thinking that catwalk's kind of off everyone's radar. So our private retreat. I'm hoping we don't need it. I just want us all to be thinking about it." "Canoodling," said Terry. "Canoodle on it, if that's how you work." "I'm a great canoodler, and I believe in survival of the scarediest. Right now we need to go to the food storage pantries and grab enough canned food, stuff we can eat without heating, for like 3 or 4 days. I'll do the same. If everything goes sideways, we might need to perch up there for a while, like little out-of-reach birds." Liam went with Roxy to the larger of the two pantries, on the west side of the auditorium. Terry made his way through the crowd to the other pantry in the southeast corner. They filled their backpacks. Outside the auditorium, less than 1.5 miles away, the enormous horde shuffled toward the northeast. Turning the giant wave of dead humanity was like turning a cruise ship, only slower. They tended to fan out rather than all move together. At least at first. Eventually, after the initial spreading apart, they would tend to flow together again, but not before they made some northern progress. Too much, if you were to ask the two men trying to maneuver them. Ken and Sarge stared at the horde from around a wrecked pickup truck. It was dark, and they figured out the dead folks couldn't see very well at night. All of them had cataracts clouding their eyes, a black version that seemed to make them operate more by the taste of the air than by any kind of sight. "If we want to complete this turn, we're going to have to make a good long run and set some charges off that way. It's a thick group. The rear's pushing forward even when the front slows, so it's a trick." "Yeah," Sarge said. His voice was muffled and husky, like there was a hole in his throat and too much air accompanied the vibration of his vocal cords. "I'd like to blow some craters in the road right in front of 'em, though," he said. "Goddamn monsters." "It don't work," said Ken, adjusting his cowboy hat on his head. He was almost the exact opposite of Sarge, a wiry little guy with bony shoulders and a keen eye for detail. They just fall in, stack up, and march right over themselves, like a filled pothole. "Deep-ass, man," said Sarge, who liked blowing things up. "As deep as you like, it still won't do nothing," said Ken. "Look, we need to sprint if we're going to divert these fucks. Should have brought more guys."
"Let's go," said Sarge. They took off. Sarge was 49 years old, a former Army combat engineer who served in Iraq long after Saddam Hussein was eliminated. Turns out there were still plenty of terrorist strongholds that needed blowing up. Sarge was thicker now than he was then, but he was still fit and able to run for good distances without wheezing and whining. He still had his gray hair cut high and tight like a nostalgic military veteran, and he could also still run 5 miles at a stint if he needed to. Ken was a former United States Marine, but he got his expertise with explosives, working for a large construction company in northwest Texas. They did some big projects, and he was most familiar with the use of ANFO, which stood for ammonium nitrate fuel oil. It could make one hell of an explosion. Currently, they were out of it, though. They'd mixed up a large batch, but this horde had proved to be larger and harder to manipulate than they'd expected.
"Light 'em up,"
huffed Ken when they stopped.
2 sticks.
The dynamite they'd proffered was stable. No sweating, no other signs of instability, and Sarge bent down to remove 2 sticks from his pack. He placed the charges, uncoiled the fuse, and lit it. They ran to the east, stopping and turning to face the charge they had just set. The sound came from behind them. Both men turned. The enormous horde they had been fighting to divert was flowing north, straight up Main Street, but it also encompassed every street in Lebanon to the east. Keeping ahead of them had proved to be difficult, to say the least. Their mouths fell open as they saw another massive horde of the dead moving in a westerly direction toward them, trampling empty fields, staggering across deserted roadways and between dilapidated buildings. Sarge charged forward, toward the charges they'd set.
"Ken, come here!"
Ken hesitated, watching him. Sarge bent down and picked up the sticks of dynamite. The slow-burning fuse continued its progression forward. When Ken did not move, Sarge ran toward him, the sticks of dynamite in his hands. Ken stumbled backward.
"Nobody. No. We're done."
Sarge's voice was resigned to his fate.
"Let's take some out with us."
Ken looked over his shoulder again. The low thrum of the moving horde permeated his ears and his mind. He took the radio off his belt and pushed the button.
"Lebanon? Come in, Lebanon. We lost the fight. They're coming."
He held out his hand and nodded. Sarge pressed the stick of dynamite into his palm, the fuse growing shorter with each passing second.
"Hoo-ah, motherfucker. Good fighting with you,"
said Sarge. Ken clapped him on the shoulder.
"Hoorah, brother."
They turned and ran toward the horde of oncoming skinwalkers. Neither man heard the explosions that blew their bodies apart. The horde pressed northward. Chapter 21. The Banks of Rattlesnake Creek, unincorporated Modak County. Magi Silverbolt raised his rifle as the many vehicles stopped along the narrow dirt road leading down to the banks of Rattlesnake Creek. The clearing where the pumping equipment was located was big enough for several of their vehicles, but it had reached capacity. As the headlights extinguished and the shadowy figures began making their way down to where Tala, Tommy Rivers, and Magi waited, he whispered,
"What if they try to overtake us?"
"They will not," said Tala. "I heard it in the girl's voice, Lilly. She was sincere. If I had sensed otherwise, I would not have shared what I did." The first to reach them was a petite blonde woman with long hair and a sincere face. Behind her were 2 exceptionally tall men. One was an African-American man with a friendly face and a sincere smile. The other was a white man of approximately the same age, only slightly shorter than the other. Magi held out his hand, and Lilly shook it first. "I'm Lilly Baxter. I'm sorry about what happened to your chief." "I'm chief now," said Magi. "As they say, when one door closes." The black man held his hand out to Magi, after shaking that of Tommy and Tala.
Yeah, pleased to meet you. What do I call you?
Chief Silverbolt, blurted Tommy. He is our chief now, he added, as though unsure whether his input was welcomed.
It's good to meet you, Chief Silverbolt, said Danny. We drove through some stuff to get here.
A tall, friendly-looking white man held out his hand, and Magi Silverbolt shook it. Chief, it's good to meet you. I'm Cole Baxter. Folks call me CB. He shook the others' hands as well. Georgie stayed in the truck. She was trying to get Roxy or Terry on the radio, and had been unable to raise them for the last 2 hours of the trip she had tried. Everyone was worried, but they knew as well as anyone that there was nothing they could do from where they were. That fact did nothing to alleviate her fears, or anybody else's. They all wanted her daughter and her friend and all the rest of those left behind in Lebanon to be okay. For the moment, all they could do was urge things along and pray. Micky walked up and held out his hand to the three, who all shook it. I'm Micky Rode, he said. I'm pretty much the reason we're all together and all here. I saw Chief Wattana's video. He was guided to that point for many, many years, said Tala, by my father. He is known as Qaletaqa. Shit, another name I have to learn how to say, said the tall white man named CB, a smile on his face. I fear he is on his way here now, said Tala. He is determined, and he has a plan. The skinwalkers are his army, and he was helped by me, said Magi. I did not mean to, but I shared something I should not have. Tala allowed Magi his moment of shame, but did not let it linger for more than a second or two. She continued speaking, sharing with them what had happened in the dark pool within the cavern so long ago, always pausing to examine the looks on their faces to determine whether they'd fallen into utter disbelief. When she was finished, they all stared at her. Danny said, You're how old? 63. I did not misspeak. The place we are going may hold the answers to what has become of the world. Is this worldwide? Asked Lilly. We had no idea. Despite my own situation, said Tala, I did not believe the depth of what was possible. I believed my father was powerful, and I knew he was determined, but I still underestimated what lies in the cave system we are about to visit. Several others came up to introduce themselves, including a man who called himself Tank, and a man and a woman, Carlos Solis and Jimmy Sanchez, of the Nacogdoche Tribe from Texas. Are you ready? Asked Magi. Do you need time to rest? This is urgent, right? Cole Baxter asked. We're in a hurry? How urgent it is depends on where my father is now, said Tala. But time is of the essence. Then let's go, said Danny. Backpacks, water, flashlights, and weapons. Is everyone going? I need to go talk to Georgie, said CB. Did she reach Lebanon yet? Asked Lilly. I'm about to find out, the man answered. I walked back to the truck where Georgie sat inside. When I pulled open the door and the interior light went on, I saw tears streaming down my girl's face. I jumped into the front seat and spun around to face her as she sat in the back clutching the transceiver on the radio. What is it? I asked, unable to hide the desperation in my voice. It's the horde. The 2 men who went out to lead them away failed. They just got a transmission in. It's enormous. Were they able to... what were they trying to do? Lead it away. With explosives. It was too big, she sniffled. They couldn't get it to turn, and now all of them are heading north through Lebanon. Jesus, I muttered. No one in our group back at the small town were sitting ducks. No way to talk to Roxy? Georgie shook her head. Larry's working the radio, she said. He's set up in the steeple of the church a block down from the auditorium. He can already see them. You gave Terry a ham radio, right? I don't know if he has it turned on, she said. Cole, what are we going to do? Roxy's a smart girl, and as long as Terry has that ham, there's a chance. For now, come with... I can't stop trying to reach her. You can't wait here, Georgie. Together we can do this, but I won't leave you up there with that Qaletaqa dude on his way here. Qaletaqa, said Georgie. What? Who is that? I'll explain, and I probably have the name wrong. Bring the handheld ham and help me grab some water and weapons. We need to go now, sweetheart. I knew she was tormented and in distress, but leaving her there to try to reach Roxy was not going to happen. I helped her gather our supplies, and before we were done, Danny and Lilly were beside us, loading up. "Now keep the radio on," I said. "I understand there's a little hike before we reach where we're going. With any luck, Terry'll figure his shit out and turn on his radio." Lebanon, Kansas. Roxy, Liam, and Terry were all back at their makeshift sleeping quarters, all of their belongings and pilfered food tucked securely into 3 backpacks. They were prepared to move. The 3 lay on their backs, all staring upward at the elevated platform high overhead. Terry whispered, "It's made of steel. How many people do you think could fit up there?" Roxy shrugged. "How many is it designed for? It's for access to the lights, the scoreboard, and other stuff. Probably not too many would be expected up there at one time." "Well, first of all, there's no way we can make it up there without people noticing, so we have to weigh our options." A door opened, and a man's voice called out, "They're coming! The dead! Everybody, get your weapons and find a place to hide or... I don't know, just how soon?" Someone called out. "How far away are they?" The door slammed. The man had apparently shared enough and had gone to save himself. The entire crowd jumped to their feet, Liam included. Roxy's arm snatched out and grabbed the back of Liam's long-sleeved T-shirt. "Down," she said. "Give them time to do what they're going to do." The panicked people's voices rose to assault their ears like an encore at a Metallica concert. They waited until the crowd around them had thinned, with several running out the many doors and into the night. Roxy jumped to her feet. "Okay, now we have to go." She lifted her weighted-down backpack and picked up the .22 Henry she'd been assigned, slinging the strap over her shoulder as others around them bumped and jostled them. Terry and Liam were on their feet beside her. Terry had his backpack and weapon slung too. "Go for the catwalk? We don't have a choice, right?" Terry turned to her. "Remember when we were in Hemingway's house? We thought we were dead, right?" Roxy nodded. She had to raise her voice to be heard over the cacophony of panicked voices. "This is worse. I think it is. They said the horde is huge." "Let's trust that catwalk," said Terry. "Try to do it orderly. Spread people out. If we do that, it should hold." "Not everybody," said Roxy. "Terry, once we start up, they'll all flood onto that ladder." "You said you needed to break that thing holding the door closed. You have something to do it with?" Roxy withdrew a long knife with a narrow blade. "This should do it." Now all the doors were open, and people flooded outside. As Roxy watched, she saw most of them turn toward the north at a run. "They're going to try to outrun them," thought Roxy. "Should we?" "Come on, Rox! Liam!" shouted Terry, and nudged his way through the crowd, pulling her by the strap of her backpack. Roxy followed, giving up any other ideas at his urging. When they reached the ladder, a woman was standing there already, pulling on the wire tab that held the ladder cover in place. Her son, Gabriel, stood beside her, his thumb in his mouth, a small blanket over his shoulders. His face was dirty, and he looked very small at that moment. "Please move," said Roxy, moving forward, her knife in hand but held down and out of sight. "Why?" the woman asked. "Because I'm going to break it. Now please move, now," said Lilly. Now people were flooding back and forth through the many doors as if they had no idea where to go for safety. Banging, screaming, even some occasional gunfire turned the former silence into a growing panic as people fell down and were trampled by others, trying to get to a place other than where they were. Lilly jammed the knife between the wire and the plastic retainer and twisted it. The wire snapped easily, and the piece fell away. "Stand back," said Lilly, turning. When she did, she saw others noticing what she was doing. She hurried, yanked the cover open, pivoting it on its hinges as the ladder beneath was exposed. "Go, Rox!" shouted Terry. "No, she and her son first, then Liam," Roxy said, grabbing the woman by her arm and pulling her to the ladder. "Gabriel!" "I'll carry him," said another man who appeared beside them. "Just go." Roxy shook her head as she glanced at the man, but realized the inevitable. There would be lots of others up there trying to survive. "Okay, go, hurry." She scrambled up the ladder
as the man scooped the boy named Gabriel into his arms and one-handed him up the ladder, right on the woman's heels. "Now, Liam, go," said Terry. Liam charged up as though effortlessly. Behind him, Roxy mounted the ladder and climbed for all she was worth. She reached the top and slid onto the catwalk beside the red-headed boy, turning to help pull Terry up and through the opening. Once he was up, she saw below them was a steady stream of desperate humanity clambering up in their wake. They were pushing and shoving below, screams rising up and reaching their ears. "Come on," she said, moving along the catwalk to the south end of the building. When they reached the mother and her son, Roxy stopped and asked, "What's your name?" "Nina," she said. "Nina, follow us." Roxy, Liam, and Terry eased past her and increased their speed until they were at the south end. The woman followed. Once there, they turned left and moved down the narrower catwalk that branched off and connected to the east wall of the building. The catwalk here was mounted to the beams on the ceiling, with more steel rods connecting it to the south corner, where the roof met the wall. As Nina reached them with her son in her arms again, Terry moved beside to let her pass. They all reached the end. "Now what?" asked Terry. "This looks about as solid as it's going to get," said Roxy. "Now we pray. Do you have your radio?" "What good will that do us? They already told us there's no way to stop them." "Not them," said Roxy. "And not that radio. The portable ham. I need to reach my mom. Tell her what's happening." The stream of people moving toward the ladder below was like a wave. Now everybody had noticed the escape route, and those who were once heading out of the building turned toward it. Their feet shook the catwalk as dozens more people reached the top of the ladder and climbed up, trying to secure their new safe havens from what was coming. Screams of panic and realization turned into the sounds of anger and fear as patience reached its limits. Blows could be heard, grunts from those throwing them and receiving them. Bodies were falling from the rungs as people clawed at those ahead of them, pulling them down atop the waiting crowd below. "Damn it!" said Roxy. "Terry, look for somewhere higher." "Higher?" he asked, his head turning frantically. "Like where?" Roxy knelt down beside Nina and her son. "Just stay here, okay? Where are you going?" "We're not sure, but we'll be back. Just stay put and hold on to your son. Liam, stay with them, okay?" He nodded, but said nothing that Roxy could hear. After 4 or so steps, Roxy saw it was not going to be possible. The catwalk ahead of them was filling up, all the way from the south wall to the north side, where the ladder was. Each branch off the main catwalk was crammed with shifting bodies, as everyone clung to the railing to hold tight to their little space on the steel gridwork. "Turn around," said Roxy. "Nothing there." They pushed back through the crowd toward the shadowed corner where Nina clutched her boy. Terry suddenly tugged at Roxy's top. "There," he said, pointing. "Just behind Nina. See it?" Roxy didn't, but she hurried forward anyway. There was a gap between the crowd and where Nina sat. Once through it, Roxy saw the curtain at which Terry pointed. It was black and practically melted into the deep shadows. Roxy had been right beside it and never saw it. "Stand in front of me," said Terry. "Block me so nobody sees. I'll check it out." Roxy said, "Nina, stand up. Here, give me Gabriel." Nina looked confused. "Why?" "Just do it, now," said Roxy. She pulled Gabriel from Nina's arms, and she stood. "Okay, Nina, Liam, move over here, fast." Once they reached the spot she indicated, Roxy put Gabriel down in front of his mother and Liam. She unslung her .22 rifle and raised the barrel into the face of a man who had charged right toward her in a dead run. She had never seen him before. The clearly frightened man put on his brakes and practically stumbled to a stop. Roxy said, "Back off. I discovered this catwalk first, and for that, we deserve a little room." The man did not argue. He was unarmed and just turned to watch the madness at the ladder below. There had to have been more than 100 people on the catwalk, and it was swaying a good 2 feet side to side and creaking. A louder groaning sound came, followed by 2 loud pops that were not, as Roxy had originally feared, gunfire. Suddenly, as Terry ducked behind the black curtain behind her, She watched in horror as the ladder pulled from the wall and bent sharply backward. Screams came from those clinging to the steel rungs as it bent backward, falling atop the crowd waiting below. Frightened refugees fought to grab the ladder and position it back against the wall, but the first who tried to climb up it were yanked backwards, falling to the floor again. There was no way up now. Relief and horror filled Roxy. "Liam, Rox, come here!" She turned but did not see him. "Where are you?" He popped his head out as he stood in a crouching position, just behind her. "It's a service area, like a control room. Hurry! You two get Nina and her son and get in here." Roxy reached them and turned Liam toward the east. "Crouch low, walk, and listen for Terry," she whispered. He did as he was instructed. Roxy eyed the panicked crowd before her. Many eyes were scanning everywhere for somewhere safer than where they currently were, but she could not allow them to find Terry's new hiding place. She hurried to Nina and Gabriel. "Pick up Gabriel and crouch low. Stay hidden behind me. Just move as I do." Her gun barrel raised, Roxy walked backwards, the mother and son hiding behind her, moving towards the alcove where Terry had found cover. Once there, she paused to make sure nobody was looking directly at them. With a glance, she realized Liam must have already joined Terry, as he was nowhere in sight. Gunfire erupted from below them as the several double doors into the building burst open, a flow of stinking, moaning dead sweeping through them like a dank, polluted river. All of the terrified faces turned that way. "Go, now!" urged Roxy, and Nina disappeared through the curtain, her son in her arms. "Come on, Rox!" whispered Terry. "Now!" She had to make sure. Looking around, she saw everyone's attention still fixated below. Roxy turned and ducked beneath the curtain. Once inside, Terry slammed the plywood door behind her and slid the lock in place. "Shh," said Terry, as Gabriel began to cry. "Please." The sound they heard next almost stopped their hearts from beating. The rising, terrified screams filled the upper rafters of the auditorium as the groans and creaks of compromised steel became the sounds of snapping welds and giant sections of metal walkway, breaking free and slamming into the walls. Heavy thuds could be heard next as dozens and dozens of bodies, once safely above the creatures, now feasts awaiting them. The sounds of their bodies slamming into the floor was followed by a frenzy of the undead's guttural growls and keens as they fell upon the waiting human feast. The steel floor beneath their feet shifted. "Hold on!" shouted Terry, and everyone did. A screeching sound of a long rusted weld bending to its limits seemed to provide a soundtrack to the moving floor, but with a giant crack, the floor upon which they stood sprung back and once again felt solid. The sound that followed was more agonized screams and the clang of steel on the wood floor below. "Cover your ears, Liam. You too, Gabriel. Now!" Both children followed instructions, and they all slid down to sit on the catwalk, hoping it would hold. Chapter 22. Along Rattlesnake Creek, unincorporated Modak County, California. Magi Silverbolt followed behind Tala, Jimmy behind him. The trail leading up to the caverns was narrow and winding and appeared to have been unused for many years, if not decades. "When my father and I came here, the road that allowed us to access this part of the canyon was not here. My father and I had to hike for more than a day to reach the caverns. From this point, it will only take us perhaps 2 hours. "Jesus, 2 hours, said Jimmy. "Should have brought my dang dirt bike." He'd found an old Husqvarna back in Lebanon and tinkered with it to get it running. When the zombies started to gather, he'd fire it up and ride it out of town real slow. They'd follow right behind him like he was a damn Pied Piper, and when he hauled ass back, I guess he lost 'em. There were always more. Micky Rode led our group up the trail, following behind the 3 strangers we decided we'd need to trust. As crazy as their story sounded, Wattana wasn't there, and we had no backup plan for that scenario. He was our target. Swing and a miss. Maybe.
The strategy we were currently executing would have to serve as our original plan's replacement. The girl named Tala seemed to have a lot of historical knowledge about both Wattana and this Qaletaqa dude who turned almost everyone I ever knew or loved into monsters. Not to mention the gators that once provided a living for my family. I thought about that for a second as I huffed and puffed my way up the trail. I missed my pa and my brothers. Clay and Tanner came to my mind about 1,000 times every day, but I just choked the thoughts away. The scenario of never seeing either one of them again, just too hard to wrap my head around. I'm just happy Lilly is still with me. I guess I'd always prepped myself for losing my pa because he was never the same after Ma's death. It was what I knew about how he passed that ate away at me. There was too much stuff in this sick new world that couldn't be unseen or unknown. None of it could ever be forgotten. Georgie, obviously detecting my deep thoughts, squeezed my hand in hers. I looked down to see her beautiful face smiling up at me. I mouthed the words, "Thank you," to her, just as the portable ham on her hip crackled alive.
Georgina,
My God, it's Rox, said Georgie, and Lilly immediately stopped behind her. Hold up, I called. Tala, it's her daughter. Give us a minute. The trail does not reach a fork for another quarter-mile, said Tala. We will continue. Come when you are ready, and take it to the left side. The right leads to a sheer cliff. Micky had been going over things with a couple of his traveling companions. He turned around to face us. I'm going to go ahead if you're cool with it, said Micky. He leaned forward and said in a low voice, I don't trust any of them yet. His voice returned to a normal level again. Is that Lebanon? He asked. It is, said Georgie, who was fumbling to take the radio from her belt. She got it unclipped and said, Roxy, come in, sweetheart. Come in. It's me, Mom.
Mom!
The voice was excited, but also filled with tension. Roxy spoke as though using a loud whisper. Rox, are you okay? We're at the reservation. Well, beyond it, actually, but we're with a girl and 2 others who might be able to help.
Mom, I can't talk long,
she said.
Are you on your way back?
Desperation tinged her words. No, baby, we just got here, and we're heading somewhere nearby. Everyone here is okay. What's going on there?
God, I'm just so glad to hear your voice. The horde broke through, and the catwalk collapsed, and now we're stuck up here.
What catwalk? Where are you, Rox? Said Georgie, and I swore she'd shatter that transceiver with as hard as she gripped it. Roxy spoke fast, but softly. I knew the tone and cadence. People tended to do it a lot in a world where being quiet was a real good idea, but you still had a lot to say.
We're in the auditorium,
she continued.
I don't know if you saw it, but there's a catwalk by the ceiling. I found it, and I kind of came up with a plan to get up here if everything went to crap. Well, it did. Terry, Liam, and I, plus another woman and her son are up here.
That sounds good, honey, breathed Georgie, and I heard the respite in her voice. It was like a horse birthing a breech foal, or a snake shedding its skin. In her case, it was a woman relieved of a heavy burden.
It saved us. I know that. But so many, Mom, so many others just panicked and followed us. It had to be over 100 people, probably more. I knew it wouldn't support the weight. I couldn't wait any longer, though. It was then or never, so we just went for it.
But you're safe.
We are, but there's no way down, Mom. We brought some food and water, but I don't know if those things will ever leave once they finish eating.
Don't say it, and don't think about it, baby, said Georgie. They might not leave. If they don't, we'll just deal with them when we get back. You just stay up there where you are. Conserve what supplies you have. Did you bring weapons?
Yes. Quite a bit of ammunition, too. Like I said, I saw the catwalk and I planned it. I saw this coming, which is why I didn't want too many people to notice the platform, but we got lucky when all of it collapsed. The section we're in is a little control booth for the lights and stuff. It's right up against the southeast corner. It was the only section with dual supports, so it didn't fall.
Thank God, breathed Georgina. Liam and Terry are both okay, Rox?
They are,
said Roxy.
We're all safe. I don't have any idea How many who ran outside made it? The horde was supposed to be in the thousands.
Maybe they'll keep moving after, said Georgie. Just keep going in whatever direction they were moving.
I knew Georgie meant after the monsters were done eating the people who had plummeted from the collapsed catwalk. Just the idea of it made me think of all the people we'd met there, many of them likely among the dead. Hopeful, hard-working folks who came along with Micky because they wanted to live. If they'd have wanted to fight, they'd be with us, and they'd most likely be alive. I had to admit to myself, though, not everyone was capable. They didn't have it in them. I don't even know how I have any of that kind of fight in me. Survival, I guess.
We're going to wait another few hours and have a look outside,
said Roxy.
Rox, no, said Georgina. You've only got a few hours before nightfall. If you have provisions, just stay up there as long as you can.
Mom, I told you we can't get down. I don't mean outside the auditorium. I mean outside this enclosure. Just to look down and see if they're still there. When they're not feeding or on the move, they can be very quiet.
With her eyes on me, filled with both worry and hope, she almost whispered,
Okay, Rox. Keep the ham radio on this frequency and turn the volume down low so those things don't realize you're up there.
It's already down, Mom. We're all leaning in to hear you.
Good.
I held out my hand and Georgina gave me the transceiver. Rox, Terry, Liam? I heard 'em all answer in low tones. Y'all take care of one another now. You hear me?
We will,
said Liam.
I can outshoot all these guys. I was training with the Indian kids.
Well, think before you act, I said. No matter how big or small the action, think of the consequences, and you'll stay alive.
We will,
came back in a chorus of cautious voices. I gave the mic back to Georgina. She smiled at me, the relief still evident in her features. She put the mic to her lips.
Be quiet. We will come back the second we're done in this place.
Did you find Wattana?
Asked Roxy.
He's dead, said Georgie. But we found someone else who might stand a better chance at stopping this thing.
Stopping it? Mom, really?
I spoke again. We don't know what that looks like, guys. None of us do. Within a couple of hours, we might. Like your mom said, keep the radio on. We'll call you once we have news. On Highway 139, between the Hintoka and Hinamawi Indian reservations. Qaletaqa sat in the fortified pickup truck, the exterior armored, the leaf springs replaced with the heaviest duty aftermarket parts they could procure. They could see out of several narrow slots torch-cut into the steel that covered the windshield, and the side windows were blacked out to prevent dead eyes from being drawn to them. Qaletaqa was not the attraction. He did not draw the dead. It was his driver, whom he forbade to wear the mud paste that Magi Silverbolt had created. He did not wish to endure the smell of the dead for the almost 150 miles he had to travel to reach the caves. The very old man smiled, despite his impatience. The trip was slow. The horde behind them, now numbering close to 4,000, could not move faster than 10 miles per hour, and they could only be enticed to do that by using his own people as bait to draw them. He found that 6 was the perfect number to hold the interest of the horde of skinwalkers. Once the skinwalkers in the front of the pack caught the scent, they would move faster, almost tripling the speed at which they moved when no fresh meat was nearby. Qaletaqa was not entirely unsympathetic to the intensity of such duty, however. He switched out the unprotected 6 every 2 hours. Occasionally, the skinwalkers almost got lucky and caught one. That was okay. It kept their interest. If Tala had told Magi Silverbolt and whoever else had escaped the burning teepees with them about the caves, it was where they would go. If they were there, they would die in those caverns. He fought the urge to drive ahead. The problem was he did not trust his people enough to follow. They had been as surprised as the rest of the world at the appearance of the Black Rain, most of them anyway. They had not known of his plan in advance of its execution. He subscribed to the old adage, 3 people may keep a secret, if 2 of them are dead. Only Tala knew, but he did not even tell her everything.
She was a smart girl, though. She kept her eyes and ears open, and her enhanced brain sorted things out. Qaletaqa was certain she would identify the cave as the only possible location to find an answer to the curse of the skinwalkers. Even he did not know if the caverns off Rattlesnake Creek held those secrets, but he did know that as long as they existed, there was a chance that what he had begun could be undone. Behind him, 4 box vans rolled. Each was filled with crates of dynamite, well packed and stable. Coils of fuse and the appropriate blasting caps lay ready to use in the other containers. He had hoped Tala would not betray him. She had her mother's heart, however. It would be her downfall. The caravan of Qaletaqa, the vans full of explosives, his living army, his bait walkers, and the horde of undead continued their push through northern California towards their destiny. As his army fed, it grew. They would arrive at the cave in less than 7 hours. Unincorporated Modoc County, Northern California. "Stop," said Tala. She really didn't have to say a word. I wasn't going any further, I'll tell you that. I gripped Georgina Lake's hand in mine and made sure she didn't move forward either. In front of the cave, 100 yards ahead, were motionless bodies. They stood there, swaying on lifeless legs, dead arms hanging limply by their sides. There were anywhere between 70 to 100 of them. We all took several steps back, until we had to peer around a rock ledge to see them. I hadn't understood why Tala had insisted only 10 of us move close to the cave's entrance. Now I knew. It was because she knew her ancient father, and how he planned. She'd told us on the way she suspected he'd station guards at the mouth of the cave. What I don't think she expected was that it would be an undead watch force. Of course, I insisted Lilly, Danny, Micky, Jimmy, Carla, and Georgina be allowed up close. With us and them, we were exactly 10. She stepped to the side of the rock again and stared at the dead people for a long moment. When she turned back toward us, tears ran down her cheeks. "What's wrong, Tala?" asked Micky. "I mean, besides the obvious." I recognize many of them. They are people who disappeared from the reservation. Not all at once. That would have been too obvious. It took place recently, though, over the period of a year." "You said Qaletaqa would station guards," said Tommy Rivers. "Is this not what you expected?" The young chief, Silverbolt, stood beside him, his eyes fixed on the dozens and dozens of skinwalkers. "The realization that my father lied to me, to the entire tribe, for so long, is what has upset me. As our numbers dwindled, he told everyone the missing people had left the reservation to set out on their own, to make their own lives outside the res." "But that's not forbidden or anything, is it?" I asked. "Folks can leave when they want." "It was not the decision to go. Of course we have free will. It was the people who were leaving," said Tala. "Men leaving their families behind. Wives departing and leaving infant children. It didn't make any sense. Even in today's throwaway family society, it just... Now I understand. He needed the strong." I looked back at them. She was right. Most of the rotters shuffling or standing by the notch in the rock that I assumed was the mouth of the cave were tall, if no longer big. Some were close to emaciation, but I knew that didn't affect their fighting spirit. The skinnier, the hungrier. It was common sense to me. It was easy to tell the most recent recruits, though. They had cleaner clothes, more hair, and more meat on their bodies. "Any of your family here?" I asked. She shook her head. "No. Father spared me that, though he could not have known I would ever see this. My betrayal may be the only thing that has happened to surprise him." She looked the crowd over again. "I loved many of them. Some I did not recognize at first, but now that I take a moment to study them, I realize I knew them all." "Let's hope we can spring a couple more surprises on your dad," said Jimmy. "So, are we going to kill those things and go inside?" "I'm sorry," Carla said to Tala, nudging Jimmy and flashing him a dirty look. These are her friends and neighbors."
The last was said to him through gritted teeth. "My apologies," said Jimmy. "It's been a long trip." Tala sighed.
"Do not worry. And yes, I did know many of them. Still, as Jimmy said, they must die a true death, nonetheless."
Jimmy withdrew a machete from a scabbard on his side.
"You shouldn't have to be the one,"
he said, and began walking forward. Tala put a hand on his shoulder, and I saw his entire body stop abruptly, as though he got caught on a steel hook and jerked backward.
"Whoa,"
said Jimmy, his eyes jerking right to her hand. "Easy there, Wonder Woman. That's quite a grip you have there."
"There are some things I have yet to reveal about the changes in me. After I saved Chief Silverbolt and Tommy from the fire at the Hintoka Reservation, I shared with them that I can walk among the dead," she said. "As can my father, I assume, though he has never spoken of it."
"Handy little skill these days," said Jimmy. "I'll admit I wish I had it."
"Of course,"
said Tala.
"It means I can kill the undead watchers in advance of us entering the cave."
"Wait," said Georgie.
"How does it work?" "They simply do not know I am human. I might be one of them." "But do you know exactly how it works?"
asked the doctor.
"Does it prevent a form of bromhydrosis from occurring within the body? Or perhaps it stops you from emitting any scent at all?" "I do not know when that aspect of this began, and I do not know how it works," said Tala. "I am assuming my father has knowledge that he may walk among the creatures, but that is speculation on my part. He may not yet realize it."
"Well, that could slow him down," said Micky. Tala continued.
"Because Father and I never discussed this place after our time inside, I do not know if he ever experimented with the skinwalkers. You know, somehow created some on a small scale in order to test his plan. If that occurred, he would likely know they would not attack him."
"Had you seen one before all this started?" I asked. Tala shook her head.
"No. The skinwalkers are a legend among many Indian tribes, including the Cherokee, Apache, the Hinamawi, and the Hintoka. But to answer your question, no. I had never seen one until the black rain set Father's plan into motion." "So you have no idea whether there was any gestation period between the ceremony you told us about inside there," said Georgina, pointing to the cave entrance, "and when you could stand beside a skinwalker and not be enticing to them?" "I do not," said Tala. "It could be instant. It could take some time. That is a very good point, however. I had not thought of it."
I leaned toward Georgie and whispered in her ear, "I gotta wonder if her father withheld information about his plan because he knew she had a good heart and would try to stop him. He's gotta know she's missing by now." She put her lips to my ear, which, to be honest, made me horny. Her breath puffed its warmth on the side of my face as she said,
"I'm guessing he only changed her to protect her from the creatures he intended to create."
"We must hurry," said Chief Silverbolt, his eyes darting between the skinwalkers and Tala. "I have no doubt that Tala's father discovered she stole the book that he wrote and planted long ago so that this would all be set in motion. When he sees it is missing from his quarters, he will set out here to find her." He turned to Tala. "You must do this now." "Are all of us going inside?" said Danny in a low voice as he nudged past me to get a look at the cluster of undead. "Just a team."
"In order to fully understand the power that created this world of the living dead, I believe it is crucial that you all see its origin. Your entire group. Therefore, we must all enter. Through the ancient texts, both known and unknown to me, I may be able to effect changes to all of you as well."
"Changes?" asked Georgina.
"What kind of changes?" "I shared with you the story of my father's visit here with me as a girl. While I was present, obviously I was very young. It may take me some time to study the markings and compare them to the book, to recall the words he used. I will never forget his actions, for I stood in the water and watched him."
"Tala, what are you talking about?" I asked. "I thought you said these caves might hold the secret to, stopping this thing. What change were you hoping to effect?" She said,
"The ceremony I have in mind would make you like me. All of you. You would age very slowly from this day forward, and you would have extraordinary powers of recall and strength." "Of recall?" asked Georgie. "Yes," said Tala. "Despite what I do not know about the ceremony in these caves that day, I attribute it to my young age. It was a lack of understanding at the time, not forgetting what I knew. I never knew it, so if you do not mind being like me, come inside after I have made it safe to do so. If anyone does not wish to do this, I ask that you move far away from here, east, west. I do not care. If you are anywhere near here when my father arrives, he or his warriors will kill you. He will not come here alone."
Nervous looks and nods all around. There were no more questions. Her most recent words, combined with Chief Magi Silverbolt's urgent tone, were enough to get us on board. With that, Tala, daughter of Qaletaqa, a self-absorbed asshole by my account, set off with a single, long-bladed knife to dispatch the contingency of undead guards. We watched in fascination as she approached each one. She moved fluidly, like a leopard or a bobcat stalking its prey. The knife was inserted beneath the chins of the skinwalkers. She approached each one, appeared to make sure it was facing her. Then she looked into their mad, soulless eyes and said something before jabbing the knife upward. As she killed each one, black goo repeatedly ran down onto her hand. Had she not been wearing the gloves, I'm pretty sure her skin would have become so slick she wouldn't have been able to keep a grip on the knives. I watched and counted as a full 93 former members of the Hintoka Tribe were sent to their final resting places by a girl who was destined to become a reluctant hero to us all. I hadn't noticed her strategy when she was killing them all. I was just watching her move from one to the next. It turns out her turns and timed thrust weren't just fluid movement. Tala had left us a winding walkway through the carnage, bordered to the east and west by 2 berms made exclusively from the fallen bodies of dead skinwalkers. Chapter 23. Lebanon, Kansas. Roxy was numb as she sat there listening to the voices of the dead below. She only realized both Terry and Liam were squeezing her hands in theirs when they went numb.
"Guys, give me a second." "Oh, sorry," said Terry. "Rox, I'm just so done being up here. I'm done being scared. I liked it way better on the boat."
"So did I," said Liam. "At least we could all fish sometimes."
"Maybe if Mom and the others figure out how to stop this, we can do that again," said Roxy. "Do what? You were all on a boat together? Why'd you come here?"
"Exactly," huffed Terry.
"A luxury yacht, too. Self-contained with power, water, air conditioning, refrigerators."
"Terry, stop talking about it," said Liam. "Now I really, really miss it."
"Shh," said Roxy. "They'll never leave if they hear us. That's why I go so long without saying anything. The minute I do, it's like a crescendo builds, and the next thing I know, you guys are yelling."
"Sorry," the 2 whispered in unison. Gail said nothing, and her son was out like a light. Roxy thought he must be absolutely drained. The conversation gone for the moment, Roxy let her mind run. The impossibility of everything she had seen over the past several weeks and months had changed her. The impossible, the implausible, had become the norm. Surely there had to be a contingency of government stashed away somewhere, uninfected and ready to resume power and authority once things were set right again. There just had to be. It would be too much for individuals to come together and try to create something out of nothing, even with the knowledge of what once was. Roxy had always needed a guide to which to turn, someone to say, "Let's do this. First we'll do this." Terry had been that guy for her. She loved him like a brother, but if she were honest, she found him attractive and sexy and handsome. The first moment she heard his voice, though, she knew he was gay. There are some gay men that just sound like men, and there are others who play it up like Robin Williams in the movie Birdcage. Terry was among the more flamboyant of the gay men Roxy knew. Damn it, he was gay, and he wanted everyone to know. He accentuated his movements and his voice to make that clear.
And as a result, he was funny and outgoing, and he made making friends a snap. Secure men and pretty much all women were drawn to him at parties, and when Terry was in the room, he was never alone. Roxy realized this was the first time, well, since all the crap started at Hemingway's place, she'd ever seen him scared or anything but happy. She'd never even seen him truly reflective and introspective. He seemed to skim over his innermost feelings and just put on a show for the party's sake. And as outgoing and fun as he was, she knew he was lonely. Often she looked at themselves as alone together. They both longed for love, and of course they appreciated that of the other, but a double date would be nice. She reached over and took Terry's hand again, squeezing it. He looked up in the shadowed light against the box and said, "What, Rox?" She shook her head. "Nothing, Terry. I'm just thinking of the future. We both deserve one." "No shit, sweetheart," he said. "Our time will come. But now that I'm talking about it, I say we make it happen on a nice yacht. I need to find a man who knows how to dock it, though. Don't think CB wants to shack up?" "Oh, he's smitten with your gorgeous mother," said Terry with a smile. "I have a feeling he'll take her back to his swamp cabin for some Cajun lovemaking." Roxy closed her eyes and shook her head. Checking her watch, she realized they had maybe 4 hours of light remaining. Unincorporated Modoc County, Northern California. Once we got a few yards inside the cave, the daylight behind us faded fast. We had some LED flashlights, but they were no good for lighting up the large cavernous areas we found ourselves in, much less the narrower tunnels leading down to them. The rocky floor was dry and smooth, so it wasn't difficult to maintain our footing. As the light faded, though, I was relieved when Tala turned into a notch in the wall and opened a faded wooden box. I was shocked to see it there. Inside the box, which was about 4 feet wide by 4 feet deep, were stacks of well-wrapped torches. They had the faint smell of some kind of oil or other flammable agent, and at the touch of a lighter, they caught right away. "Good," I said. "This serves as a weapon and light." "You will not need it as a weapon down here," said Tala. "The dust remains undisturbed." "You got really good eyes, too?" "My eyesight is what it was when I was changed," said the girl. "Well, shit," said Danny. "Would have been nice to go through this change before I needed contacts." "You lost your contacts long ago, and I'm glad of it," said Lilly. "Why's that?" asked Danny. "That's not nice." "Oh, if you could see what I look like these days, you might think it is," she said. "I prefer you see me in a blur until I can fix my hair and put on a little makeup." Danny just laughed, took a torch from Tala, and shook his head. In what seemed like an afterthought, he said, "Then why do my hands find you so pretty in the dark?" I don't see my sister blush very often, but that was a good one. Every other person took a torch. I held mine as high as I could and saw the dark shapes of what had to be bats hanging about 15 feet above our heads. I also spotted the first markings on the cave walls. Most were pictures, like hieroglyphics, I guess. Others were clearly words, but there were fewer of them here. "This tunnel leads into the main cavern where most of the shaman would come and meditate, connecting with the spirits. Beyond that is the cavern that fewer of them knew about." We followed behind her for 10 or 15 more minutes. A cool breeze hit me from somewhere ahead, and I shivered. I was already cold, but it felt almost like I'd stepped into the vegetable room at Costco. "This is the main cavern. Stay here for a moment." We all obeyed Tala as she moved away from us. In the next 10 minutes, she walked around the interior and lit several torches secured to the wall with some sort of bent wood mounts that looked ancient. "Be careful," she said. "There is a pool to your left." "A pool?" asked Carla, sounding nervous. "I can't swim. Is it dangerous?" "It is, but the ledge is wide enough if you keep your back to the cave wall and sidestep." "How wide?" asked Tommy Rivers. "Wide enough for your feet, perhaps a tad narrow for Cole and Danny's," she added. "Great," said Danny and I in unison. "As I said, just be careful. Just when it seems it will never end, we will reach the place where we descend." "Haven't we already descended?"
asked Jimmy.
Just follow and be careful,
said Tala. We all did. Georgie pulled me around to go ahead of her and took my left hand in hers as we crab-walked along the ledge. To be honest, I was a little freaked out with the torch in my right and her hand in my left. One misstep, and I'd pull her over the ledge with me. After an indeterminate amount of time, Tala slowed, then stepped down onto a ledge and turned around.
It is intact. We can still access it.
I wasn't sure whether I should dance or cry. I wasn't doing either until I was clear of the damned ledge, I'll guarantee you that. I turned. You okay? I asked Georgie.
Yes, why do you ask?
Just checking on my girlfriend. Make sure you're not claustrophobic or something.
I never was, but after zombies, what could possibly scare any of us anymore?
Yeah, damn good point.
Okay,
said Tala.
When you step down, you will find inset areas to place your feet as you move down. Those of you holding torches, be careful not to drop them on those below. How far down?
Asked Lilly.
Around 30 feet,
answered Tala. With that, she descended first, torch in hand held over her head. The ridge widened around the smaller chute she'd gone into, so me, Micky, and Georgie could stand around and watch her descend. She held the torch against the far wall of the approximately 3-foot-wide vertical chamber so it would not burn those following behind.
Come,
she said. This was our trust point. We would either find our answers down there, or we were being led into a trap. I really didn't believe that, but I was the kind of kid who was sure every dark room I went into had every known and unknown monster in the world hiding in those shadows. Go, Mick, I said. At least he'd die first. All this shit was his idea, after all. Micky made his way down, holding his torch the same way as Tala had. It lit the way for Lilly, who was torchless, with Danny behind her. I sent Georgina down next, able to follow Danny's torchlight, and I came next, with Tank, Carla, Silverbolt, and the man named Tommy bringing up the rear. Talk about low man on the totem pole. Come to think of it, I'm not even sure if that's politically incorrect, but I'd never given a shit about that stuff anyway. When we emerged from the rocky chute and again stood on solid ground, Tala told us to wait while she lit more torches. As the torchlight chased away the darkness, the enormous cavern soared into view, high above us. A lot of the markings and paintings were in places impossible to reach without some sort of climbing paraphernalia or scaffolding, but I saw no sign of anything like that. The higher the markings were, the larger the print was. To me, it was as amazing as Easter Island or the pyramids of Egypt. I had no idea how it was achieved or what the motivations of the people who risked their lives to do it were.
Kinda makes me proud to be an Indian,
I whispered to Georgie. Yep, she punched my arm. Once the floor around us was visible, I spotted several containers made of what almost appeared to be petrified wood, placed against the soaring rock walls. What's in those? I asked.
Oil for the torches,
said Tala.
It was replenished by those who came. The pool is straight ahead. To reach it, there is a path over there. For now, sit. The bats will remain where they are until nightfall.
What happens then? Asked Jimmy.
Duh, said Carla. When bats take flight, they shit. You'll have guano all over your head.
Oh, that's real nice, said Jimmy. Hey, I think I've had that Ben & Jerry's flavor, I quipped. Guano mint chip.
Please be quiet as I study this,
Tala said, her voice flat and serious. She opened the satchel around her neck and withdrew the book her father had penned. We did as she said. The rest of us lined up against the wall and just stared in wonder as she climbed around the cavern, seeming to find footholds and outcroppings to hold on to where she needed them. It was becoming clearer how the work was done. There was a lot of chiseling and hammering prep work beforehand. I don't know if it was 2 or 3 hours later that Tala finally came back and knelt before our group.
For everything dark, there is light. For everything evil, there is good. I have found this to be true here.
What do you mean? Asked Magi Silverbolt.
I mean the answers are here. I feel an urgency as my father is coming. I feel him as surely as I feel the powers of my elders in this place. Is he close?
asked Georgie.
I cannot tell, but it will not take him long. He knows I have come here. He does not know of your presence here, but he was aware you were searching for Chief Wattana.
So, if he shows up, we might have some advantage,
said Danny.
No.
Care to elaborate? I asked.
Please, listen to me. You all have a decision to make.
Here it was. I had to decide whether I wanted to be around for a couple hundred more years in a world like this one.
Tala, that depends, doesn't it?
I said.
Besides changing us, what else have you got planned?
You know of the Black Rain, which was not really rain at all, that began the process of creating the skinwalkers. I think we all know that, Tala,
said Carla.
And we were spared because of our native blood. Yes, that is where my father erred. There is little doubt in my mind he did not realize how little of our people's blood was required to leave people unaffected.
He had to know these things would attack anyone left alive, even if they were 100% Indian,
said Jimmy.
How did he justify that?
I cannot pretend to understand my father's motivations or what his intentions were when he set all this in motion, but I believe he was changed by this place. He believing himself to be a god.
A god of the zombies. I shuddered at the thought, but tried to keep it from Georgie. Leaning close to my girlfriend, I said,
Are we going to do this?
She whispered back,
I'm a doctor, Cole. While it took me a while to believe in zombies, near immortality might be a bit harder for me to swallow.
What are zombies, though? They might be dead, but they're basically immortal. No way they die on their own.
Suddenly, Georgie stood up. She approached the spot where Tala stood.
Have you ever seen anyone changed, like you and your father, die?
She shook her head.
I know of no others, though they likely exist. Thanks for being honest.
Tala nodded.
I know why you ask. You do not wish to live forever. I cannot promise that you won't, but I can promise you one thing.
We all just stared at her. She got the hint.
If you do not undergo the change that is possible in this cavern, and I am unable to stop the skinwalkers, you will be running from them for the rest of your days. Oh, God.
Roxy,
said Georgina. I nodded.
I get it. Wish you had brought her with?
I don't even know. I'm willing to take the chance, but I'm not sure that as a doctor, I'd be willing to risk my daughter.
It's not exactly an unknown,
I said, nodding toward Tala, who stood patiently, for now.
She seems fine. Plus, look at the bright side.
What's that?
She asked.
You'll be aging so slowly, but eventually you'll be younger and hotter than your daughter.
The slap was expected, but it still hurt.
There is one more thing,
said Tala.
The most important thing.
Again, we all stared at her face, the firelight dancing off her bronze skin.
I have found passages that I believe are the antithesis of the curse issued by Chief Wattana. The ceremony must be done under the open sky, so any results we may hope for will remain an unknown until after you have all gone through the changes that are possible in this place.
Couldn't we come back?
Asked Danny.
Change ourselves later if we still have to deal with the, skinwalkers?
Tala shrugged.
That depends on my father. He has clearly achieved what he intended with this place. I do not know whether he ever planned to return the world to its former state, or if he has the information to do so. So if he wants to undo what he did,
said Georgina,
and he didn't write down the antithesis, I believe you called it, he'll need to come back here. That is correct,
said Tala.
I have a question I don't think you've mentioned,
I said.
What do you call him? I keep saying Qaletaqa, but I'm pretty sure that's not right.
Qaletaqa,
said the young chief named Silverbolt.
Okay, Qaletaqa. He's your daddy, you said.
My father, yes,
said Tala.
Okay, what's it going to take to stop him?
Tala stared at me, understanding in her eyes. She nodded.
He must die. It is the only way. One does not plan something of this magnitude for so many years just to abandon it at the first opposition.
Even if that opposition is you?
Asked Carla.
His own daughter. I think the real question is, how much pull do you have with your father? Can you convince him to give up on this?
Tala appeared to think about it for a moment.
The truth is, I do not know. Look at his sinister actions and how he hid them from me for so many years. That means even if he loves me in his own way, there is a substantial level of mistrust. That causes me to question everything about him.
Bottom line, would you be willing to kill your daddy? I asked. You said, and I quote, he must die. Would you do it? Or more importantly, would you stand by while one of us did it, if it came down to that?
Tala did not hesitate this time. She nodded her head.
On one condition. I can read my father's eyes. If I am able to confront him and first ask him to stop what he has begun, I will know the answer without him speaking any words. And if you see he's unwilling to back off this thing, you'd kill him then and there,
said Lilly. It wasn't so much a question as a confirmation of fact.
Yes.
I straightened up and looked at everyone.
Who's in? Show of hands. Everyone ready to dive headlong into semi-immortality?
Wait,
said Georgie.
I have one last question. If what you're about to do works, and we become like you and your father, do you believe we would be able to return here and repeat it for others?
She's talking about her daughter, Tala, I said.
He's right,
said Georgie.
I recognize the value in the changes, but it means I would have to watch my daughter, Roxy, surpass me in physical age and most likely die.
Tala did not hesitate in her answer.
It is this place that is singular. The words and the ancient spirits who dwell here make the changes possible. This I understand from other texts written here, above and around us. It matters not who reads the words, as long as they are accurate. Could they be translated by you?
Asked Georgina. Tala nodded.
Yes, I believe so. As long as the words remain very true to the original text. The spirits are not concerned with language. It is meaning that matters.
Georgina looked at me. I squeezed her hand.
Who would like to participate?
Asked Tala. Every hand went into the air.
Then let's begin,
said Tala.
Please, all of you, go down this path and step into the water.
Chapter 24. Lebanon, Kansas. Roxy, Terry, and Liam huddled together behind the curtain with Nina and her little boy, Gabriel. The noise below had died down, and Roxy could no longer wait. Her bladder had been on the verge of exploding for at least a couple of hours. She would not pee on the plywood platform upon which they all now sat. Leaning toward Terry, she whispered,
I have to go out there for a second. I'm about to pee my pants.
Me too, said Terry.
I can hold it a bit. Do we know how much of the platform is still up? Haven't looked yet. It felt and sounded like it all fell, but here we are. Give me your flashlight.
Better, he said, digging through his pack.
Here, take this.
He passed her a headlight, and she took it.
Perfect. I'll probably need both hands, if it's as bad as it sounded. Ter, do me a favor and just come right outside the curtain. Keep an eye on me.
While you pee?
You've seen it before. Dozens of times, as a matter of fact.
I know. I just like to seem shocked on occasion.
Plenty of opportunity for that,
said Roxy.
Okay.
She stood.
Where are you going?
Asked Liam.
It's grown-up business,
she answered.
It's nighttime now. Try to get some sleep.
I can't. Not up here. My butt's sore.
When I'm out there, I'll see if there's any way for us to get somewhere more comfortable,
said Roxy.
Yes, please do,
said Terry.
But don't risk your life for it. We might have enough food to wait it out until your mom and everyone gets back.
Should we wait here? Asked Nina. Thankfully, Gabriel was out cold.
Yes,
said Roxy.
For now.
Everyone informed, Roxy swept the curtain aside and looked down, adjusting her headlamp. It was bright and shone down to the floor, illuminating the twisted, extruded metal of the length of catwalk that lay atop many of the motionless bodies below. Bodies were scattered all over the floor, but none of them were moving. There did not seem to be near enough of them to account for the ones that had fallen from the catwalk, much less the ones that never climbed up. She hoped the reason for that was that many of the post-apocalyptic refugees had run away in time
and were safe somewhere else. Logic and reality told her it was not true. Rather, they had been ravaged by the walking dead monsters and had changed. They had become the creatures they once feared, and now they were afraid of nothing. Roxy turned her head from side to side, scanning the floor, looking for any movement. The narrow beam of the headlamp wasn't enough, but if she were ready and alert, nothing could get close to her that she couldn't kill quickly. She had a tool-turned weapon that she liked to use for close combat, but had only used it once, right after Garland had fabricated it for her, taking a Swiss-patterned round file and adding a handle that doubled as brass knuckles. It felt like part of her hand, and when she jabbed with it, it was stable in her grip, no matter how much muck got on it. He even made her a cool leather sheath for her belt. She was kind of sure Garland had a crush on her, but having known him at his worst, she never gave it much thought. He wasn't a bad-looking guy under his country bumpkin facade, but, too much history. She pulled the curtain behind her to the side again, and Terry's wide eyes met hers. "How is it?" "It looks pretty clear down there. I have my radio on channel 16, so if you need me, just click twice and stop. It's quiet. I'll hear it." Liam immediately lifted his radio and switched the channel to 16. "Okay, we're ready." "Be careful," said Nina. She nodded and dropped the curtain again, moving along the catwalk that was still intact, toward the west wall. She looked through the diamond mesh at her feet, scanning for movement. In a few minutes, she made it the 20 or so feet to the wall, where a narrow section of scaffolding remained bolted there. It was about a foot wide where it started, and appeared to have some rods running up to the ceiling. Roxy guessed that was why the entire steel configuration hadn't come down with the rest of the catwalk. Some of the ceiling mount rods had detached and crashed to the floor in a tangle of metal and bodies, but the supports that remained should easily support a single person. Roxy stepped over a 2-foot gap and tested her weight on the first section, while holding on to a heavy-duty light fixture mounted above her. It felt solid, so she held on, practically hanging from it as she extended her foot out, resting it on the steel platform, and eventually allowing her weight to settle fully on it. It held without a creak. Eyeing above her again, she found another handhold, then bent her knees, bouncing. Solid. Good. She moved further along the west wall, moving to the north side of the building. Becoming familiar with what held them in place and able to see with her headlamp if the support was compromised, she began making good time and distance. Occasionally scanning below her to be sure all was still clear, she gained confidence, almost running across the remnant of the catwalk. Passing the halfway point, she found a larger section with a railing on 3 sides. She stopped and pulled her radio. Checking that the volume was low, she pushed the transmit button. "Terry? Liam?" "Yeah, it's me." It was Liam. "I think we can get down. I'll know once I get to the north wall. There's only that one ladder that I can see, but I won't know if there's enough walkway until I get closer to the corner. Be careful." Still Liam. "I will. Out." She clipped the radio back on her belt and kept moving. In 5 more minutes, she reached the corner. Her heart sank. Between where she now stood and the ladder mounted to the wall stretched 15 feet of nothing. Roxy looked up, and her heart fluttered. Just 2 feet above her head was a daisy chain of rebar brackets bolted to the ceiling above her. Mounted to each was a single heavy-duty floodlight, long cold. She reached up and gripped the first one, pulled herself up, hung from it. It held. She would have to monkey bar it over there. Grab one bar, swing a bit, catch the next, swing, and so on. She who hesitates is lost, her mind said. She heard it in her mother's voice. She always said that to Roxy when she was considering a sport she was nervous about. Anything you set your mind to. Roxy went for it. She gripped the first bracket with both hands, got some swinging momentum, and reached for the second. Caught it. Releasing the first bar, she clung to the second, swinging gently until her left arm released and reached for the third. Yes! She released the second bar and heard a sound. Chills ran down her spine. It was not zombies. It was the creaking of something pulling out of something else. One side of the bracket pulled from the ceiling, and she now hung at a precarious angle by just one hand, dangling there over the stacks of dead bodies and twisted metal. Her face looking downward, she knew she could not hang on for long. She scanned side to side, looking for a soft place to land, where she wouldn't be impaled by a steel rod or a jagged piece of diamond mesh. She suppressed a scream as the piece gripped in her hand pulled free, taking the decision away from her. She plummeted to the floor, twisting her body as she fell, using her old gymnastic talents to keep from being seriously injured. She landed with a thud on her back, fully expecting to crack her head open on either another skull or hard steel. Neither happened. Her body hit hard, but it was against other bodies. One shifted beneath her. She heard a growl, guttural, right near her ear. A surge of adrenaline coursed through her veins, and in a single motion she rolled to her left, reached for her sharpened file, and turned back, jamming it deep into the forehead of the monster whose body was too destroyed for it to move. Its head was intact, with sagging gray skin and black eyes that should not have had the capability of sight, but certainly did. Either way, the teeth were still quite capable of taking a chunk out of her, setting her out to pursue an endless movable feast of humanity. Black goo oozed from the wound when she jerked the file out and wiped it on the clothing of a dead refugee who had his own serious head injury. Roxy got her knees under her and stood shakily, relieved to discover she was uninjured. She balanced there for a couple of seconds before choosing her steps carefully, making her way to the edge of the pile of ravaged and broken bodies and metal. "Thanks," she said, toward the dead ones that had been her cushion. "Except for you." That was directed at the dead thing that would have taken her ear off without her quick reflexes. Reaching the wall, she quickly slapped her hand where her radio was supposed to be and was immediately relieved. It was there, but she hadn't checked when she was lying among the dead bodies. Pressing the button, she said, "Terry, you there?" "I am," he said. "You okay? I heard a noise." Yeah, that was me. Tried a bit of acrobatics that wasn't in my repertoire of talents." "You okay?" "Yeah, I had a soft landing. Anyway, Ter, there are no dead in here, but there's no way I can see to get you down from there. I wouldn't recommend my method." "Is it safe to go just outside the door?" "Maybe. Why? Remember when Micky showed you guys what happened to that baby? The one that changed after it was born?" "Yes, I'll never forget it." "Well, inside that closet was an extension ladder. I only remember because the feet were facing outward at first, and I wasn't sure what it was. Then I figured it out. The stuff you notice." I was exhausted. I think my brain was skipping. Anyway, it's there. "Is it tall enough?" asked Roxy. "It went all the way to the back of that shed, maybe." "It's worth a shot. Okay, you guys all right?" "Well, Liam and Gabriel have to pee." "It's safe. You and Nina take them out on the catwalk. Stay near the rail and let them pee off the side. Nobody below will mind." "You got it. Be careful." "Okay, over, out." Roxy reclipped the radio on her belt and moved westward along the back wall, moving toward the door. Realizing the moonlight was casting in through the door, she reached up and covered, then switched off her headlamp. No sense in being a beacon in the night, no matter how good the dead's eyesight may or may not be. Approaching the door, she stepped to the side and peered out. As her eyes adjusted to the moonlit darkness outside, she saw shapes moving in the distance, but the scraping, shuffling sound of the hordes as they moved was not loud. It was there, the only sound besides the constant night insects that permeated any rural town after dark. On the other hand, the new-to-the-world music of the horde was like a gigantic straw broom brushing the pavement, continuous and creepy, but a warning nonetheless. The sound was low and distant, as though the monsters had eaten their fill, determined the food supply to be exhausted, and had moved on to the next place. May they keep on walking, thought Roxy. As she rounded the corner and walked outside, she saw them. Bodies, just like the inside, but not as concentrated. Some were small, like children. Others were clearly adult. Roxy wondered how many had been attacked, died, and rose again to walk with the horde. She could choose to believe they escaped them and were far ahead of the pack, out of danger. She went with that. It was easier to deal with. Turning to her left, she spotted the doorknob and hoped it wasn't locked. She hadn't recalled Micky using a key to open it, so she prayed as she stepped toward it. She reached the door and turned the knob. The lever handle pivoted and the door pulled open. It was dark inside, so as she faced the deep shadows, she reached for the switch on her headlamp. Her childhood fears blowing up again, her mind ramped all the way up to freak-out mode, and just before she flipped the switch to turn the light on, she staggered backwards slightly, sure a dead face would surge toward her the moment the light hit it. There were stacks of plastic, 5-gallon pails, old paint cans, tarps, some rakes. All the shovels had been taken as weapons, and at her feet, the extension ladder. Terry was right. It had to be 12 feet collapsed. She believed the 22 feet or so it would extend would easily get her to the catwalk near the control booth. She bent down to lift it, and a groan came from behind her. She'd been worried about the darkness within. She should have been more aware of the unknown without. As she jumped inside the shed and reached to pull the door closed, the growl became a bark. Heart racing, Roxy laughed out loud. She turned on the headlamp again, pushed the door open wide again. The German shepherd stared at her. It barked again, then hurried forward, its paws up on her, licking her face like she was a popsicle. "Shh, Nacogdoche," she urged, kneeling down and letting the big girl crawl into her lap and wriggle. "Where have you been? How did you get away from those—" She stopped talking, chastising herself. She hadn't seen the shepherd for days, and it felt like a reunion. Nacogdoche began to whimper, clearly feeling the same way. "Whoa now, sweetie," laughed Roxy. "You be quiet now that you know I'm relieved to see you too." Nacogdoche still let out involuntary whimpers, but obeyed for the most part. Roxy gently pushed Nacogdoche off her lap, stood up and bent down to lift the ladder. The German shepherd panted behind her, but kept quiet. In 10 more minutes, Roxy had the ladder through the southernmost door of the auditorium and was struggling to extend it. It just reached, with 6 inches to spare.
Chapter 25. Qaletaqa's Advance. Night had fallen, and the rumble of dead feet marching behind the vehicles grew louder by the mile. With every small town they passed, their army grew. While the path ahead was clear, relatively anyway, the sheer sounds of the massive horde drew more of the dead from all sides. In some cases, the influx of dead slowed them, but in every case, they became more dangerous. Those behind may not catch up until they reached their destination and stopped, but those they encountered fell in by the hundreds. None in Qaletaqa's group could even guess the size of the horde following them anymore. And now they were little more than 2 hours away.
"Increase your speed," he ordered. "Do not get too far ahead, but go faster."
He smiled. His daughter would not destroy his plans, not after what he had done for her. He still hoped it was some kind of ruse, that she was toying with the young Hinamawi chief, taking them to a place where she knew her father, the mighty Qaletaqa, the original Mundanugu, could destroy them like shooting fish in a barrel. It amused him. Tala did not know the incantations necessary to grant the special abilities and long lifespan to others. He wondered if she had discovered the dead did not seek her. It would not take long for a smart girl like her to figure that out, but to actually decipher the chants necessary to change those she was with would— He stopped thinking about it. It made him realize he was more worried than even he wanted to admit to himself.
It was why he had told the driver to increase the speed. It was why he could only think of his arrival and how he would fill the cavern with the dead. They would pour in like the black rain flooded the gullies, changing everything in its path. Yes, Tala was bright, but it had taken him several trips over many years to find the pieces of text that would change him and her, and ultimately the world. But he had done it. His anger grew at the thought. All those years of planning, all that work. He would not fail now. He never believed his daughter, whom he loved with all his heart, would betray him and become his primary obstacle.
Stop it. Stop thinking like that. You don't know.
But as surely as the wisps of hair rolled with the frigid wind that whistled through the canyons, he knew. He felt it. He gritted his old teeth together so hard he felt one crack in two. He spat out the shards of broken enamel and bit his lip with the jagged remainder just to taste the blood on his lips. Powerful blood. Ageless blood. A few miles from the Hinamaui Reservation. Garland Hunter. The torch was cheap, but he utilized lighter materials than he'd used on Chester. This gator was slightly larger and definitely bigger around than his first pet, and its teeth were in way better condition. Everyone else stood back, watching him like he was a lunatic. Lester, Chester's replacement, wasn't tied or chained up. He was just sitting there with a string of towels tied over his eyes, like a fat blindfold. Without his dead eyes seeing his prey, he was as docile as they come. This seemed to come as a surprise to Garland's passengers. Garland used the acetylene torch to cut out shapes he had already pre-designed in his head. The information was still there, from all the trial and error he had had to do with the first harness. He even took the time to grind some rod stock into some sharp conical pieces that he would weld onto the collar portion, like the spikes on Chester's collar. They wouldn't be as sharp or as perfect, but he was operating on a tighter clock right now. "Give me about 10 more minutes, y'all. A grind here, a grind there, a few spot welds, and we'll be golden. How's that generator holding up, Albert?" "Good," said Albert, rubbing a hand over his cropped hair. "Got plenty of fuel left." 10 minutes later, Garland said, "Okay, y'all give me a hand with this thing. 2 on each side." Albert and Garland got on the right side, and 2 of the braver of his crew got the other. "Okay, sidestep toward Lester there, and let's lay it over him." "He gonna move?" asked Landon, another of the Nacogdoche men. "I never seen a gator except in movies." "Nope, just step over him. Go now," said Garland. They did. "Okay, lower it down. Easy now. Don't drop it on him if you don't want a zombie gator up your ass." Eyeing the tail, Landon eased it down with the others. "Like a goddamn glove," shouted Garland. "Okay, give me your knife." Albert pulled his blade from his sheath. "Here." Garland took it, sliced easily through the towels, and slid them out from beneath the harness. It fell into place as though it were custom built. "Okay, let's put the pivot pins in and run those metal straps underneath him." "And how the hell are we going to do that?" asked Landon. Albert didn't answer. He walked over to the hydraulic floor jack and rolled it over. "I was wondering why you had me get this." "Smart fella," said Garland. "Let's jack his head up." With 6 good full-range pumps, the gator's front half was off the ground. Nary a croak came from the blinded creature. They moved the 1-inch-wide steel straps underneath, and Garland rolled the welder over again and tacked them in place with a couple of hot welds. When it was finished, Garland stepped back and lifted the bright chrome chain welded to the center ring on the back of its collar. "Hand me that hook rod," he said, and one of the other guys retrieved it. "What's that for?" he asked. "Stand over there, about 10 feet in front of Lester." "What?" "Just do it. You asked what this rod's for." The man shrugged. "I'll pass." He sidestepped, eyeing the blinded gator and Garland. "If you want to get to where everyone else is, just do it, man," said Albert. "A thing'll kill me." "I won't let it get you. Like Albert said, we're wasting time." "I'll do it, Garland." "No, you won't. What's your name, man?" Me?" asked the man who wouldn't bait the gator. "Yeah, you." Gavin." "Gavin." "That's what I said." "Where are you from, Gavin?" asked Garland. "Sounds like you're from some goddamn country club up in goddamn Vermont or some shit."
I am from Vermont," he stammered. "How'd you—"
"I didn't know," said Garland. "I had a 1 in 50 chance and I got lucky. Now, if you want to stay lucky, move your ass 10 feet in front of Lester here, now!"
Gavin hurried forward, fumbling with his .380 Ruger.
"You shoot my gator and I'll put a much bigger bullet in that one between your eyes," warned Garland. "Ready?"
"For what?" asked Gavin, holding the gun at his side with shaking hands. Garland hooked the rod in the eye plate and gave it a good pull. The plate pivoted up, smooth as you please. Garland double-fisted the chain and leaned back. Lester's mouth opened, exposing rows of sharp teeth. The huge dead reptile bellowed, then charged. It made it 5 feet toward Gavin in a single lunge, and Garland dove forward, landing on top of the enormous gator and slamming the plate back down over its eyes. Lester stopped immediately, his mouth snapping closed with a massive crack that sent black goo spattering all over Gavin. The black spray on his face and the wet stain at the crotch of Gavin's pants sent Garland into laughing fits.
"Well, God damn it if Lester don't think you're the shit. Okay, Gav, he likes you, buddy. That means you're the bait to get this dude onto that new flatbed."
Everyone had stripped down to our birthday suits before stepping into the water, which was, for some reason, surprisingly warm. We got naked, not just because Tala told us to, but out of necessity. It was winter, and if our clothes got soaking wet, we could freeze to death. I wasn't exactly thrilled at the idea of these horn dogs seeing my girlfriend and my sister in the buff, but arms were made for crisscrossing over titties, I suppose. I'd deal. Inside the cave, there were materials to make a fire, so the plan was, when the ceremony was finished, we'd build one and all gather around it, warming our clothes and drying our bodies in preparation to leave. I hoped it was still possible to get through the ceremony and have the change kick in. Qaletaqa was supposedly on his way. If he got there before we were done, we might not be going anywhere. I was concerned and disappointed that Garland wasn't with us. Once I figured out what Tala had planned, I felt Garland should experience it. After the turn he'd made, becoming one of my most trusted team members, or maybe tribe mates, he deserved to have the protection and the benefits that were about to be bestowed upon us all. I said something about it to Tala. I also mentioned the rest of our people outside. I know she wanted to take it slow in case there were a bunch of dead moseying around inside here, but it was empty. Qaletaqa's daughter sat fully clothed outside the dark pool, high on a rock above us. The book was open in front of her.
"You have many others with you,"
she said, looking at me. "Yeah, we do. All good people. And from what Georgie's daughter here told her before we came in, there may not be many of us left in Lebanon."
"Do you want them to have the opportunity to be changed?"
"I think they would want it,"
said Lilly, speaking up.
"They know how to fight, but it's not necessarily their nature. They'd rather not have to. This will help make their lives easier." "That it will,"
she said. Turning her head, she dug through a pile of clothes and lifted a radio. She pressed the button.
"Those of you from Lebanon, come in."
They answered quickly. CB recognized Stu's voice. "Garland just pulled up," he said, and I felt better immediately. A big smile spread across my face.
"You're happy,"
said Georgie, her arms crossed over her breasts. I pointed down to the water and lowered in until just my neck and head were out. She did the same, freeing up her arms.
"I am glad. If this thing works, they all deserve it." "I'm going to ask her if she thinks she'll be able to perform it outside of here,"
said Georgie.
"Maybe if we take some of this water?"
"Could be power within this place," I said. "Right?" Georgina Lake shrugged.
"It's worth the question. I don't want to watch my daughter grow old and die. No parent wants that."
Tala directed the group on the radio through the front entrance and guided them with their words to the hole that led down to the cavern where we were. The pool in which we were standing was large enough for dozens more, so I wasn't worried about space. We'd need a bigger fire, though. When they filed in, I didn't see Garland among them. I spoke up. "I thought you said Garland got back," I called up.
"Yeah,"
said Stu, who was the stoner of our little tribe.
"He's setting up his watchdog." "He found a dog?" "Sort of. He told me to keep my yap shut, whatever a yap is."
"I think you figured it out. Whatever."
"Whatever indeed," called Garland's voice. "That dang hole back there was like live chutes and ladders, but without the goddamn ladder."
Yeah. Take off your clothes and move to the opposite side of the pool for me." What I meant was Georgie. For some reason, Garland eyeballing my lady's lady parts was a bridge too far for me, even if I did want him in on this ceremony. Our guns were all leaned in a nice straight row against the rock wall behind Tala. Boxes of extra ammunition were there too, because inside this cavern we would be sitting ducks without them. I still had 2 knives strapped to my leg, just above my calves. After the rest of them were convinced that naked was the only way to do this, their moans of relief could be heard as they stepped into the warm water and found their positions.
"I will need absolute silence,"
said Tala.
"All of you must close your eyes and open your minds. Let whatever happens around you happen. All of you listen only to my voice and your own breathing."
She opened the ancient text before her and began to read the words. I took Georgie's hand in mine, chancing a brief look behind me. Danny was there, his arm wrapped around Lilly. He winked at me and nodded. "It's going to be okay, buddy. We'll all be fine." I could always count on Danny. As the words floated on the air, her voice seemed to change. It grew higher somehow, and a strange vibrato affected it. It was like a poem being read in Latin or something, and I found it totally alien and somehow familiar all at once. I smelled it in my nostrils before I cracked my eyes to see it. It was the coolness of a mist that was so permeating I could have been standing on the rocks by Niagara Falls. When I opened my eyes to see it, I involuntarily opened my mouth to taste it. It was benign, the mist swirling around all of us, settling down on us and the water. It got cold. It was sudden, and my eyes opened yet again to see that enormous clouds had formed over us, shifting and moving like a supercell that was gathering strength, preparing to unleash its fury on us. I swore I heard a low rumbling. As Tala's strange chant song continued, the temperature dropped 20 degrees or more, both the water and the air. Everyone involuntarily sank down deeper into the water, but it didn't matter. Just then, what had to be a bolt of lightning exploded above us. With the tremendous crack came bright light, as though it were noon on a cloudless day in Arizona, but the cold did not dissipate. Suddenly, there was a torrential downpour. It did not start slow and increase in intensity. It fell as if poured from giant unseen watering cans with drilled-out holes, not gentle, but big drops falling from miles above. Somehow, I could still see beyond the pool where we all stood. Tala read, chanted, sang, barely audible now with the pounding rain overpowering her vocal cords. I believe the rain was black, but I couldn't tell. It might have been my imagination. Once it began, I could barely see beyond it, and when I turned to see Georgie, I couldn't even see her face. I still gripped her hand, though, and she gripped me back. Then it stopped, like a spigot had been turned off. Just gone. The water that encased us settled and again became a still pool. "Come out, all of you." I stood there tingling, my head feeling like I'd taken too many Xanax or some Molly or something. A sound came from above. I knew that sound. It grew louder and louder. It was the dead, a shit ton of them. Chapter 26. The Old Man, His Daughter, and the Dead. Qaletaqa knew that no matter how many trucks and other vehicles there were, it would not represent a large enough army to defeat the dead force he had brought with him. They now numbered in the thousands. It was beyond estimation. They were hungry and ready to feed. He had ordered the rest of his people to kneel. Promising them they would be safe, he stood one of them up to draw his army. The horde set upon the last of the Hintoka people. A few bites whet their appetites and turned them all into the dead warriors he required now. He could find more followers later. For now he had his dead, and together they would conquer the world.
He would possibly live another 100, maybe 200 years. It was enough to become a god many times over, in the eyes of the weak and mindless. The voice sounded like his daughter. She was here. She may have tried to duplicate his feat of over 60 years earlier, but she was a child then. It would be a stroke of pure luck. She would die in that cave. He would fill it with the searching, hungry dead who did not need light to see, who did not satiate their hunger, ever. Those who never slept, always kept moving forward for the blood-infused flesh they so desired. He walked. They followed. When he reached the mouth of the cave, he stood aside and pushed one of the dead into the opening. It stumbled and fell, then slowly got back to its rotting feet. Qaletaqa pushed another and another. Soon they went on their own, one following another. It went from a single file line to 3 thick, then 10 thick. Qaletaqa moved in between them, riding the thick crowd of undead walkers like a wave, careful to avoid the ridges and cliffs with which he was familiar. None of the drops was very high. A broken foot would not be enough to stop any of them. He had backups for his backups, and now that all his own people had joined the ranks of the undead, he had complete power. No more concerns one of them might turn on him, change their minds. Now they were mindless, singularly focused. Qaletaqa stopped and let them flow around him like water. The cacophony of their low grunts, groans, shuffling feet, and rustling, blood-dried clothing disgusted and delighted him. They knew. They had to. This horde was not quiet. Nor was it meant to be. He wanted them to be paralyzed by fear.
"I am sorry, but my father is here," said Tala. "You will not be able to dry yourselves by the fire, and we will not have time to determine if the ceremony was successful. Put your clothes on, your shoes, retrieve your weapons, and prepare. We will search for another outlet, but we knew this battle was coming. I believe all went well. We will learn the answer very soon."
I'd begun to come down a bit off the euphoric high I felt right after the rain stopped. Georgie didn't spell it out for me, and neither did Danny or Lilly, but I knew they'd felt it too. Garland looked practically giddy for a few minutes there.
"Okay, let's roll,"
I said, once I tied my bootlace.
"At least I was able to squeegee myself off a bit."
"Yeah, me too," said Danny.
"We're pretty dry. You?"
"I'll survive," said Georgie, lifting her gun and slinging it over her shoulder. A thump came from the direction of the chute.
"They are here. He has led them to this cavern. We will learn whether the ceremony worked very soon. Prepare yourselves for battle."
Qaletaqa began sidestepping through the horde of skinwalkers as they continued forward, toward the lower secret cabin. It was a hole, so if one dropped down inside, so would 100, then 1,000 more. Clearing the horde, he moved to a recess in the rock and reached inside. He withdrew a tarnished silver box with a turquoise eagle shape on the top. Setting it aside, he withdrew a larger box from the same hidden niche. This one was rectangular, a full 3 feet long by nearly a foot wide. He smiled. The mere thought of it gave him a sense of power and of calm, both at the same time. Sitting cross-legged, he removed the lid of the small silver box and lifted 2 small bottles out. Twisting the lids, he removed them and set them aside. Each contained blood, preserved in airtight containers for many, many years. The first was his own blood. It had been drawn on the day he had been changed by the place, before he had been changed. Drinking it would ensure his original purpose dictated all of his actions. Qaletaqa picked up the cylindrical bottle. Careful to keep it upright, he pressed it between his palms and allowed his body heat to warm it. He was patient. Everything must fall in place perfectly to stop this insurgence led by Tala. As were so many young people today, his daughter was driven by a duty instilled by a youth population that purported to decry what the European settlers had done to the natives of the land. Qaletaqa knew that if pressed, none of these so-called millennials would be willing to give up what they owned as repentance. After 5 minutes, he carefully opened his hands and took the small vial between his fingers. He touched it to his parted lips and tilted his head back to swallow the now warm plasma. In the second vial was the blood of his daughter, taken before the ceremony that made her like him, and before her change to womanhood. By drinking it, his connections to her would become enhanced. He would know where she was, and would be drawn in her direction. He warmed and drank that as well, tilting the bottle over his mouth and tapping the bottom as the blood slowed to tiny droplets. It was sweet on his tongue. He began to chant the words he had memorized many years ago. It was not that this was planned specifically. He had never believed his child would betray him. His daughter's blood was only there in the event they became separated during his conquest of the white man, so he could find her and they could rule together, father and daughter. His conquest of all men. If he were being honest, it was always that. Never just the descendants of the Europeans who had taken their native homeland. All other peoples. All other tribes. Qaletaqa swallowed the last bit of blood, and the images formed in his mind's eye immediately. The moans and keens of the horde fell away, and all he could see and hear was Tala, now moving to a point in the lowest northeast section of the cave. He had never been there, but he knew well of the lower tunnels. The ancient chief knew where it emerged. He would learn of her group's location the moment she stepped out into the moonlight. He was now seeing through her eyes. His purpose was clear. He could not control her, nor could he stop her or force her to do anything other than what she already intended to do. That was the problem. His only option was to kill her, if she could not be convinced during a brief conversation. Qaletaqa picked up the wooden box. It was not very heavy, and he felt stronger than he had in years despite the journey here. He never saw the armored tail that curved from the dark alcove just 20 feet away, hidden in the flickering shadows of a burning torch. Garland was at the back of the line to escape, and the trail Tala led us onto was narrow, only made for one. The first splash behind him caused him to jerk around. A dry, scaly hand emerged from the dark water and slapped against the rocks, followed by an arm, then the deteriorated face, teeth gnashing, low choking growls announcing their desire. A skinwalker, as the old Indian and the girl named Tala called them. Another splash came, and another. At that point, it sounded like a massive hailstorm delivering boulders from the sky, dropping straight into a swimming pool.
"Garland, let's go, man!"
A voice called from deeper in the cave. Garland turned to see Albert, who had been such a great help to him when he got the gator.
"Now, Bertie, you get after them. I'll be fine. I got my guard dog up there, you know. Those things got in, so it doesn't look like he's doing much. Come on." "That's only 'cause Lester's got his blinders on. I said go!"
shouted Garland, and that got the rodder's attention.
"Now!"
he added in a loud whisper. Albert hesitated once more, shook his head, and ran off after the group, which had only made it another 15 feet or so, but who were now dipping into a deep gully of sorts and moving out of sight. Garland hurried to the rock wall beside the chute where the rodders were falling into the pool several feet away and pressed himself against the wall. From the truck he had chosen to bring an M1 Garand rifle with the bayonet he had machined himself. It was longer than a typical blade, as he wanted to be sure it penetrated his intended target. Flattening himself against the wall as best he could, he held the rifle in position. The moment he saw the first skinwalker, he jabbed. The blade, heavy-duty and razor-sharp as well, punched right through the thing's skull, and the female collapsed at the knees and crumpled to the floor, her wet clothes sounding like an enormous dish rag hitting the kitchen floor. Behind her came another, and another. They wandered more than pursued, as though nothing in particular drove them forward, just open space allowing them room to walk. Nervous but determined to overcome his fear, Garland waited for the next one, swiping his wet, stringy blonde hair from his eyes.
"Hey,"
he said as it came into view. The thing turned to stare straight at him. It stopped, then turned toward him and took a step. Garland reacted. He swung the blade up in an arc, jabbing it into the soft gray folds of the dead man's neck and into his brain. The blade emerged through the top of its head as black goo erupted from the wound and ran down over his face like caramel topping on an ice cream cone. It, too, dropped to the cave floor. Garland backed up and moved out of view again.
"You have to wait, man,"
he chastised himself. "Just give it a chance so you know whether they go after you." He was the guinea pig for the group, he decided. Live or die, he'd learn the likelihood of his friends doing the latter. Again, he steeled his nerves and stepped out. He was face to face with a peeling-faced rotter that looked like it had been struck by a car. One shoulder was bent backward, and that arm dangled uselessly. His right eye hung by strings of whatever the hell once kept it in its socket, and he dragged one foot. His hair, like most of the others, remained on his head in clumps and tufts, each one looking like it could be plucked out with a couple of fingers. It ran into him, and Garland staggered back. Its eyes were not focused on him. They stared into the dark distance of the cave, only lit by a few of the still-burning torches their team had lit. It moved past him. Garland released his breath. The splashes behind him were increasing in speed, and now the dead ones were emerging from the pool below the chute faster, and in greater and greater numbers. Deciding it didn't matter, and not sure whether or not his people could still hear him from wherever they were, he called out, "Y'all might be okay based on what I just tried, but keep on moving. There's a shitload of the dead coming in." "Garland," I called out, hearing his voice in the distance. "Come on, don't do anything stupid." "As Forrest Gump once said, stupid is as stupid does," he called back. "I'm good, CB. Y'all go on, and I'll hook up with you later, come hell or high water." I yelled something in response, but I don't remember what it was, and apparently Garland didn't understand it or just ignored me. A second later, his radio clicked, but Garland quickly reached down to switch it off. Stealth would be the order of the day if he were able to make it past the dead. He turned and moved around the rock corner, stepping down into the pool. He kept to the wall, avoiding the monsters plummeting from above, not capable of using the hand and footholds that allowed them all to ease their way down the chute. The water below protected them from broken bones. If there had only been craggy rocks below, the dead would have snapped bones and ended up in a heap of writhing bodies that would continue to pile up on one another until the chute itself was clogged solid, and nobody'd be able to get in or out. From the sound that filled the cavern, there had to be thousands of the dead coming through. If they were to stack up above the access tunnel, the sheer weight and the way their goo-filled bodies would settle into one another would create an impenetrable barrier. The reek was horrid. Garland watched another 15 come through and had to make his move. He slid over to the wall and slung his rifle onto his back, freeing his hands. Lester was waiting up there, and he would try to put him to use somehow. Keeping his eyes cast above as he put his right fingers into the recess and his left toe in the foothold, Garland climbed. Bodies brushed his shoulder as they plummeted behind him, and Garland pressed his body flatter against the rock, searching for the next handhold. It was a good distance up to the top, and a climb best suited for a more agile man, but the work he did in Lebanon, lifting steel panels, plates, and winches, had toned his muscles. Next step, another 2 feet, steady as she goes. He told me later he remembered hearing me say that to Liam. He smiled. He liked that kid. Each minute seemed to pass like an hour, but soon he saw a faint light above him, darkening each time a rotter entered the hole and dropped behind him. Because the wall angled inward just below the craggy hole leading into the jagged chute, Garland had around 13 inches in which to shimmy out of the hole and onto a rocky lip a couple of feet wide. If all went well, the monsters falling through the hole would fly on by. Being careful but almost losing his rifle to an errant zombie who stumbled in from the backside of the hole and slammed him hard into the rocks, he finally crawled out. He could not see the cave at all. It was filled with the dead, what had to be over 1,000, and all moving towards the hole out of which he had just emerged. He moved against the wall, finding a narrow pathway navigable by him, but not by the unbalanced dead. The moment he could, he pulled the radio from his belt.
"CB, anyone copy?" "I got you, Garland. You copy? This is Lilly."
"Lilly," he said.
"Good. Hey, just so y'all know, that shit worked. They don't come after me anyway." "That's fantastic,"
she said.
"Garland, that's very big news."
"Yeah, but still, you won't be able to get out this way. Gotta be 1,000 or more of those damn monsters coming down that hole."
"Where are you?"
"I'm in the upper cavern where we came in."
"Do you see Qaletaqa?"
"I don't know what he looks like, so not that I know."
"He'll probably be the only one who's not a zombie, Garland. Be careful. He will kill you if he sees you."
"Oh, don't worry about me. Still got my M1, still got my secret weapon."
Guard dog they talked about? I hope it's a Roddy.
It ain't a Roddy or a Pit, but it'll do.
Be safe. We'll radio you when we're back under moonlight.
Has Georgina heard from Roxy and Terry, Lilly?
Why do you ask?
Asked Lilly, her voice sounding labored.
Just came to mind,
said Garland.
Hey, you pay attention to what you're doing. I'll be careful, like you said.
Okay.
Said Lilly.
Out.
Chapter 27. Lebanon, Kansas. Roxy held the ladder, one eye behind her, as the others crawled down. Nina wasn't comfortable carrying Gabriel down the ladder, so Terry offered to let the boy ride piggyback as he descended rung by rung. He struggled down as the young boy clung to his neck, eyes squeezed closed, and when he finally touched his foot to the floor, he said, "Hold on, just hang on for a few more steps." He then continued toward the double doors, stopped and waited. "Rox, go through, check it's clear." "Good idea." Roxy eased the door open, scanned the visible area, and saw nothing. "Okay, go, but no talking out there," she said. Terry walked outside and bent forward, allowing Gabriel to slide down and stand beside him. Roxy, Liam, and Nina joined them, and they huddled together, all with one eye looking out for danger. "Okay," whispered Roxy. "We need a place to go. We have no idea where that horde went, or if they're still idle somewhere nearby, waiting for someone to draw them. Please, please keep your voices down, and let's just try to find someplace nearby." "Away from this," said Terry, gesturing toward the dead bodies scattered on the walkways all around them. There were nowhere near as many as might have been expected, but the remaining bodies all displayed serious head wounds. They probably wouldn't be wandering off or becoming a threat any time soon. "Why don't they eat them all?" asked Liam. "They eat some of them, but then they leave a lot." "You shouldn't be looking that closely," said Roxy. "Stuff like that could mess you up. You remember what I told you happened with my parents, right? I'm not sure how much more messed up I could get." "Touché, Liam," said Terry. "Don't they say that in sword fighting?" asked Liam. "Fencing," said Nina. "But it also means that someone's got a point." "And the point's taken," said Roxy. "Please, let's keep chit-chat to a minimum. Anyway, I say we move south. They came from that direction, so hopefully they continued moving north after tearing through this place." Nobody objected. Roxy checked her weapons, and Terry and Liam did the same as they stayed close to the building until reaching the corner. Once there, they all scanned the street, looking for movement. "I thought I saw something behind that building down Main Street," said Liam. "It went that way, at that first street." He pointed west. "Then we'll go the other way," said Roxy. "Pine or maple? Anyone have a preference?" "Let's go down that dirt road," said Liam. "There's a bunch of houses down there, especially once you pass Grove Street." "How much did you explore the town?" asked Terry. "A lot, but I always had my .22. And I always went with Brandon. He's 15. "And a damn good shot," said Roxy. Liam said, "We only saw those things twice, and it was just one both times. We killed them." "Lucky you two weren't exploring when a horde came through," said Roxy. "But we'll take your advice." Without another word, all three had their weapons unslung and ready as they moved across School Avenue to the dirt road leading south. The many footprints were visible, drag marks, bare feet, all the signs of the horde. "Look at all the hair," whispered Nina. "Disgusting," whispered Terry. It blew by their feet in the light breeze. Roxy vaguely registered it was a southerly wind, and her concern grew that it would draw the northbound creatures back toward them if they caught the scent. She still wasn't certain they could actually smell, but something drew them forward, and she didn't need them reversing course. The gravel road was now overgrown with 18-inch tall weeds that rippled in the light draft that cut from south to north, and they made their way through carefully in the half-moonlit night. The air was brisk, more cold, and Roxy knew they were going faster than they should because of it. Caution was the rule. This kind of cold was unlikely to kill them, but the dead would do so without question. "Turn right," said Liam when they reached Grove. "I saw that monster go the other way." Roxy smiled and nodded, and they turned right on Grove.
she spotted a newer 2-story home on the northwest corner of Pine and Grove. "There," she said. "Liam, you been in there before?" "Yeah, it's empty, and we always close the doors after, like you guys told us. There's like 4 bedrooms in there, too, all with beds." Some of the mattresses had been taken by survivors, but Roxy hoped there were at least 2 of them still there. Sleep would feel awfully good with a couple of people taking watch duty. They approached the front door of the yellow house with a shingle roof and siding. It looked newer than the rest of the homes in the neighborhood, but upon closer inspection, it was only the paint giving it that appearance. She listened, her ear pressed to the front door. "You're like a frickin' cop nowadays," said Terry. "It's like second nature, right? I'm feeling kind of like a superhero these days, after my fall from the scaffolding. I don't hear anything. Liam, you said it was empty?" "Yep." "Here goes nothing. Guys, be ready." She turned the knob and pushed the door inward. It squeaked on its hinges and bumped the wall beside it. Nothing came screaming out. After another 10 seconds, Roxy pulled a bullet from her vest and tossed it inside. It hit the wood floor with a loud tap, then bounced, tapped again, and rolled across the floor. Nothing came in response. "Okay," she whispered. "Let's go." A scrape came from the street behind them, and all 3 turned to see a lone rodder dragging his right leg behind him, moving from Grove up Pine Street. Everyone holding their collective breath, they moved inside and Roxy eased the door closed. They moved into the living room beside the door, parted the curtains, and all of them watched the creature continue its slow, plodding trek north. When it disappeared from view, Terry waved everyone into the back of the house to the kitchen. "Sit," he said. Roxy, Nina, Liam, and Gabriel did. "Okay, Rox has been working hard. She got us out of that damned auditorium, and frankly, I thought we were stuck up there until everyone got back from wherever they went. I say we do a quick search to see if we can find any food and water stored, and then let Rox have a nap." "There are west and south-facing windows," said Roxy. "I'm guessing those are bedrooms up there, so I'll just sleep on the couch down here. Stay alert. Now, I'm going to check the basement for supplies. You guys check the kitchen pantry and anywhere else you think there might be food or water." Liam spoke up, his voice 2 octaves higher. "No, I got it." "Shh, Liam," said Roxy. "Got what?" "No, I can check down there in the basement." "Why?" Just because," said Liam. "I said I'll do it, Liam. Now go with Terry." Liam got up and hurried to the basement door. He lifted a mat in front of the door and withdrew a key. Before Roxy could catch up with him, he was inside, his headlamp turned on and trotting fast down the stairs. She turned her flashlight on and descended the steps as quickly as she could. When she reached the bottom, she saw Liam standing there, a stack of something in his hand. He quickly tossed them away as Roxy reached the bottom. "Liam, what the hell is going on?" "Nothing." They spoke without whispering now, as the sound was unlikely to travel beyond the walls of the house down there. "It's something," she said, then walked over to where he'd thrown the items. Bending down, she picked up the old Penthouse magazine. Roxy smiled, then tossed the magazine aside. "The people living here must have been searching for a penthouse apartment in New York or something," she said. "Can't hurt to dream, right?" Yeah, right," said Liam. "Cool." Roxy purposely averted her eyes from the remaining Playboys, Hustlers, Swanks, and other porno magazines from a bygone era, her eyes falling on a pair of racks against the dusty walls. "Oh, my God," she said. "Did you know all this stuff was down here?" He looked at the cans of food, the 5-gallon bottles of Sparkletts water, the boxes of matches, lanterns, camping stoves, propane, and everything else. His mouth was wide open when he shook his head. Roxy knew what had happened. When he and Brandon had come down here, they found the magazines first. Once they were discovered, they developed tunnel vision, only seeking them out on return trips. "Don't tell Brandon I showed you this place," he said. "He'll be mad at me." Roxy didn't ask why Brandon would be angry with him. She was just thankful the boys had kept the door locked, preserving the supplies. "Your secret's safe with me," said Roxy. Now, you get upstairs and take the first watch with Tare. I'm hitting the couch. I need to straighten up down here a little first. Clean up those house magazines.
Roxy winked at him and nodded, saying nothing. She hurried up the steps and found Terry to give him the good news. The cave near the Hinamaui Reservation. Garland finally worked his way clear of the steady line of dead making their way to the chute that would send them plummeting into the lower cavern. The cavern where his friends now searched for a way out. He prayed they found an exit. After climbing down a steep, slick 10-foot rock face using tiny handholds that he almost didn't find, he reached a lower path. This route ran beside another pool of dank water. It might have been easy to maneuver except for the skinwalkers above who got shoved over the edge or lost their footing as they made their way to the chute, following the other dead. Each time one fell, Garland had to press his back against the stone face to make sure he didn't get hit and have to deal with a dislocated shoulder, or God forbid, get knocked in himself. Falling in that pool would feel like being in a pool of piranhas. Just because they weren't attracted to you didn't mean you wouldn't get caught by an errant tooth or a jagged fingernail. Stretching one arm up to curl his wet fingers around a tiny ridge, he looked down to place his left foot. At that moment, a twisting body dropped from above, slamming his shoulder and spinning him sideways. His slung M1 rifle swung, then slid from his shoulder, splashing into the water below. His only blade had been the bayonet. Now he was defenseless, save for Lester. "God damn it!" he exclaimed, his breath coming fast as he hung from the lip above by one hand. His feet had both dislodged from the footholds, but with a jerk back to the left, he was able to jab his right boot back in. He clung there for a long moment, pondering his almost fate. He'd made it, but only by pure luck, and now he was disarmed. Thank God for Lester, he thought. It was all he had left. He gathered his nerves and continued climbing. When he cleared the pool, he found an angled, narrow path up to the cave entrance and scrambled up onto it. It only presented itself by the glow of what was probably a partial moon. Garland had a headlamp, but he didn't want to turn it on in case the old man named Qaletaqa was watching from outside. He'd already called out when he almost fell, which might have been enough to alert him if he was there. It seemed the girl had been right. The old Indian had obviously gathered an enormous horde of skinwalkers on his way from the reservation to this place, and it appeared he had directed them all into the cave. No more were coming in, which was good. Not that any more were necessary. The number of zombies Garland saw could eat town after town with hardly any effort at all. There were 200 or so dead ones that had not yet made it to the chute leading to his friends, but they were lined up and heading in that direction, like deteriorating lemmings. Garland reached the dark corner where he'd left Lester. With the eye plate down, the zombie gator wouldn't attack anything, and he wouldn't make any course corrections when he hit a wall. He wasn't much for turning around, and that's what Garland counted on. He hadn't known how he would use him before. Now he did, but he had to hurry, and Lester would slow him down. For the moment, he left Lester there and hurried to the cave opening. Something caught his eye on a small ledge inside the cave on the left side, and he trotted over to have a look. It was a small box, open. 2 empty vials of some kind were inside. Lifting one, he eyed the cave entrance for a moment, then turned on his headlamp. "Blood," he muttered, smelling it. He wrinkled his nose, then put the bottle down. "What the hell is that crazy fucker up to now?" He crouched down by the left-behind box and trained his eyes on the low alcove where he'd parked the big gator. It wasn't visible at all from there, which is why the old chief hadn't seen him. Unless presented with the sights and smells of bloody or rotting meat, the creature wouldn't make a sound. Thank God for small favors, he thought. He hurried out of the cave door and scanned the ground outside, looking for any clue of where the old man had gone. Seeing only hundreds of footprints in the dirt, some barefoot, some missing digits, others shoed,
all heading directly into the cave, he finally found one set of prints heading off to the left of the cave's mouth. Flicking on his headlamp, he saw them disappear around a rock ledge. Garland walked forward, focusing. There! A trail! It wasn't clear. There were weeds growing up through the center, but it was different, newer growth than the rest. When he got closer, he saw clear footprints. Not dozens and dozens like the ones the rotters had made behind him. A single set. Garland ran. He charged up the path and kept at a steady jog as the relatively smooth sandy trail curved around craggy rock outcroppings, insets, and into brief shallow gullies. He moved for another 5 minutes before it began to taper and level out. Looking around, he realized he was high up. In the silver moonlight, he could feel more than see the distance and the nothingness below him if he were to tumble sideways and fall. A low sound came from ahead. It began as a humming, but soon turned into a chant. Garland moved forward slowly. Another rocky ledge was just ahead, and beyond that, it appeared the dark sky met the mountain, or hill, or whatever he was climbing. He lay on his stomach, then pushed himself up until his eyes and nose crested the ridge. A person sat very close to the ledge of what had to be a sheer cliff from what Garland could see beyond it. His back to Garland, the moonlight shone on the colorful feathers of a large headdress that draped down his back and to the dirt behind him. Unable to tell what he wore besides the large headdress, Garland watched the man he assumed was the old Indian chief, Qaletaqa. His arms were out of view, but his shoulders were moving as though he were weaving or manipulating something. He chanted some strange words that rose and fell, crescendoed, then faded almost to an inaudible level. A backpack sat beside him. The top partially collapsed, but the bottom still stuffed fat with something. It looked like something trailed out of the bag toward the old man, but no matter how he squinted, he could not tell what it was. He'd seen enough. He knew where his enemy was and what he had to do. Garland turned around and snuck back down the path. Chapter 28. The Cave.
I don't know how many are there, but it sounds like 1,000.
It was Tank's voice from way back, and I figured that didn't help much when we were trying to get clear of an oncoming horde. I didn't know what became of Garland. We hadn't seen or heard from him since our radio transmission broke apart. Albert had told us he was going to try something. Tala stopped.
Please, bring me one of the torches. Hey, torch!
I whisper-yelled. It was passed forward. She had been using a headlamp I gave her. It wasn't good enough for what she needed to do, I guessed. She took it, then held it up. There were 2 tunnels before her, and now as she held up the torch, the flame flickered hard and fast to the right.
This is it. It is not far. Come, hurry.
She moved down the right side tunnel that had to have been 8 or 9 feet in diameter, though not perfectly cylindrical. It appeared to have been cut through with water 1,000,000 years ago, but if so, it was long dried up. A coarse silt ran across the bottom of the tunnel, all that remained from an ancient underground river. Tala was moving fast now, and we all hustled behind her to keep up. She practically ran, and when we all did the same, I'm not sure if I'm the only one who was amazed at how easy it was. It was effortless. I felt 20 years old again. My legs felt strong, my arms felt like pistons, and my lungs took in what felt like cubic feet of oxygen. Beginning to analyze myself, I realized I could see clearly in the dim light within the cave. Tala had not needed the flame to see. She needed it to determine where the exit was. I turned to Georgie.
Dr. Lake, are you feeling young somehow? God, how did you know? You? I feel exhilarated.
Yeah, same. Whatever happened back there, I hope it never goes away.
She never said this was one of the side effects,
said Georgie.
But think about it. She was just a girl when she was changed. She was already full of energy and vibrant, just starting her life. Even if she did notice the change back then, surely she's grown so used to it she forgot how it felt at first.
Damn good point, I said.
"We're here,"
said Tala, her voice low. I couldn't figure out why she was whispering. The zombies were behind us in the cave, which meant her father was probably there too, escorting him in.
"We have been moving fast,"
she said as she turned around, probably to make sure we were all paying attention.
"They are far behind us right now."
Everyone stopped and immediately fell still and silent. As if to verify what the girl told us, in the far distance behind our group, the moans, keens, and scrapes of the undead could be heard. It was a constant noise now, like a busy freeway in the dead of night, or waves crashing in the ocean.
"I must go out first to ensure all is well, and my father has not set a trap for us. He knows this place far better than me, and he cannot be trusted. Please, watch behind you, and if you must confront the skinwalkers, kill them silently."
The sound of dozens of knives sliding from sheaths added to the zombie sounds.
"You be careful," I told the girl. "Stay out of sight and use your goddamn radio if you get in trouble. Most of all, just check real fast and get the hell back in here."
Magi Silverbolt said,
"Let me go with you."
She shook her head.
"If there is a confrontation between my father and me, I am better prepared to reason with him. Stay here."
Tala didn't wait for him to agree. She walked away from us, ducked around some broken rocks and some brush that had blown against the cave entrance at some point, and disappeared.
"She's a tough one," I said.
"Maybe,"
said Silverbolt.
"But I am a chief. She is now of the Hintoka. She does not control me or any of the Hinamawi. Dude, just let her do this."
"Come with me, Tommy,"
he said, his knife still in hand.
"But Chief Silverbolt, maybe we should wait as she asked." "One member of my tribe left, and you will dishonor me by refusing to do what I command?"
Tommy's head dropped.
"No, Chief Silverbolt."
He stepped forward, his fingers flexing around the handle of his knife.
"I am behind you." "You millennials are a stubborn bunch,"
said Danny.
"You don't goddamn listen when somebody who knows more than you tries to give you advice. You always know better. You could learn a little bit about discipline from the Nacogdoche Tribe. They're together like a single machine. It's what kept them alive, and they didn't have the benefits of national recognition either, or a reservation."
Silverbolt stopped and looked at Danny. My buddy wasn't done.
"Where are you going anyway? What you gonna do out there? Get in her way? Distract her? Get her killed maybe? Look, I know you lost a lot, man. I get it. We all have. Just stop and think. We got this far."
I watched the young chief consider Danny's words. He looked from Lilly to me, to several of the Nacogdoche Tribe's young men behind us. Turning, he walked back towards us. Tommy hadn't moved a step, but he would have, I know. Relief flooded his expression when Chief Silverbolt crouched down and put his knife on the ground in front of him.
"I understand. You are right. We are all that remains of our tribe. There is no sense in accelerating our demise."
Danny looked at the young man for a few seconds, then said,
"You just proved to me you deserve to lead your people, no matter how many there are left."
Qaletaqa continued the process of twisting the fuses to the sticks of dynamite to the main connecting fuse and lowering them over the edge. In a few moments he would feed it to the north and lower more sticks down to rest beside the mouth of the cave's rear entrance. He had planted 20 sticks around the front entrance, tucking them into crevices and notches in the stone, and had fed out the long coil of fuse so that it now lay beside him. When he was finished, he would connect them together and ignite the fuse. A strong feeling struck him, and he closed his eyes. The image of Tala entered his mind, and he watched her move to within a few feet of the cave mouth. A tear slipped from his eye and down his cheek when he thought about ending her life. She was like her mother. She was naive and caring, always doing what she felt was right. She would be a great asset in the world that would exist after he and his army of the undead cleansed the land. Because of her changed physiology, she would be able to bear children for many years to come, repopulating the continent with children who would then grow to have children of their own. The land would be reclaimed by those who never should have lost it. He would reason with her one last time. Closing his eyes again, he watched her emerge from the cave and turn around.
if he stood now, their eyes would meet. The dynamite was dangling down on both sides of the cave, hidden by the cascading brush and vines that grew around it. The winter had not yet caused the foliage to go dormant. It would provide the cover necessary to prevent Tala from seeing the danger. He stood. Garland Hunter stood behind the 15-foot-long gator, the heavy chain gripped in his hand. The dead rabbit had been rotting for who knew how many days, and it was rancid enough that Albert wouldn't get out to retrieve it on the way there. Garland had to do it. He didn't blame the kid. It was covered in maggots and it stank to high heaven, but that was exactly why he needed it. He had just brushed them off against some brush on the side of the road and shook the rest of the tiny white larva off the decaying corpse as best he could. But now, knowing how he and the others were changed, Garland realized he needed something more. The rotting rabbit, when connected to the dangling rod in front of the gator, would keep it moving forward. But to make it attack something when he removed the dangling bait, it needed to see and smell. Garland needed zombie slop. One of the first things he realized was that zombie gators did not differentiate between the living and the dead. They ate both fresh and rotting meat without preference, but the rotting stuff really tantalized their olfactory senses. It drew them forward in a frenzy. He finished connecting the dead rabbit to the small chain and set the whole works aside. Hurrying back inside the cave, he withdrew his knife and trotted back down the path the dead had taken. About 100 more of them bunched up, and he could hear the distant splashes as they dropped into the lower chamber and hit the pool of water. The last one in line was too big. Garland wasn't any he-man, so he sidestepped past a couple of them until he came to a small female. This was an old woman. She was probably under 5 feet tall, and if she weighed 80 pounds, it would be a miracle. He needed her assistance. Keeping his eye on the 2 rotters he'd passed, he took the woman by the shoulders and pulled her back. As she drew alongside the 2 large dead ones, Garland sheathed his knife and got both hands on her shoulders. He walked her back. The ceremony had really worked. She did not fight him or move to attack. As he pulled, she walked. "I feel strong," he thought, "like I could just carry her out." Fighting nausea, he realized he needed one hand to maintain his balance along the rocky trail. He reached down and took her by her shriveled hand and walked back towards the way out. Once back under the partial moonlight, he withdrew his blade again. Without hesitation, he pushed it into her right ear and through her brain. She crumpled to the ground with a final growl. Garland then removed the pack from his back and dumped its contents onto the ground. Repositioning the corpse quickly so that her stomach was exposed, he cut open the house dress she wore and plunged the knife into her stomach, just above her pelvis. Cutting upward, the muck and innards remained contained within the body cavity. The gator let out a low growl. The smell had reached him. The eye plate was still in place, so he did not move. Placing the open pack on the ground beside her body, Garland fought his own disgust and reached in and severed the guts from the rest of the body, with sawing cuts around the sides and beneath the intestines and other organs. Setting the slippery knife aside, Garland swallowed his own vomit as he lifted the sick, rotting guts from the woman's body cavity and deposited them into the backpack with a splat. Now what remained in the body was black goo and more liquefied body parts, but 2 more hand scoops, and he felt he had enough. Garland wiped his hands on the gator's back, getting as much of the slime and smell off him as possible. He then unscrewed the cap from the canteen he'd taken from the pack and rinsed the remainder off his hands. He didn't need to be the draw. He had other plans. Sealing the backpack as best he could, he carefully reslung it onto his back. Crouching, rather than bending down so as not to dump its contents onto the back of his neck and head, he picked up the chain, walked the gator around to face the trail leading back to the old Indian, and put the dead, dangling rabbit carcass in place. When he had the big zombie gator pointed in the right direction, he used the rod to retract the blinders. The gator's mouth opened fast and let out a low croak. It moved fast up the trail. Garland held on for dear life. He said a little prayer and made his way back up the trail behind his new best friend, Lester. Chapter 29. The Confrontation. "Qaletaqa," she said, with both deference and dread in her voice. The former was out of habit. The latter was born of her recent understanding of him. She did not see him well with the moon behind him, but she knew the shape of a powerful Indian chief in full war regalia. She knew it was her father high above her, wearing the ceremonial headdress she recalled seeing him wear when she was a young girl. He had not yet been chief those many years ago when he had crafted the elaborate draping headdress and accompanying outfit. She recalled that on rare occasions he would take her out to the isolated desert and park the pickup truck. Her father would then construct and ignite a massive bonfire, putting on each piece of his outfit, all made by his hand, the buckskin pieces perfectly sized and sewn together. She never understood it then. She surely did now. He finally spoke, and his voice sounded extraordinarily strong. It frightened her. "My daughter," he said, "you must leave, now." She turned to look around her and saw there was a narrow trail to her left, leading down the side of the mountain they had partially scaled to reach the cave. Beside her, extending perhaps 10 feet, was a flat plateau area. She could not see beyond the ledge. "You will allow us to go?" She saw the side-to-side motion of his head. "No, not them. Only you if you choose." "Choose what?" she asked. "Your domination of the world? You using the skinwalkers as your army to finish off the rest of mankind? What then, Father?"
"There are others who live," he said. "They are safe, many others, just as you did not know of my plan, or of their existence. Their knowledge is limited as well."
"How many?"
"They number almost 2,000.
"Where are they?"
Her father laughed softly.
"No, that I will not tell you. You will learn when we walk together again."
She wasn't sure if he really believed she would ever go along with such a plan. Clearly he intended to repopulate the continent with purebloods. Why he couldn't just make life on the reservation as good as possible for his people, she did not know. Her mind went back to everything that had happened leading up to this moment. His long absences, his secret conversations on the telephone. She had given him his time and his privacy. She thought he was fulfilling the role of leader, not authoritarian dictator. Tala stared at her father's silhouette, high on the cliff above her. "Do these people you tell me are safe know you intended to kill hundreds of millions of others, then rule over them as a king?"
"My child, you have not forgotten how they slaughtered our people and raped our women, kidnapped our children and sold them into slavery. Where is this misplaced devotion coming from?"
"These people did not do that to us, nor their parents, nor theirs. What's more, they didn't do it to you, or your father, or your father's father. Those responsible and those affected are long dead. No, Qaletaqa, this is only about you and the omnipotent power you seek. You did not raise a fool in me."
He leaned down with something in his hand and scraped it on the rocky ground at his feet. A traffic flare sparked to life, spitting red flame as he held it high in his upraised hand.
"Come with me, or leave here now, Tala. I do not want you to die by my hand or any other's."
Tala looked around, but saw nothing for him to light with the flare. Confused, she looked up at him.
"Father, these people are good. They all have native blood within their veins, and they help one another. They would help us. They are not seeking power or wealth or anything else. They simply wish to live and take care of one another."
"You are saying they are good people, but you have only just met them. We do not need their help. We need no one's help."
"Yes, they are good, and everyone needs help, Father. Even you and me. You to abandon this delusion that has overtaken you and changed you into a person I would never follow." Tala motioned to the cave opening. She now understood what her father intended to do with the signal flare. Upon closer inspection, she had seen the dull red color of the sticks of dynamite, hidden by the cascading foliage on both sides of the cave. When she started to look for more, she found it at the top of the cave opening, too. "Father," she said, easing closer to the cave wall in case she had any opportunity to strip the string of explosives from the wall before he had a chance to light the fuse.
"Yes, Tala."
Me, Lilly, Danny, and Georgina were the first to step out of the cave. To her surprise, skinwalkers were beside and behind us, mixed in with the others. It had worked. Her father looked down at us, staring speechless for a long time. Looking back up at his daughter, he said,
"What have you done?"
"I am a good pupil," she said, removing the ancient book from her cloak.
"You have only proven yourself a fool."
Mr. Qaletaqa," I said, turning to face the silhouette above us on the ridge. "Whoever's responsible for doing this to the world, whoever got everyone sick and turned them into zombies or skinwalkers or whatever you want to call them," I said, "that's done. Now we just need to figure out a way to move on. You've got a smart daughter here. She's got a good heart." I looked back at the cave entrance and waved my hand. Magi Silverbolt walked forward, Tommy Rivers by his side. Tala believed she could see her father's eyes blaze.
"I underestimated you,"
said the old man.
"I did not realize you possessed the charms to convince my own daughter to betray me."
"It's not about your daughter's devotion to you," said Magi Silverbolt, no fear or hesitation in his voice. "It's about her goodness and her heart. It is about her unwillingness to kill others to advance a dream of power."
"You are ignorant to the ways of this world,"
said the old chief.
"You and your peers have ignored the old ways and forgotten the history of our people. You are happy idiots, no better and no wiser than those who slaughtered our people and deposited us on plots of wasteland to die off in our own time."
"It is you who have given up," said Magi. "I thought you wise when we met. You thought me foolish. Now I know it is the reverse. We recognized the goodness in your daughter. We saw that she, not you, represented the future of all of mankind."
"Your words are your last, so they are wasted to the universe,"
said Qaletaqa. The hand holding the flare twitched to the right. "He has laid dynamite out on both sides of this cave opening," said Tala in a low voice. She wasn't sure if her father could hear it or not, but I was close enough, and I immediately focused on the rock face leading up to the old man. "Damn, I see a couple sticks," I said. I touched Georgina on the shoulder and glanced up at Qaletaqa again. His muscles tensed. Garland leaned back, pulling the chain harder when he saw they were almost at the crest of the coming plateau. He quietly slid the rod from its steel sheath and reached down to insert the pin at the end of the long handle into the eye plate. The zombie gator continued to move forward, its craving dead brain, still trusting it would catch up to and be rewarded with the putrid rabbit meat in just a few more steps. Instead, cresting the rise, it saw the old Indian, standing with his back to them. His long headdress draped all the way down his back to reach the sandy earth, and he held a burning road flare in his hand. It was then that Garland realized what he intended to do. Flame was used for one purpose, lighting something. That something had to be explosives, which is what was likely feeding out of the bag. Dynamite, thought Garland. Shit! He didn't know how many sticks he'd strung together, but even one stick would devastate the top of this outcropping. They would both die. Garland crouched down and rested the heavy chain on the ground, placing his foot atop it. The old Indian was exchanging words with someone below them, distracted. Placing the pack on the ground, he carefully unbuckled the straps and opened the flap. The smell of putrid dead guts hit him instantly. The gator stirred, swishing its tail as the scent drifted in to permeate dead nostrils. The old Indian suddenly turned at the noise of the gator's heavy tail knocking gravel aside. Garland grabbed the pack and sprung to his feet, snatching the cover plate rod as he rose. The contents of the backpack sloshed inside.
"What is this?"
the ancient-looking man said.
"What kind of foolishness?"
"Your death staring you in the face," hissed Garland. He yanked hard on the rod, pulling the eye plate up with a metallic clang. The zombie gator's mouth reacted, opening wide, exposing the dozens of sharp teeth as it emitted a low hiss croak. But it did not charge forward.
"Yo, asshole!"
yelled Garland.
"Lester!"
The old chief smiled and pulled out a revolver, still holding the half-burned flare in one hand. He held the gun out.
"Oh, not a good move, Mr. Taco."
Qaletaqa fired. The bullet bounced off the metal plate, ricocheting off a rock and whizzing past Garland's ear. As the old man lined up his second shot, Garland dropped the chain and pivoted to his right side with the gut-filled backpack. Rotating counterclockwise, he brought his arms forward and flung the pack toward the old Indian, keeping hold of it as he mashed it together, expelling the contents through the air. It splashed the old chief from the top of his headdress to the bottom of his buckskin moccasins, covering his face and dripping from every part of his body. Lester charged. Qaletaqa dropped the flare. It was clear of the fuse, but it began to roll. The huge gator launched itself into the air, mouth opened wide, and clamped down on the chest and torso of the shaman turned chief, turned despot. It immediately went into a death roll, twisting and flipping the old man's body like a limp rag doll. Garland felt as if his legs were caught in molasses. He watched as if in slow motion as the road flare rolled directly over the fuse, catching it immediately, like an Independence Day sparkler. Garland didn't think. He ran. Forward, not backward. 3 huge steps and he crouched low. Beside the burning fuse was the enormous dead gator, his brutal jaws snapping bones, tearing through the buckskin and feathers, ripping the old man's 200-year-old body in two, his innards spilling out, further exciting the undead reptile. Garland, running at full speed, scooped up the fuse and staggered forward, wrapping as much of it around his fist as he could. His momentum carried him forward, and though he had not seen what lay below, he pushed off with his feet, as hard as he could. Below, as I charged for the wall to grab the string of planted dynamite and try to pull it to the opposite ledge and save all our lives, it suddenly began pulling away by itself. Confused, I followed the string of tethered dynamite and saw a figure flying overhead, momentum carrying it toward the cliff behind us, and I realized it was none other than Garland Hunter. He was screaming as he flew overhead, but both hands were pulling on the explosives he'd been moving toward. Garland's momentum carried him all the way to the cliff's edge, and as he dropped, I, Tala, Danny, Lilly, and Georgie all jumped to the sides, clearing the way for the string of dynamite to pull away from the vines draping down the face of the cliff to follow him. The dead weren't moving out of the way, though, and the fuse got tangled underfoot as Garland plunged over the edge, out of sight. I charged toward the closest rodder and gave the bastard the Heisman, pushing his frail body with both hands as I ran toward the cliff's edge, finishing the job and shoving him over. The fuse wrapped around his legs went along with him, pulling the remainder from the cave wall. As the last stick slid over the edge and out of view, I let out a sigh of relief. My elation didn't last long, however, because a split second later, another shape plummeted from above us, this one landing so hard it shook the very ground upon which we stood. It was a huge alligator, at least a 15-foot male. In its mouth was half a body, bloodied, feathered headdress twisted among the torn flesh and snapping teeth. That monster of a zombie gator was in a frantic death roll on dry land, spinning and twisting its way toward the ledge where Garland had gone over. No, where Garland had flown over. He must have had a hell of a running start to pull that whole string of dynamite over that cliff to save us all. We were all feeling a surge of strength from the ceremony with Tala. Garland probably had no clue where he'd gotten the surge of power from. The gator kept spinning toward the ledge until its enormous tail slid over. From there, it momentarily spun the gator around, as if to display the half-man in its jaws. Not a man. a man-god of his own creation who was almost 200 years old, but who would not survive a day longer. Qaletaaqa's face was centered in the open mouth of the reptile, and it looked like his eyes were wide open and pure white. His mouth opened in a silent scream. Both of them slipped over the edge, out of sight. A series of explosions fractured the silence of the night, the vibrations from which sent dirt and debris cascading down every sheer face of the mountain upon which we stood. We all scrambled as far from the ledge as we could, huddling near the cave entrance in case the plateau gave way to collapse. It didn't. Still, we waited. A familiar voice called out in the half-moonlit darkness. "A little help?" I looked at Georgina, Danny, and Lilly. "You hear that?" "I think so," said Danny. "But really?" I said nothing. Instead, I charged forward, shoving aside the remaining dead milling around the plateau, and reached the ledge. Falling down on my stomach, I stared down. There was Garland Hunter, clinging to a large tree growing from the side of the sheer dirt wall. His legs were wrapped around the trunk, and his left hand clutched a root protruding from the cliff face about 2 feet above his body. "Everyone okay?" he asked. "Hell yeah, everyone's okay, thanks to you." "You know who's not okay, CB?" asked Garland. "Who?" "Me, you asshole! Pull me the hell up!" I laughed then. When I looked behind me, I simultaneously felt Danny's arms curl around my legs, holding me steady. "Save his ass, CB," he said. "He done good." "Yeah, he did," I said. Reaching down, I clasped Garland's wrist as he clasped mine, and I strained to pull his skinny body up. He let go with his other hand, and now we both had double grips on one another. Less than a minute later, we had him resting on his back, breathing hard. But alive. We were all alive. And we stood to be alive for a century, or more, to come. Chapter 30. Epilogue. As we all checked our equipment and vehicles back down at the staging area, getting organized for the ride back to Lebanon, Tala remained inside the cavern above us. The dead inside the cave numbered over 1,000, formerly her father's army of skinwalkers, but they didn't bother her. We intended to leave a good number of the dead in the cave to preserve it from anyone else who might discover the place. Whether it was the cave itself or the many ancient words and symbols scrawled on its walls, it held great power. Power we still needed. Some of us, anyway. Everyone in our traveling group of survivors were now immune to the zombie attraction. We were no different from the skinwalkers in that respect. Still, when we came across them, we killed them. It wasn't like they'd die on their own. When we finally left the cave, Tala insisted on holding the book that Silverbolt's friend, Ati and Shining Eyes, had pulled from the floorboards of Standing Rock's home just a few months before. She had made many more entries, though. We returned to Lebanon, only to discover it abandoned except for 5 people holed up in a home south of the auditorium, which was filled with damaged, dead bodies. The Nacogdoche kids and the remaining adults had put forth a valiant effort. They had not run with those who had heard the horde coming. They had remained and fought, but the number of skinwalkers was just too great. All who remained perished. The funerals for the dead took weeks. During that time, Magi Silverbolt spent hours with Tala. They went over the ancient languages and drawings she had copied, determining their meaning. It became clear to them both that the elders who had created the curse had always known how to stop it. It was camouflaged by meaningless text and images scattered among the valid words and symbols, all purely decoys. Whoever had originally masterminded the destruction of all non-native life had planned for a way to end it, but only on their terms. Together, Tala and Magi finally extracted only the meaningful words, putting together the ceremony that would lay the remaining dead to rest. On a clear night in January, the biggest fire I'd ever seen was lit. And I'm a hick, so you gotta figure I've seen a few bonfires in my life. The bones of this sucker might have been as big as the TP Silverbolt told me he almost died in. Anyway, with the new people who had found us since we got back to Lebanon, our group now numbered 224 people. The ceremony that had extended our lives and enhanced us in other ways, undertaken within a strange cave with even stranger powers, had to remain a secret. Any mistake, or even some innocent meddling, could begin the apocalypse again. What did we know? Who knew it would be possible in the first place? Anyway, nobody wanted that. Everyone who underwent the ceremony seemed to understand. If we were now all partially immortal like Tala and her late father, we'd face the years ahead and decide how to deal with any suspicion as it came up. Most of us. Almost all of us. Magi Silverbolt was now dressed in his finest ceremonial garb. He told me and Danny he felt a bit foolish because he'd never been a chief, and he had never pictured himself in the regalia he had to put on for this thing. As the sparks flew from the flames, dotting the night sky with orange specks, Magi and Tala, also dressed in colorful beaded tunic and wearing her own special headdress, danced and chanted, sending the sparks swirling upward and dancing as though even the embers were a big part of it. This time it didn't take days for something to happen. It was immediate. At first, it looked like a splash of milk on my arm. I looked at it, wiped it away, and looked at Georgie. "You got something on your nose," I said. "What?" "I don't know, it's white." "So do you," she said, wiping something from my forehead. Then we were being pelted. The drops came slowly at first, scattered tiny drops. Then they changed to bigger drops. After that, I realized it had become steady, and before we could get up and run, it was a whiteout. Now we had no option other than to stay put and use jackets for cover. It came down as though from a celestial bucket, pure white, as fast and hard as it came down, and as complete as our inability to see was. It was as though it resisted gravity. It did not sting or pelt us. Rather, it engulfed us, somehow gently. I know I sound like some kind of damn poet with that crazy description, but that's the only way I can describe it. The fire beyond and the darkness of the night aside, it was like standing in the middle of a snowstorm. The droplets became more of a blanket, and if anyone were to move, I'm sure they would have gone down in 2 steps. It wasn't cold. Despite the night's temperature, it was almost neutral. Not hot, not cold. Just wet. It went on for 1 minute, maybe 2. I'd never seen anything like it, so it could have been a half hour before it stopped. When it finally did, I saw several people slowly look up, wiping the white droplets from their eyes and faces. I turned to Georgie. "You all right?" "I am. Lilly, Danny?" "I feel fine, too." "Me too," said Lilly. "Those zombies aren't, though." The dead had not been there when the ceremony started, but I guess Roxy, Liam, and Terry might have drawn them to us. Either way, at the end of it, they weren't feasting on our friends. They were lying still, face down in the dirt. "I'll check it out," I said, getting up. I walked over to the nearest one and knelt beside it. Rolling it onto its back, I studied it. Feeling Georgina kneel beside me, I said, "This one's dead, just like a corpse, no movement." She reached down to feel for a pulse. A moment later, she shook her head. "Not sure why I did that." "They ain't coming back from this," I said.
"Now, I knew that."
"I know you did." She turned to look at me.
"So this was all it took?"
"It took everything we did to get here. This was the final step." She looked me deep in the eyes and said,
"No, Cole, it's not. There are 1 or 2 remaining, actually."
"What are the last steps?" I asked.
"You already know."
The return drive to the caves was easier than the way out by far, and for multiple reasons. I found an old but well-maintained Lincoln Continental limousine stashed in an attached garage of a house. We were there looking for supplies when I found a stack of faded flyers advertising a car service for high school proms and other events. We got into the garage and voila! Limo, baby. Full tank. Once Danny and I washed it down, the black paint shone like a dark mirror, and it had a huge gas tank and a big trunk to carry some extra fuel. I knew the road was clear enough to get it through, so I thought it might be a fun little distraction from what was about to happen. Minus a nice chauffeur's cap, I put on my best T-shirt and drove Tala, Georgie, Lilly, Danny, Terry, and Roxy back there in style. On her lap, Tala held the ancient text that had started all this crap in the first place. We passed by several familiar places, including the cornfield where we had been attacked by unknown aggressors, but whoever they were, they had moved on. When we reached the cave, we spotted the truck that Qaletaqa had arrived in, still parked off to the side. We'd all been in such a hurry to get the hell out of there we hadn't paid it any attention before. We inspected it now. It contained far more dynamite than he had attempted to use to kill us. We brought as much as we could up with us. The dead we left wandering inside the cave had apparently made their way out somehow. Only a few lifeless bodies remained, all with wide-open, empty eye sockets, their bodies shriveling and mummifying, the black goo that once filled them congealed and tar-like. We made our way into the lower cavern again. I said I would check the ceremonial pool for bodies before Terry and Roxy got in. I ended up dragging 3 emaciated bodies out, depositing them on the rocky ledge, all long and well dead. The water was warm, as it had been during our ceremony. It was February now and still very cold out. This cave was an anomaly. Tala performed her ceremony, repeating the chants that had saved us all. The black rain once more fell above the pool and its occupants, and when it was over, both felt changed. They could not know how skinwalkers would react to them, thank God. There were no more of them. We set the dynamite at both cave openings, connecting the fuses together to string dozens of sticks in a single string stretched far into the cavern's interior. Running the coil of fuse down the path leading from the cave system, we were close to the vehicles when we lit the fuse, hurried the rest of the way down, and waited. When the explosions began, we watched from a good distance as the small mountain imploded on itself. I was feeling good, so I jogged back up afterward to make sure the deed was done. I couldn't even tell where the cave had been. The rubble was so complete. The book was no more. Tala had rubbed oil from the torches on the pages and touched the flame to them before we left there for the last time. Over the next few months, several things happened. Our group of survivors grew, then dissipated. As the skinwalker scourge died, the other survivors, all with Native American blood in their veins, came out of hiding and learned the truth of what happened. A lot of them didn't believe it, but you know what? It doesn't matter. They were alive because of their heritage and what a few determined people did. Us. Stumbling through the apocalypse, looking for answers, and hell if we didn't find them. Sure, we got lucky. A couple of things surprised me and Georgie, and Roxy, I'd guess. Tank, as it turned out, took a shining to Terry. The big boy was a bit younger than him, but they clicked like switches, and I was happy to see Terry with a light in his eyes. After a tearful goodbye to all of us, both young men took off for Southern California. Tank had heard of a place called Laguna Beach and had always wanted to go there. Terry had actually been there several years before, and he was game for making it their home. Roxy was devastated, but happy for her friend and his new love. In the end, Tala returned to the Hinamawi Indian Reservation. She didn't intend to stay there, but she did want to gather up as many historical documents and artifacts from the Hinamawi people as possible. They intended to settle down in Texas, El Paso, if I'm not wrong. Micky Rode decided to figure out how to get back on the air and provide a soundtrack for the post-apocalyptic world we'd all be working to put right. He needed radio towers and generators, so I suppose we'll know how he did once we catch his broadcasts again. He took a liking to Nina and Gabriel, so I do believe all of them took off together. Weren't many others left in Lebanon. Most of the ones who ran when that horde came through never came back. Those who stayed died. Danny, Lilly, Georgie, Roxy, and I headed back down to Florida. Before we got too far down into the state, I hopped into a little gator attraction in Tallahassee just to make sure of something. When we went inside, we found all the gators were dead. Eye sockets black, just like the skinwalkers. That was the sign I was looking for. No more zombie crocs, no more zombie gators. I did have a soft spot for the creatures, though. I hoped some survived so they could repopulate. They were part of this planet, too. Just dwelling on it a little bit got me started thinking about the entire ecosystem of the planet. It seems even the creatures I can't stand, like mosquitoes, biter flies, and whatnot, all have a purpose when it comes to keeping nature in balance. May I add that the end of this apocalypse came in winter, so I don't have an answer to how Florida's going to be without electric power other than generators. When the fuel all goes bad, we might have to head north or west. For the moment, we settled in a spot called Anna Maria Island on the Gulf Coast. We still go out regularly to gather bodies and burn them. Disease is a real threat because the rats survived the apocalypse. We started by clearing out the buildings and streets around us, then moved out in a radius perimeter. Anna Maria is amazing. The water is beautiful, the fishing is fantastic, and we have the place mostly to ourselves. There are others around, too. We have some scattered neighbors, and some of them are Roxy's age. That gives Georgie some hope that her daughter might one day give her a grandchild. Repopulation will be important. In an odd twist of events, Georgie got pregnant 6 months after we moved. She hadn't believed it was possible anymore, but I think if we really dug into it, our new longevity might have something to do with it. I suppose the ceremony that gave us a whole bunch more years to walk the earth didn't just add time. It must have rejuvenated our organs somehow, made us capable of being useful for those years. Oddly enough, it wasn't long after Georgie got with child that Lilly got pregnant too. Already doing our part for the good old U.S. of A., we're carrying on with our lives and cooking up some new ones. Oh, by the way, Liam decided to stay with Carla Solis. He loved the discipline taught by the Nacogdoche, and he loved Carla. She promised us she would raise him like he was her own boy. We were fine with that. Liam would always be special to us, but he deserved to map out his own destiny. We didn't know if we'd ever see him again, so our goodbye was tough. It was funny, though. He said, "Why are you guys so sad? It's not like I'm never going to see you again." We laughed, but that told me the kid didn't really get it. It wasn't only possible, it was likely we'd never see him again. He was too young to get that, despite losing his family. Even so, with the change we'd gone through, we'd probably outlive the kid. You might wonder why we didn't take him along. I don't blame you, so I'll try to explain. He's a kid with his whole life ahead of him. He hasn't yet met the girl, or the guy he'll end up with someday, and how fair would that be for him to have to watch them grow old and die? Georgie, Lilly, Danny, and I talked about it a long time. Part of being together is the aging process. So if one half of the couple has some special live-a-hell-of-a-long-time gift, it would be cruel and unfair for the other not to. It's all I got. It was our reasoning. Anyway, it crosses my mind a lot. Who knows what the future holds? We understand we can't feel responsible for what happens to the world from here on out. The things we can do is to build our own families, make what friends we can, live simple lives by necessity, and try to create a community of sorts. Maybe we can do it better somehow. Not that I had such a bad life before all this started. I really do try to look back at the bright side. I didn't have Georgie before that black rain. She's a doctor, so if I pull any stupid shenanigans, she'll be able to fix me up. So there we are. I have her now, and she has me. I have a stepdaughter, too, and we're soon to meet our own daughter or son. We've got some good neighbors in my sister and my best friend. There won't be a gender reveal party until our babies are born, but that's cool. Georgie believes it's a boy, but she's got no basis for that except she said she thinks it's snoring in there, kind of like me. Yep, I'll miss Baxter's airboat tours in Gator Park, but we'll build new memories together, all of us. Take care now. Be good to one another. This has been Judgment, The Zombie War Chronicles, Volume 3. Written by Eric A. Shelman. Narrated by the author. Copyright 2019 by Eric A. Shelman. Production copyright 2020 by Eric A. Shelman.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.